Hey Nina, what's up? Can you hear me? Something wrong with the volume? Let me know if you can't hear me. So I'm actually waiting for two other people to join while I'm doing some shit. Oh, you can? Okay, cool. So what are you up to? You got any projects? I actually got a client invite. So and I booked the project for a train line in Japan. But it's just cheap. It's like $50. Oh, wow, cool. Hi. Shin. Shin. Hi, Shin. Thank you so much. Are you Chinese? Are you Filipino? You're trying to work on something today? What is it? Is it anime? I haven't recorded my thing for the booking. I have to record it tomorrow and then I'll get my husband to clean it up. You're Chinese. All right. So I'm in the Philippines actually, so and we're waiting for two people. It's another ASMR role play. Wow, you get a lot of those, eh? Cool. I don't think I can do this. For some reason my voice doesn't do that. So how's everyone doing tonight? It's like 12 midnight here right now, and I'm playing hooky from work. Playing hooky? Well, I know you got this. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully I book it. Like I'm just starting, so my my pricing is like super low. It's like I don't know, 6 cents a word. I mean, hopefully it doesn't stay that way, but it all kind of ties in with podcast agency that I want to put up, because I hope to offer voiceovers and voiceovers and co-hosting as services for the podcast agency. Hey, you might want to do like voiceovers in case there's a client who wants like, you know. Also, Nino, you might, I don't know if you've ever tried audiobooks, although with audiobooks, it's like you have to do the post production part, so you have to clean it up as well. So it's like you have to do the narration and you have to do the post production. And if you know how to use Audacity, I think you'll you can do that part like no problems, right? And I think with audiobooks, they pay like $50 to $70 an hour. So I don't know if you want to try this. So let me know if you want to try. If you want to try that, but you have to do the post production part. What's up, guys? Who's a VA? Who's a freelancer? Let me know. I'm not a freelancer, although I'm a VA with some side hustles. Ah, there he is. There's Coach Potato. Yep, beautiful. For 5 years now. Hey, Coachy.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me well?
Yes,
Maybe we should invite, sino ba yan? yung ano, yung may
I invited
story.
Christine,
Okay, yeah.
but
Kasi
she said she had a meeting with her client today, so baka later. Hello, I'm freelance.
sige.
We have experience having clients on Upwork. So I'm a VA basically. with some side hustles, and then see coach. He's a VA also, but operations manager, virtual operations manager, and he's also a freelance writer. So freelancer plus VA po siya.
Yep.
Kasi may comment
So,
si Denya. Hello, I'm freelance VA and have experience having clients on Upwork, but it's so hard to have a regular. That's true. I mean, that's the life of a freelancer, right? Uh,
yeah.
so our topic today is like VA niches that are low people count, but high in demand. And I think we started
Yes.
talking about that last time. And we
Right.
ended
Oo.
with your topic, which is Salesforce certified admin.
Yes. Yeah. And I also posted a video a while ago about niche niche that nobody's talking about, and I featured AWS in there because I think AWS is in demand right now for the reason that a lot of web-based businesses are being built in 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 an AWS environment because it's cloud dependent na kasi yung mga APIs, web applications are all built with an API platform. So, magandang matutunan siya because the AWS niche is not very. I don't think I've seen an influencer here who actually talked about AWS or other niche that are related to that. And I felt it's about time that we being part of the community introduce other freelancers to niches na medyo hindi nila alam or hindi sila familiar kasi baka hindi nila naririnig sa iba, but to give some context, yung AWS kasi you don't need to have programming degree or a coding experience or anything in particular similar to that area to be able to get started. All you need to do is go to AWS. They have a lot of training materials in there that you can learn, and then you can immediately apply mo agad yun sa sa mga job posting na gusto mong applyan related to AWS. But if you want to get certified, of course, there's a way for it, and you just have to pay, I think, a little over $100, so maybe like 5,000 pesos to get you certified. Pero that guarantees you um, greater job opportunities related to AWS naman kasi malaki talaga yung rate niya. Even when you're just starting, malaki ng AWS administrator.
So for those people who don't know what AWS is, so are we referring to Amazon Web Services?
Yeah.
So guys, like, and this is different from an Amazon VA, from what an Amazon VA does. So, as we know, like Jeff Bezos is like practically taken over the world. So they offer practically everything. So AWS is a hot niche to get into. Yung mga iba natatakot na medyo technical, mga ganyan. So sabi ni Coachy that it's not a super technical niche. You can actually, AWS po yung pupuntahan na website. Yeah, you can Google AWS and it's going to
Yeah.
show up as Amazon Web Services. And if you want to get certified for AWS, you just have to Google certification AWS.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of choices kasi we are used to seeing opportunities that are related to social media management, social media buying. Is that the term? Tama po ba yun?
The social media management, which is
Media
different
buying.
from media buying. Iba
Yeah,
yun.
okay. But they're kind of related ba in terms of job description or magkaiba sila?
Magkaiba sila. Because when you're a social media manager, you're actually, you could be in charge of content creation, scheduling posts. You're not necessarily media buying. You're not necessarily doing paid ads. Iba pa yung, I mean, you could be, you could have skill sets for both, but they're actually two separate skill sets. So when I interview media buyers, I'll interview differently from what is an SMM and what is a media
Mm,
buyer.
ayun. So, para mas malinaw lang yung distinction between the two. And there are also common representation of freelance niche in uh, virtual assistance area like um, ano ba yun? Retail. No, no. I forgot the term. Sorry, it's at the tip of my tongue. It's real estate. I'm sorry. Yeah, real estate. And then yung credit repair, those are commonly represented dito sa TikTok videos from different coaches, different freelancers na engage doon sa niche na yan. But of course, hindi lang yun yung pwede nyong pagpilian if you wanted to get into freelancing. There are a lot actually. So, nabanggit ko yun before nung previous lives natin na and even in one of my videos na you just have to be aware of your own skills, strength na meron ka na before you even get into freelancing. If you have a background in finance, you do accounting, there is a place for you in freelancing because you can always apply for an accountant position sa freelancing. Marami kang makikita nun. Hindi lang talaga masyadong napapansin.
Or you could reverse engineer it, 'di ba?
Ah,
Lalo na yung
yeah.
mga lalo na yung mga galing BPO and they're like when you ask them what's your background, what's your skill set, they're like, "Oh, galing ako BPO." And I'll be very frank with you guys. If you tell me na galing kayong BPO, you have practically no skill set from me. Okay? Kasi kami, we hire digital marketing VAs. So if you tell me you have a BPO background, it's like, yeah, we can't really use you as a VA. So what you can do is reverse engineer it. Like ask yourself, instead of magsimula ka sa skill set mo, magsimula ka sa ano ba yung in demand? Parang ganon. Like what's in demand right now? So let's say you want to go into design. Let's say you want to um, pursue being a graphic designer. Don't just go into graphic design. Find out what is high end on the design side
Mm,
and where there's not a lot of people and what gets highly paid in design. And then what are the areas of design where there's so many people where you're going to have a lot of competition.
yeah.
I don't know if that
And
makes sense. So if you guys you want to drop your niches in the chat and tell us, like, for example, are you in design and what sort of design are you doing? Or if you're in web development and what are the sorts of things that you're doing for web development? And if you're still finding it a struggle, like, maybe you need to move on to a different um, sort of skill set, like Synergist Nikochi, like web development under AWS, let's say.
mm,
So yung mga builders
kasi
that don't actually need coding.
yeah, kasi ang dami ng platforms right now where you can actually learn how to build a website. Even coding, you don't actually need to go to school to learn coding. Ang daming resources online, even in YouTube, na matuturuan ka from the ground up ng skills na yon. And it doesn't need educational prerequisite para makapasok ka dun sa area na yon. It just takes initiative na talagang matutukan mo yung sarili mo na turuan. Turuan mo yung sarili mo na um, para dun sa skills na yon. And iba na kasi yung technology ngayon. Ang daming mong pwedeng makuha information online na dati is hindi available sa'yo. So, it's a matter of leveraging on the information that you have, which you can get for free, versus, looking for opportunities na medyo complicated yung requirements. Yeah, sabi nga dun sa comment, Coursera gives you certificate too, minsan university pa or Google mismo. Correct, that's actually correct.
Yeah. I actually took some courses through edX, and edX is connected to University of Maryland system. So,
Mm.
what's your background before transitioning to VA if BPO credentials are useless? Yeah, that was my background. That's why I was totally ill prepared for jumping into a VA career. So 11 years for sa BPO, 11. Okay. Um, I was with Eperformax for like 4.5 years, Chase for like 6, and then like five, between 5 to 6, and then um, Blue Chip for the remainder. And then I was sitting around at home for a couple of weeks. And then I saw something on Facebook and I applied to it. I didn't even know it was work from home. And that was 10 years ago. So I didn't even like, and they like, I didn't have any other skill set. That was it. Like I did calls for fraud. I did calls for upsells, sales, whatever. But apparently, like they just, since yun lang ang skill set ko, they were like, oh, pwede ka mag-ISA or GVA. And I was like, I don't know what those are, but which one pays more? And they said, sige, ISA. Work experience does matter. Okay, it does matter. Like, for example, kanina yung client interview. The client wants somebody with a sales background, and the VA had a customer service background. Yes, the VA is willing to work, okay? But ang gusto ng client is somebody who's going to be a little bit aggressive on the phone for outbound. So you cannot tell me that work experience doesn't matter. It does. And for example, in our niche, digital marketing, if we're hiring like a designer, so we have, yeah, yung start pa lang. But the thing is, the client, they need to make money now. Okay. And in order for you to become good, like it takes time. It's going to take at least a few months. And si Christine. And is the client willing to wait? Right. Pero specialists hanap nila, of course, yeah. And that's what we look for. We look for specialists. If the client is just looking for a general VA and they're willing to train, well, but see, we don't get those sorts of clients. We get clients who are agency level owners, so they're looking for media buyers with experience, video editors with experience. That's what we're looking for. Hindi ko pwede isaksak sa kanila na, this VA is studying video editing. They're gonna be good in the future. Hindi ko pwede isaksak yung ganun sa kanila. Hey, Christine, what's up?
That's
What's
true.
up? Are you still in the
Yeah,
meeting with your client?
no,
Nasa
already
meeting ka pa?
done.
How was it?
Already
Hey,
done.
What
It's
happened?
Christine.
okay. It's common na lang naman. Common meeting lang naman. Mga improvements na gusto namin mga plans. Ganun lang naman.
So what are you doing now?
Wala. In front of the computer. Pwede. Pa-process ng mga orders. Ganun. Responding
Wow.
emails. Ganun lang.
Are you doing calls today?
No. Actually, ano lang naman, super limit lang ng mga calls ko. More
Okay.
on admin talaga yung aking ginagawa.
So yung kwento mo.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. That's very interesting.
Super, super na-stress ako doon. Actually, parang di ako gumagaling dahil doon. So, ayun nga. Etong si ate girl kasi na to is, nasa batch 1 ko yun na trainee.
Okay.
Tapos, actually, hindi ko siya kilala personally. Ni-refer lang siya sa akin nung hipag ko. Sabi niya, nung hipag ko, ate, gusto nito maging real estate PA din. Tapos sabi ko, sige, meron akong mag-start na ako ng pag-train. Sabi ko, mag-batch 1 ako ng August pa yun eh. Tapos sabi ko, ipasama mo sa akin. Then, nag-join na to siya. Then, bibo-bibo kasi to si ate girl. Tapos, Sabi niya, gusto
Okay.
niya daw marami daw siya nakita mga 6-digit earners. Sabi ko, hindi ako umabot doon. Sa point na yun, hindi ako umabot doon. Sabi ko, pero marami ako mga nakita talagang ng mga 6-digit, ganun. Sabi ko, pero for you to be able to be, a premium, uh, for you to be able to earn a 6-digit, you have to be a premium VA first. Kasi yung client, bayaran ka ba niya ng $20 per hour, then yung quality of work mo is pang, pang pucho-pucho. So sabi ko, kailangan meron ka ding skill sets na, syempre yung mga pang technicals, na gano'n, na may help ng client. And then, yun na, eventually sabi niya, gusto niya daw,
So,
kung
tinapos
sakasakali
niya yung
lang.
training mo? Tinapos niya
Yeah,
yung training mo?
tinapos niya.
Okay.
Oo. Sabi niya, basta ate, pagka meron ka client, itap mo ko. So, siya yung una ko naisip since marami experience na nga siya in making phone call. At saka maganda rin talaga yung tonality nito ni ate girl. Siya rin, sabi ko
Wow.
siya talaga, pwede to, sabi ko.
Nice.
So, 5 silang sinahan ko sa client. Siya din talaga yung nagustuhan. Pero siya
Okay.
talaga yung pinaka gusto ko sana talaga. Yun nga lang, may attitude problem siya. Hindi, actually, nung nalaman ko yun, parang pagka stop sa akin ng client, the next hour, nag-response yung client na inimit niya nga daw to si ate girl. Then sabi ko kay ate girl, ayoko na mag-cut. Sa'yo na lahat yung sweldo, ayoko mag-cut since naging trainee kita. Gusto ko ma-enjoy mo yung fruit ng hard work na hindi na ako magka-cut.
Nice.
Sabi ko, hindi ko sa'yo ng bote si client, ikaw na mag-win. Kasi kung ako yung mag-win dito sa client, matik, meron akong cut. Siyempre, nag-effort ako. Sabi niya, okay. Sabi niya, sige ate, ako nang bahala. Sinan ko yung details ng client. Sinan ko yung Skype name, sinan ko yung email. Nagtiwala ako. Kasi nga, iniisip ko, sabi ko, makaka-help ako ng, tao. And then, yung ginawa niya, pinag-antay niya yung client. The next day, nag-message sa akin yung client. Sabi niya, hindi daw nag-show up si ate. So, message ko siya. Ang sabi niya, hindi niya daw na-receive, nagka-power outage daw. Ganun. So, sabi ko kay client, sige, bigyan niya pa ng another chance. Yes. So, yun na, hindi niya na message yung client. Nahiya na rin ako sa client. So, sabi ko, baka hindi pa siya ready. Or hinayaan ko na, sabi ko, okay na lang kung hindi niya nakuha. Ang pinakamasaklap nun, yung hipag ko nakachat niya. Nitong nakaraan lang. Sabi niya, doon sa hipag ko. Sabi niya, may work na binibigay sa akin si Christine, hindi ko lang pinursu kasi natatakot ako. Baka hindi ko kaya, saka mahirap. At ito pa, sabi niya, ayoko kasi umalis sa work natin ngayon kasi petics lang. Sabi ko, Sabi ko, sana sinabi niya. At least sabi ko, mas meron pa akong ibinigay sa client at hindi ko siya binida-bida sa client kasi binida-bida ko siya kay client eh. Tapos nag-effort pa ako na, yun nga, bigay siya ng mga information ng client. Sabi ko nga, sabi ko nakakasama naman ng loob kasi sabi ko, hindi naman, maliban doon na nag-refer ako, syempre, hindi ko rin alam kung ano yung sinabi ng client sa akin, kung walang hiya ba ako dahil nagbigay pa ako ng VA tapos i-ghosting lang din naman para siya. Syempre, may impact din sa akin yun. Tapos sabi ko, okay lang naman sana sa akin. Sabi ko, nung nag-start ako mag-virtual assistant, walang nag-refer sa akin. Wala nga nagturo sa akin na kailangan ko pala marunong ako mag-email. Hindi ko yun alam. Sabi ko, kayo nga kahit paano, ngayon yung
nag-guide
generation.
sila.
Oo, marami na kayong nakikitang influencer, marami nang nagti-TikTok kung paano yung mga kahit malang basic tools. Nung panahon namin dati, sabi ko, wala namang ganun. So, sabi ko, ngayon manood ka lang sa TikTok, marami ka nang matututunan. Follow ka lang ng mga influencer, marami ka nang matututunan. You just have to be resourceful. Yun lang talaga yung pinaka-importante. Paulit-ulit ko sinasabi sa trainees ko yan. Kahit anong turo namin sa inyo, kung hindi nyo yun i-execute, it's useless.
Totoo.
That's
Totoo
true.
yan.
That is so true. So, para namimili pa siya ng client lumalabas is gusto niya yung madali lang.
Oo, ang gusto niya yung mga madali lang. Kasi daw, nung tinanong niya kasi ako na din ginagawa ng real estate VA, sabi ko sa kanya, iba-iba ng role kapag real estate VA ka na. Merong acquisitions, merong cold calling. sabi ko, actually yung cold calling sa real estate, super petics nun comparing to telemarketing, to be honest. Sabi ko,
Correct.
ang daming avail, ang daming voicemail. Sabi ko,
So,
nakakapagkape pa nga ako
wala
eh.
pa akong naranasan na mura from my real estate calls.
Yeah,
Ever.
yeah. Wala.
Ever.
Super, sila. Ako din, wala din. Super mababait yung mga nasa Ayun. Kaya
That's
medyo
really
na-dismay
unfortunate.
talaga ako. Hi! Si Bacon. Hindi ko alam sino ba to si Bacon? Hello, Vic. Hindi ko alam. Pero I think trainee ko to.
Akala ko stalker mo.
Hindi. Hindi ko alam kung ano name niya talaga na true name niya. Pero na trainee ko to si Bacon. Ayun. Parang dismay ako. Hindi ko alam kung naging madrama lang ba ako doon sa part na yun. Hindi ko talaga alam.
Hindi.
Ikaw, feel
Yung
mo,
reaction
kayong
mo,
dalawa.
yung reaction mo doon, yung naramdaman mo about that is very
It's very
valid. Kasi
valid.
when you refer when you refer someone, you actually putting your reputation on the line. And when someone, like yung nirefer mo nga, is hindi tumupad doon sa napagkasundoan ninyo, to the, wala nang wala nang wala ka nang
Cut.
cut doon sa magiging
Yeah.
sahod niya, 'di ba? So it's a good advantage, talagang kailangan lang niya show up and then make an impression. Yung yung ginawa kong reply video nga doon sa sa video mo. And then like I said, the market today is pretty saturated. When you say saturated, ang sikip-sikip na ng freelancing world, sa totoo lang. And, and may mga niches tulad ng mga niche na tulad nung sa kanya, yung pinag-referan mo. Mahirap na makapasok dyan on your own. Now, if you are given an opportunity na ma-refer ka by someone, that means you are um, passing through ano ba yon? Yung pila. Kasi ang haba ng pila
Yeah.
eh. So pag ni-refer ka, andun ka na agad sa unahan. At papasok ka na lang. That's all you need to do. Like, dinescribe ko ang analogy ko nga doon para ka binigyan ng golden ticket ni Willow Wonka para makapasok sa factory niya.
Yeah.
Kailangan mo lang
Yeah.
magpa-impress, 'di
Nobody
ba?
did that for me.
Ay,
Yeah.
me either.
Totoo.
Wala talaga nag-refer dun sa akin. So, yun nga, I feel, para akong naguhusan nun. Kasi first time ko ma-experience yun. Most likely kasi pag nag-refer ako sa client, at confident talaga ako na papasa yun. Most likely, hindi na talaga interview nangyayari. Is formality na lang. Ini-introduce na lang ni client yung
Oo.
company niya. Most likely, ganun yung nangyayari. Once na
Mm-mm.
nakausap ko na. Kasi yung ginagawa ko is normally, nakipag-usap ko kay client, then ini-introduce ko yung mga VA na nakakilala ko. Pero those VAs na nagwo-work sa akin is normally, talagang may cut ako sa kanila kasi ginawa ko na yung part ko, hinelp ko na sila, ang gagawin na lang nila is mag-onboard sila. So, sabi ko doon sa VA na yan, sabi ko, hindi na ako magka-cut, ayoko na mag-cut. Sabi ko kasi, medyo loaded na ako sa mga VA na hinahandle ko. Gusto ko, i-win mo na lang tong client. I'm not really sure kung formality na lang ba yung gusto niya makipag-meet sa'yo. Kasi, based naman sa sinabi niya is, she wanted to meet you. Yun lang naman. Wala naman siya sinabi na kung ano pa bang mga questions. You just yun nga, mag-show ka lang talaga sa kanya. Ipakita mo lang yung interest mo dun sa job. But, yun, eventually nangyari. Ganon. Ginosting niya yung client. So, I was nakakainis kasi first time ko nag-refer na hindi na nga ako nag-cut. Sabi ko, para free na, since trainee ko siya, sabi ko, sige na lang. Pero yun, nangyari. Hindi niya naman pinuntahan yung client. So, sayang kung sakasakali man na nag-onboarding sila, nag-formality lang sila, nagbigayan lang sila ng information. Kasi, normally, the clients talaga will meet the VA. Siyempre, para malaman niya rin, bibigyan niya ng mga personal information niya yun eh. Siyempre, mas maganda at makita niya rin talaga ang VA. Kasi, most likely, mga nakakausap kong aspiring VA, ayaw nilang makipag-meet sa client. I don't know why. Interview, parang takot na takot sila.
Takot.
But actually, the interview is really good kasi hindi lang ikaw yung hindi lang yung client yung nagpo-prospecting ng applicant. You as a VA, you have to prospect your client if you're good fit din sa kanya. Kasi baka hindi mo din alam yung client na to, hindi mo rin makakasundo in a long run. So, ako, pag nakipag-meet ako sa client, I make sure na yung client is magiging ka-vibes ko din siya or good fit kami. Kasi hindi lang sila yung mag-prospecting. Ikaw din as a VA, you have the right to prospect a right client as well.
That's true. And uh, to add doon sa ano, it's insulting para sa akin na ganun yung gagawin sa akin. Like for example, maging experience ko yun ano. Napaka-insulting kasi hindi lang yung client yung nabastos. Ikaw din
Mm-mm.
kasi in the first place, you place your confidence on that person and then hindi man lang niya sinabi yung totoong reason. And one thing that I would really like to tell everyone na gusto mag-start ng freelancing, wala pong madaling 6 digit. Kung pumasok ka sa freelancing dahil ang aim mo is magkaroon ka ng 6 digit na income, it takes years. Believe me, it takes
Yes.
years. Hindi yan pagpasok mo, uy, 6 digit agad. Ganito agad ang kinikita ko
True,
in a month.
true.
Hindi po ganun yun.
Pero,
Hindi po
pero
ganun yun.
Coachy, real talk, you are making six
Ha?
digits right now, right?
Um, I would say yes, oo.
Wow.
Diba?
I would say yes, oo. But it took me
Well
a
done.
decade. It took me a decade. Imagine, 10 years. Nag-freelancing ako for formally 12 years. But if we are going to add yung 2 taon na yung ano lang ako, pasundot-sundot lang ng project. So it makes me 14 years. O dinosaur na ako sa freelancing. So, sige. So 14
Oh,
years.
wow.
And for, in that 14 years, na-achieve ko pa lang yun 5 years ago.
Diba?
Imagine that.
Oh my God. Ako nag-experience ata ako ng 6 digit. Yung marami akong VA na nag-work sa akin. Pero kung wala sila, baka hindi din.
Hindi siya ganun kadali. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
hindi.
Kasi yun yung ano yung minsan nakaka-upset din sa ibang influencers na naghihikayat na mag-freelance yung mga audience nila. And then
Uh-huh.
they're baiting them on the premise na may 6 digit income dito. What they don't
Yeah.
tell you is that kailangan umuugod-ugod ka na muna bago ka maka-reach ng 6 digit kasi hindi talaga siya ganun kadali. Sobra hindi.
Oo. At saka lalo na kung ang niche mo is nagpo-phone calls, you can
Mm.
handle only 1 or 2 clients. Kahit sabihin pa natin mag $10 or $15 per hour ka, parang, di ba?
Yes, ang hirap.
Unless otherwise, marami kang side hustle at hindi ka na natutulog.
Oo, and kung meron ka ng specialization talagang kahit
Mm-mm.
tulog ka, kaya mong mag digital
Generate.
marketing sa panaginip mo, 'di ba?
Mm-mm.
Totoo
Yeah,
'yon. You
exactly.
you
Yeah,
can ask
true.
for bigger rate na. Talagang pang ano na, pang big
Malaki
time
na
na yung
start.
rate.
So
True.
may question tayo. Hi, what are your tips or training needed for those candidates transitioning from BPO to VA to becoming a VA? Well, first of all, you have to find out what are the niches that are high in demand.
Yeah.
High, like in demand, high in demand, but low count, which means that there's not a lot of people entering those fields. And what that means usually is that medyo mahihirap yung mga fields na yon. And you can kind of expect that you might need to take training that's paid. So, for example, yung sinuggest ni Coach kanina, AWS, right? You can get certified in AWS, but there's a cost, right?
Yeah, for certification.
You can be, is accounting niche a high demand niche? I don't know.
It
Sa
it's
amin,
a bit in the middle. It's a bit in the middle.
yeah, it's sort of
And
in the middle. I mean, there's still parang medyo marami in that niche. And it really depends. If let's say, for me, if you're like a CPA and
yeah.
you've handled, let's say, a team of bookkeepers or something like that, that would be much more in demand than somebody who's just a bookkeeper. And if you
Yes.
know, for example, QuickBooks Zero, QuickBooks Online, and marunong ka mag Google Data Studio, yung kaya mo mag-create ng mga dashboards for reporting inside Excel, like you would be super in demand. Like I would probably hire you tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it still boils down to specialization.
Yeah. Healthcare VA, I have no idea. No idea.
Meron akong nakikita pero hindi siguro hindi lang ako aware doon sa ano yun, sa niche na yan, pero I see one or two na nag-introduce niyan. Um, yeah, you can actually explore platforms like Upwork, online jobs, but most of them may encounter mo um, VAs talaga, and then kung meron ka makitang healthcare VA, very rare. I don't think I've seen a lot. Ikaw,
Yes.
I think
Christine, what do you think?
there's I think
Mm-mm.
yung mga fields na medical billing, I've seen
Mm.
medical billing, like not a lot. And then there's also medical transcription.
Mm-mm.
Yung si Miss MJ from Athena, she talks about Hello Raish. So I think Hello
Mm-mm.
Raish is a branch of Athena for medical VAs, although hindi ko alam magkano ang bigayan nila. Kasi sa Athena, ang EAs nila get 45,000 flat a month
Plus
with some
benefits.
benefits. And then sa Hello Raish, mas mataas daw ng konti, but I don't know how much. So you can
At
actually search for Miss MJ on TikTok. So MJ, tapos Athena EA, siya yung magandang source doon. Copywriting daw. Yan, Coachy, that's your field.
Nakalimutan ko na nga gawin yan. Ikaw, Christy, ilang ma-advise mo sa kanila
ang alam
related
ko
to
sa
that
health,
question?
ang alam ko
Ayun
nga
pala
yung
eh.
experience nyo yun.
$7
Pero,
for Hello Raish. $7
kailangan
an hour
ata
pala.
may medical field ka para makapag-apply sa kanila. They're required that you should have
Medical
a
background.
medical field background. Oo. Para
Okay.
makapag-apply ka as a health VA.
Oh,
Copywriting, wala
okay.
akong alam dyan. Insurance, galing ako insurance dati. Yun yung unang-una. Okay
Ako
din naman,
galing
kaya lang
akong
Pero
nakakapagod.
BPO,
possible.
STL, then PM. So when I decide na maging VA, naging EA ako. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
$7 an hour daw po sa healthcare VA sa Hello Raish. Okay, excellent. There you go. You got your answer. 2 years med or health BPO experience pag walang med background. There you go.
Nice to know. At least, yeah, may possibility na makapasok yung tanong kanina. Si Jem Gama.
Oo. Sa
For
health VA.
for mga
Healthcare VA.
Oo. Pero sa mga in general, pag galing ka ng BPO, not necessarily healthcare account. Anong siguro ma-advise mo, Christine, pag magta-transition?
Sa akin most likely pagkagaling BPO, ang ina-apply nila is appointment setter, cold calling. Ayan, most likely yun talaga yung pagkagaling ka ng BPO, yun yung mga ina-applyan nila.
Diyan ako nilagay. Kasi nga wala akong ibang alam, di ba?
Yan din ako.
Hindi ako nag-prepare, di ba?
Oo. Pero yun talaga yung
Syunga ako.
Pero kung ako lang para sa akin, comparing to insurance, I mean, appointment setting ng insurance and real estate, I would rather go to real estate. Now because super easy job siya comparing to telemarketing, but yung stable nung kind of business ng mga client, magpalit ka ng maraming client, the process is still the same. Magpalit ka ng ibang state, yung client mo, still the same. Nagbabago lang sa transaction coordinator kasi nagbabago yung mga law. Yun lang naman. Pero kung if you're cold caller or appointment setter, the process is still the same. Parang wala talaga. Ang hindi ka mahihirapan na magpalit ng client. Parang I've been a cold caller for a year. Nagpalit ako ng maraming client, pero the process is still the same. Nag-change lang ako ng company name.
Script.
But the process is still the same. At saka, the good thing kasi kapag nasa real estate ka, continuous yung client na naghahanap ng VA. Yung mga nasa telemarketing, every insurance company, iba din yung process nila. At medyo mahirap maghanap ng insurance agent na client directly, most likely is agency na yung makakausap mo dito sa Pilipinas. Unlike kung real estate VA ka or cold caller ka, makakahanap ka talaga ng direct client.
Okay, so may tanong si Bacon. Your Bacon, Christine. Kung Riva ka na
Yeah.
sa isang client, pwede ka ba mag-part-time ng same niche sa ibang VA
Yes.
agency? Well, because if you signed a contract with
Um,
Riva, okay, and is it okay with them na mag-sign ka sa iba? Okay,
it
so
really
si
depends sa
Lovely,
client.
okay. Yeah, it depends. So you actually have to
Mm-mm.
ask Riva, kailangan magpaalam ka sa kanila or what? Kasi mamaya,
Mm.
biglang yung client mo sa Riva, gawin kang full-time, tapos meron ka ng client sa labas, so conflict
Yeah.
na. So now it's a problem, right?
Mm-mm.
You
I
have to
think
talk to Riva. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think meron
also,
most of the agencies may I'm not sure kung accurate to sa lahat ng agencies. Meron silang NDA na hindi ka pwedeng mag-work outside of the agency. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Depende. It's not always the same. So we're joined by si King Tasico. He's a healthcare VA. So yeah, kompleto na. We've got digital marketing, healthcare, real estate and credit repair, and syempre si Coach Potato, who is freelance writer and virtual upper management. Hi, may part-time po kayong alam na agency. Between 11 p.m. onwards, may work kasi ako sa umaga. Hey King, so what's up? What's up?
Hello, Coach. Kilala ko po si Miss Christine and si Coach Potato, of course. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
And I'm also watching your videos po.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So give us a little bit more light into how you started with the healthcare, like being a healthcare VA, like what field did you come from? What was your life like before transitioning to a healthcare VA?
Actually, I'm not a healthcare VA, but since I've watched a lot of videos in TikTok as well as in YouTube, so I learned a lot from, different platform where you can um search or where you can find healthcare inline opportunities or healthcare VA. But technically I am a multimedia virtual assistant of my client who happened to be a coach, an entrepreneur, and a real estate investor as well.
Ah, okay. So
So
are you like a cold caller for investor leads?
no, I do designs for my
Ah, okay.
clients, like the poster, the covers, and a lot of stuff that you know
Like social media covers and things like that.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, paano mo nalaman na $7 sa Hello Rach?
I watched a VA from them, and also they have sister, what do you call this? Parang sister company.
Mhm.
Nakakalimutan ko lang kung anong ano 'yun.
pineapple stuffing, yung sister
Yeah.
Oh,
company sa Hello
hindi
Rage.
oh,
nga.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
connected to
sister
them?
company. Yeah, I
Mm.
remember
Oh.
parang
That
si Riva Assis Isa nag-interview siya ng isang medical VA, healthcare VA sa Hello Range. Si Sarah ata yung name, I forgot it. Basta
Okay.
yun, so sister company nga yun ni si Pineapple Stuffing.
May kilala ako tiga-pineapple.
Ay, talaga.
Si
Hindi pa ako
Therese.
naka-experience ng agency eh. Actually, never ako naka-experience mag-work sa agency pa kasi. Kaya, hindi ko rin alam
Ayaw
kung ano
mo.
yung meron sa kanila.
Ayaw
Hindi ko
mo.
alam. Parang, hindi ko feel. Parang mas type ko na ako lang mag-isa. Joke lang. Pero mas
Mm.
type ko talaga yung mag-isa ako. Parang mas productive ako.
Ah, okay.
Ay, wait lang. Sagot ko lang si Bacon. Lovely. Okay. Yes. Di ba na-mention ka na last time sa training na yes, you can probably get a part-time client na same niche. For example, you're doing cold calling. Yes, depends on the client if they would allow you. The second one is the time zone. If your part-time would be Pacific and your full-time would be EST at nag-end naman yung shift mo ng 4 o'clock, then ang Pacific kasi is late sila so you can get another client na part-time kung nasa Pacific yung magiging client mo. Ako ganun yung ginagawa ko. Meron akong full-time tapos yung mga nagiging part-time ko yung mga nasa ibang time zone para hindi lang sila magbabanggaan ng shift. Pero most likely naman, hindi naman din ako kumuha ng client ng sabay kasi medyo mahirap. Lalo na kung may mga engagement of calls.
Yeah, and you have to ask your first client kasi may mga VA agency na, because personally I have the experience, like the first VA agency I was with, meron silang clause sa contract nila na no moonlighting, which actually bawal
Yeah.
when you look at the Philippine Labor Code. But if you want to work with them, then they have that clause. So pag kumuha ka sa labas, para sa kanila moonlighting yun. So you really have to kilatisin mo ng maayos yung contract. Okay? Because if you want to take clients from outside and meron silang no moonlighting clause, hindi yung pwedeng sabihin sa kanila. But then, what if your part-time client sa kanila suddenly wants to go full-time? Now you have a problem, right? So
True. Ako din
yeah.
lagi kong dinidisclose sa mga client ko na meron ako ibang client para aware din sila. Most likely kapag direct client naman, they are already aware na pag freelancer ka is open naman sila na meron silang mga ibang, ibang client ka na hinahandle. Okay lang naman. So far, wala pa rin man ako naging issues sa mga ganun. Pag during the interview pa lang, dinidisclose ko na meron ako ibang part-time na client and if they are open, para sabi ko, hindi kami mag-waste ng time. So, if okay naman sa kanila at okay din sa client ko na una, tapos pinapursue ko naman.
Ikaw, Coachy, sinasabi mo ba that you're hey Kentoy, what's up? Sinasabi mo ba that you're a freelance writer with, the company you're with right now?
I don't. Kapag hindi related yung experience ko to my current company, I don't mention it. Unless they ask, can you actually write literature, copywriting? Yes, I can do it. So magugulat na lang sila na, oh, kaya mo pala yon. Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Now, how much are you willing to pay for that extra service? Kasi yun separate skill ko yun eh.
Yep.
And if you want to utilize me for that other skills other than what you're paying me right now, you have to pay extra.
Exactly. So I don't tell my client
Mhm.
at all. So my side hustles, I don't, because that I do voiceovers and nagte-training ako for podcast management because that's for me, right? So kung gusto niya gamitin yung extra skill set ko, like sabi ni Coachy, hindi yung kasama sa kontrata. Okay? So
It's
if you want me to do a voiceover for your Instagram reels and stuff, like that's the different BSF. Now we have to talk separately about, kasi extra time ko rin yun eh. Like I'm gonna take time out, diba? And like
right.
I could be devoting that to another client who could pay me more. So
So
ang
kung di
tanong
nyo
ni,
pa alam yun,
yeah,
kung di pa nila alam yun sa mga nag-freelancing na ngayon, and then halimbawa, you're working for a client para sa, let's say, EA kayo, ganun. And then, hindi kasama sa scope of daily responsibilities nyo yung pag-graphic design. And then, suddenly, si client, tinas ka, marunong ka ba mag-graphic design? Kung marunong ka, sabi mo, yes. But, of course, it's out of our scope of contract. Pero, willing ako gawin, pero, you have to ask for a separate pay for that.
yeah. So ang tanong ni Jai, certification para maging medical coder is quite expensive. Worth it po kaya yung cost ng training? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Anong company po? Um, what are you asking about? How much is the charge for podcast management? It depends. So the one that I paid for is quite expensive. May free naman sa Facebook group. Hanapin nyo yung the Value Podcast Management. Meron silang free na seminar, but then if you decide to take parang further, classes, parang may bayad na. Keep in mind, like, these guys need to make money too, right?
How much is charged for? Do you actually hire someone to do that podcast management?
We don't. Because my boss doesn't do any podcasts.
I see.
Learn from the scratch, like what I did. I did learn from scratch. Okay. I didn't apply it. What I did was master my niche. Exactly. Like, prepare. Bago kayo mag-resign, wag kayo ura-urada mag-resign, nagalit kayo sa TL nyo. I don't need your job. I'm gonna make 6 figures as a VA. Resign sa BPO. Okay? Nagalit sa TL. It's not gonna happen. So, yung ginagawa ni Kentoy, like, while you're still working there, pumapasok pa yung pera from your BPO job, maghanda kayo muna before you transition. Okay? Because it's not cheap. You have your hard skills, which is your training for whatever skill you want, whether it's AWS, WordPress development, podcast management. You have to invest in your hard skills. You have to invest in your equipment, like your desktop, then your backup laptop. Then, of course, you might need to upgrade your internet. You need a good headset. Kung maingay ang background nyo, kailangan nyo bumili ng yung app for noise cancelling. So, mahal po siya. It's a very significant investment if you decide to transition from BPO to VA. Kung meron kayong ipon na mga 50,000, mauubos yun.
Oh.
Ubus po yun. Just sa training tsaka sa hardware nyo. And you might not even have a client yet. So, while you are still at your current job, like, make plans. Actually, magplano kayo bago kayo umalis. Or else, what's gonna happen to you is what happened to me. Yun lang ang skill mo, dito ka. Sila mamimili para sa'yo, hindi ka makakapili. How much naman ang charge ko sa client ko? Kasi next year, she's planning to add podcast next year. I don't know. I haven't actually started doing podcasts, so I don't know.
Learn from scratch. First tapos hanap ka na. Ay, madagdag ko lang dyan. Kung magta-transition ka, ano naman niya, hindi naman, kumbaga, hindi naman, alam ko, nakalimutan ko yung Tagalog term, sorry. It is known among freelancers na mahirap talagang kumuha ng client at first. Now, if you're going to transition from BPO to freelancing, make sure that you have a backup money. At least meron kang savings for, to keep you afloat for 2 to 3 months. Kung ano yung expense mo for 1 month, you should have a savings equivalent to 3 months of what you're spending for a month. Bakit? Kasi kapag nag-resign ka kaagad and then nag-transition ka sa freelancing na wala kang backup, kahit pera wala kang backup, and then hindi ka kaagad nakakuha ng clientele, mahirap nga makakuha ng client ngayon, mahihirapan ka financially. Lulubog ka talaga. Kasi mag-i-invest ka sa equipment, mag-i-invest ka sa internet service mo. Kung wala ka pang internet service, kailangan mo magpakabit nun. And then, you will spend money while there is nothing coming in terms of income. So, dapat meron kang ready ka din financially kasi hindi siya basta-basta lilipat ka lang. Maraming preparations. That includes budget. Tama ba, Miss Christine?
Yes, true yan, coach. Kung hindi nyo alam, nasa BPO ako dati. Ang out ko sa BPO is 3 a.m. Pag out ko, diretso na ako ng bahay kasi magtatrabaho ko as a VA. Kasi gusto ko talaga mag-VA. Pero wala akong sapat na pera. Sabi ko, kailangan kong makapag-save before ako mag-transition. And the moment na nag-transition ako, baon kami sa utang. Super. Pero, totoo, daang libo talaga, parang 500,000 nata. Pero yun, nairaos din. At yun, totoo yung sinabi ni coach na dapat prepare din kayo financially kasi hindi yun agad-agad na pag-alis ko sa BPO is magkaka-client agad kayo. So, lalo ngayon, madami ng VA, aspiring VA, at most likely is pabidabidahan yung iba at mahirapan talaga kahit nga may experience ka na, medyo mahirap talaga, lalo ngayon.
True.
So, kailangan meron kayong, kahit paano may pera kayo pang tusto sa monthly bills at saka hindi kayo ma-frustrate kasi that tend to happen is kapag na-stress na kayo na wala kayong pang gastos, pangbayad sa bills, that tend to happen is mawawalan kayo ng gana maghanap ng client. At doon nyo na masasabi scam lang yung virtual assistant, pagiging virtual assistant or freelancing. Madami ako nakausap na gano'n, akala kasi nila pag-alis nila sa BPO, work agad. But I'm not saying kasi meron naman talagang mga virtual assistant na nasa BPO pa sila. Kagaya ko, nasa BPO pa ako. Bago ako nag-transition, may client na ako. Pero some of them talagang totally wala.
Do what she did. Do what she did.
Yeah.
Don't do what I did.
Ang hirap, sobrang mahirap talaga. Kaya kung ngayon, meron pa kayong mga stable job, huwag nyo munang iwanan.
Hanggat hindi ka pa settled na makapag-freelance.
Dapat settled, meron kayong panggastos para motivated pa rin kayo kahit maraming rejections, kahit maraming decline applications kayo ma-receive.
Kasi in the process, habang nag-a-apply ka, nag-resign ka, tapos naghahanap ka naghahanap ka ng clients, and then hindi ka prepared. Alam mo, mawawala yung focus mo dun sa paghahanap ng client kasi you're thinking of your personal circumstances na kung paano to, wala kang pambayad next month.
True.
So, ang dami mong kailangang isipin muna bago ka makafocus dun sa paghanap ng client. And that that takes your focus away doon sa goal mo talaga na magka-client. And ang ending kasi na may na-encounter ako na hindi sila sobrang prepared. Ang ending noon, bumalik pa rin sila sa dati nilang work.
Yes.
Or nag-apply na lang ulit. Bumalik sa corporate.
Agree ako dyan, coach. Totoo yan.
You don't want to do that.
So, pakinggan yung sinasabi si coach. Totoo yun.
Yung boy ko sa call center before is like, I had to travel 2 to 3 hours one way just to get to the call center.
Layo, no?
And then, BGC yun, friend. Tandang sora ako, isipin mo ha. Tapos, so nasa work ka ng mga 8 to 10 hours. Nung nasa fraud accounting ako, umabot kami ng, kasi may OTY yun eh. So yung mga adjustments, end of day adjustments, talagang magtatagal ka ng mga 8 to 10 hours. Sometimes I would sleep at work, right? And then, or let's say you finish your work, 8 hours, sumakto ka. Now you have to travel 2 to 3 hours back home. Okay? Kakain ka, you fall asleep, like sleep of the dead for maybe 4 to 5 hours. Then you wake up to do it all over again.
Yeah.
Ano pa yung mga huddle, coach? Sa sa BPO may mga huddle pa. 8 hours yung shift, tapos 1 hour yung huddle with the team. Yun talaga. Inaawit ka ng 13 hours sa office kasi nga ang dami-dami pang mga ginagawa. Kaya ayoko na talagang bumalik ng BPO.
Tapos may OT ka pa pre and post shift, tig 1 hour.
Na
True.
hindi bayad.
Na hindi bayad. Take note ha, hindi bayad.
Whereas,
Di ba
buhay
yan?
mo dito as a VA, like for example me, okay, my shift is at 11:30 p.m. Philippine time. I will tumble out of bed at 11:25. Okay.
Di ba?
Tumble out of bed 11:25, do your shift, and there's a lot of days that I'm working like 10 hours minsan. So after that, you can like do what you want. You usually I have to make lunch or alagaan ko yung mga aso, mga ganyan-ganyan. At my worst, on my worst days, because my boss, hindi siya palagi nandyan, right? He's a little bit of an of an absentee client. So medyo nagta-travel siya. On my worst days, I was working like 16 hours a day, right?
Ah,
So yeah, and then like after even kahit end of shift muna, like it's not really the end of your shift, right? You still need to be checking emails, you still need to be, those yung mga messages ng mga VAs, they come in like 24/7. So, right? So, and then, you fall asleep, sleep of the dead for like 4 hours, and then tumble out of bed at 11:25 to do it all over again. Yun lang, hindi ka nagta-travel. But, you know, if you're thinking that, oh, my life will be a lot more relaxed if I'm moving from BPO to VA, no. You have a tendency to work more. Kasi nga, nasa utak mo na, nasa bahay lang naman ako eh, ganyan, ganyan. So, you're watching, let's say, House of the Dragon, and you're thinking, I think I'll just check my email. And before you know it, you've been checking your email for 2 hours. So you gotta be, diba? You gotta be really careful. Your mentality before you switch into being a VA. If you have a mentality of thinking, oh, when I become a VA, I'll have a lot more free time, blah blah blah. It's not necessarily the case. Not necessarily the case. True yung dapat 1 hour before na mag-ready ka ng tools mo. Free lang. Yeah. And like one of the top 5 things that drives clients crazy, yung mga VAs na ayaw mag-Zoom call. And you guys are right. Like there's a trend right now, kahit sa mga VAs namin, na parang ayaw nila mag-Zoom call sa client.
true.
And
Takot na takot sila.
I don't understand why. Alam mo, do you know how busy the clients are? They're like super busy. So if they're willing to give you time in their day, like 15 minutes at the start of their day, fucking take it. Take it. Okay? Kasi that's your only chance na mahuli mo si client. Tapos sabi mo, yesterday I made like 400 calls. These are my top objections. So I don't know how you want me to handle these. Diba?
Yeah.
Or kung EA ka, yesterday there was an email that came in that actually you didn't answer, and I was after you like 3 times yesterday. What are we gonna tell this client? That's your chance na hulihin si client. Kasi nasa harapan mo na eh. Like wala na siyang takas, kailangan kanya sagutin. So I don't know why VAs do not want to talk to their clients on Zoom. So that's one of the top 5 things that drives clients crazy. If the client is asking you to hop into a Zoom call, kung hindi ka pa nakakaligo, hindi ka pa nakaka-shampoo, like put a cap on. Okay, if you're having a bad hair day or you've got bedhead, okay, mag-cap ka na lang. Okay, mag-cap ka na lang, mag-t-shirt ka, and humarap ka sa client.
True,
That's
true.
it.
Tsaka maganda rin
Minsan
yun,
naisip ko, bakit?
makipag meeting ka kasi makapag-build ka ng good relationship sa client. At
Exactly.
tend to happen is mag-work kayo together for, a long time period. Yung client ko ngayon, I'm working with him na 3 years since nag-start ako sa freelancing. Yun lang, pero talagang gusto ko ako yung nagayaya ng weekly meeting kasi kung meron akong dapat i-improve, at least malalaman ko kung saan ako may nahihirapan, may help niya ako. Kasi hindi naman ako, Native American, kaya hindi ko alam kung ano ba yung mga ibang culture na pang malalaliman. So, at least yung client, madidiscuss nila yon sa iyo as a virtual assistant, di ba?
So, ang tanong,
Pero,
what are the top niches ngayon? Well, if you're willing to do like outbound calling, that never gets old. There'll always be somebody who's willing to hire somebody who's a good cold caller. Kung ayaw mo naman mag-calls, you feel like, ay, ang tagal ko na nagko-call sa BPO, 3 years na, ayaw mo na mag-calls. Okay? For me, what's really hot right now, anything to do with TikTok. TikTok ads, TikTok video editor, TikTok content creator, anything to do with TikTok is super hot. And marketing automation, of course, specialization with a particular tool like a CRM, like Salesforce, or if you're certified for anything to do with website building like WordPress, Webflow, AWS, anything like that. Hindi ka mawawala ng trabaho. Unless sobrang kupal.
I love Zoom meeting. That's your time to shine. Totoo. Ba't ayaw humarap sa client sa Zoom meeting, no? It's your chance na na mapansin ka ng client.
True yan.
Yung client ko nga, ayaw na nakaka-zoom call ako. Puro singilan yun eh. Bakit yung gano'n? Wala pa yung final ng ganito. I thought we were gonna have a meeting about this. Okay. Kaya sa Zoom call, yung client ko parang siyang bagyo. He's like in and out. That's it.
Natakot masingil. Sabi na makipag-usap sa mga clients, madami kang tutunan. It's true, yes. Ano ba usually reason nila ba't ayaw nila makipag-usap sa client?
Ayaw pagalitan. Normally yun.
Oo,
Ayaw
yan.
nilang
May ginawang
pag
may ginawang
madalas na
kabalastugan.
papansin ko, yung mga nagpipetics yun, baka iniisip agad nila na, ay, alam na ng client yung ginagawa ko. Feeling ko lang naman yun, na ayaw nilang humarap sa client kasi baka sabihin ng client na napansin ko yung ganito mo, yung ganyan mo, yung mga ganun. Madalas ganun. Kapag bobo, grabe na rin.
Pero syempre, 'di ba? If you know na you've done something wrong, and mas na-appreciate ng clients yung sincerity mo na mag-apologize.
Yeah,
And then
you be first.
I'll do my best to do better next time, and this is going to be my plan. So, in the future, ma-avoid ko yung ganitong mistake. I'll try to get better in this area so that hindi ko na miss yung mga ganitong bagay. They would appreciate it more than nagtatago ka sa saya ng Zoom just so hindi ka mapagalitan. It actually insinuates your lack of ownership, your lack of
Yep.
responsibility.
Accountability. You have no
Yeah.
accountability. And if you want
So,
to be making 6 figures, like, what do you think your accountability looks like? What does a 6-figure, 7-figure accountability look like?
Yeah.
Yung nagtatago sa Zoom, you're not gonna make 6 figures like hiding from Zoom calls. Correct. Virtual na nga lang, ayaw pa. Exactly. Hindi ka naman maaamoy ng client. Like, matagal na ang 20 minutes with the client. So just put a cap on and do the Zoom call. Right?
Yes.
Whether travel ops is a VA. Depends.
Ano daw? Are there travel
Travel opportunities is a VA. Depends. Depends sa
It
client.
depends. Kasi
Kung
meron
may
akong
budget si
friend.
client.
Yung travel opportunities, depende. Ano bang purpose? Yung travel there for leisure or travel for training? Kasi yun, na, kwento ko na yata to before. I have a friend na headhunter siya for Australia. And then, may mga several clients siya for construction businesses. And then, nagpahanap siya sa akin ng dalawang VA. One would be a writer for company documentations, training materials. The other one is, ano lang, timekeeping lang. As in, timekeeping and then, um, payroll, yun lang yung gagawin. So, for inputs lang. Both of them actually were given an opportunity to go to Australia, all expense paid by the client, just to be trained for a week. So, kung ganun yung hinahanap mo, possible, yes. Pero depende sa client yon.
Yeah, if they have
Kasi
the
yung
budget.
sa friend ko yung client, ganun talaga yung ano nila, yung mga companies na nakukuha nila. Talagang kailangan kang pumunta sa Australia to get the training. Or kung wala kang passport, they will be the one to come here and train you here over in the Philippines. Pero possible, if that's what you're asking, that's possible.
Yeah, so my youngest sister, she's been a freelancer like for a long time. And yung isang client niya ngayon, incidentally, sa Australia din. So pabalik-balik na siya for training. Yung once parang umabot siya ng 1 month, sinabayan niya ng holiday, parang ganun. And that was funded by the client. So I know that she has training again this month. I'm just not sure when. Pero pabalik-balik na talaga siya for a training. Yeah. But if you're asking like, will the client pay for me to become a U.S. citizen? The answer to that is no. Any difference po ng Australian versus U.S. client? If you were to ask me, would I prefer a U.S. client or Australian? I would say the American client.
Bakit
Although
po?
I
Bakit
don't know,
po?
kay, I
Why?
don't know,
Yun din ang question ko, bakit?
Why?
because Australians, they take things literally, like very literal. If you tell an Australian, no, it's not, well, may racist din naman ng mga Amerikano eh.
Oo.
Like wherever you go, right? But yung mga Australian kasi masyadong literal. So if I'm on the phone and I tell the Australian, can I put you on hold for 1 minute? And they'll say, okay. So it should be 1 minute. Hindi ka pwede, hindi parang sa call center na, can I just put you on hold for a minute and then you take 10 minutes. Okay? That's okay for an American. Like they're kind of used to that. Like they're not going to be happy with it, but they're kind of used to that. But an Australian, if you get back to him after 10 minutes and you told him 1 minute, you are not gonna hear the end of it. They're gonna be like, I thought you only said 1 minute. Why would you put me on hold for 10 minutes when you said you were only gonna take 1 minute? Blah, 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 blah. Masyadong literal ang mga Australian. Okay? And masasakit sila magsalita. So, if you were to ask me, and like Australians are every bit as demanding as American clients. Every bit. Okay? Tapos mas literal sila. So given the choice between an Australian and an American, I would take the American. Even if Australians are like day shift, I don't care. I don't know, that's just my experience.
Miss Christy, naka-encounter ka na ba ng Australian client?
Wala, pero yung misis ay asawa nung hipag ko, Australian. Hindi lang talaga kami close.
Yan
Siguro,
yung pagkwentuhan
feeling ko din
din.
ganon. Iba sila, straightforward, na, parang nasobrahan sa pagiging straightforward.
I find Aussie
Iba,
clients
hindi ko
more
talaga,
generous.
Yeah, if you meet their expectations, they can be, but then so can American clients. I think it's just an individual thing. It's not in general. Kasi marami na rin akong na-meet na mga kupal na mga Australian. As in kupal. But I've met a lot of like really nice Australian clients. It's like it's more an individual thing. I don't think it's a general. You can generalize na ay mas okay yung mga ay mas okay yung mga ganyan ganyan. Like I think it's just an individual thing.
Yeah,
Is it
depends on your
okay to apply for a
experience of the
job
client.
looking for an experienced VA sa tool through nag-self-study ka lang? So that goes back to the videos I've been doing recently of fake it till you make it. I don't believe in that, okay? I believe you fake it because you're fake. So
True.
if you're going to apply for a job where the client actually says on the job ad, looking for an experienced VA, hindi ikaw experienced VA, nag-self-study ka lang, training ka lang, tapos nag-apply ka and you're presenting yourself as an experienced VA, you're the perfect example of you're faking it because you're fake. Okay? If gusto ni client is experienced VA and you are not an experienced VA because your training does not make you experienced, do not apply. Kasi
Yeah.
mapapahiya ka sa interview. Yung client interview ko kanina, the client was so direct, like so direct and so intelligent, super intelligent. Ayaw mo mapahiya. And talagang yung VA candidate in interview, I don't know what happened to him, right? I mean, we all kind of change when we're being monitored. So there's our natural state and then there's our monitored state. And then na-mention niya sa client na nag-grappling siya. So he does like jujitsu and shit like that. Ginamit ng client yon. Sabi niya, so you do grappling, right? Sabi niya, you realize that we are grappling right now. That's what the client said. So the client is like, it's like the client is already alluding to something that you know, which is jujitsu, and still you don't get it. Diba? If you're
Ilagay na lang
grappling with
sa
a client right now, it means that there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser, and guess what? You're losing. See? So, and talagang diniretso ni client, he's like, I don't think you're really a fit for this role right now. See? So, there are really clients out there na talagang dediretsuhin ka. So, if you're not a fit for the role, if you're not may hinahanap siya na experience and you don't have it, don't apply. Do not apply. Don't fake it. Okay? Don't be a faker. Look for those roles first where puede ka, where they're willing to accept somebody who's a newbie. I mean, probably they're not going to pay you $15 an hour. Sorry ka na lang. But you have to start at the bottom. You have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
So the answer to that for me is no. Like I wouldn't apply for an experienced VA job if you're not an experienced VA.
In a way, mas na-appreciate mo yung work mo when you started from the bottom. And then you work your way up. Kasi mas alam mo uh, kung saan ka nagsimula, and there are certain client uh, opportunities na nakakausap mo sila to talk about pain points about their business. And then you happen to have encountered the same situation when you were still working as a general VA or any position for that matter na medyo nasa entry level. And as you move your way up from entry level VA into more experienced VA, you tend to encounter situations and client issues, pain points na hindi mo mas na-appreciate mo siya kasi madadala mo siya kapag nandun ka na sa experience level, and then nakausap mo yung client mo and na-explain nila sa iyo kung ano yung problema ng business, and since you have encountered all of that from the way you started, mas mabibigyan mo sila ng magandang solution if you have that length of experience na mai-offer mo sa client na okay naman yon na nag-aral ka ng ganitong course or certified ka ng ganitong skills, but it's all theoretical. Lahat ng natutunan mo, it's all theoretical. What you're lacking is the practical side of it. So, yung practical side, which makukuha mo lang siya sa experience. And sometimes there are um, circumstances doon sa work mo na hindi lang theoretical knowledge yung kailangan mo. Kailangan meron ka ding practical knowledge na encounter mo mo na siya before, na resolve mo na siya before. It makes it a lot easier for you to tackle those challenges kapag dadaanan mo na siya dati because you know your way around it. Unlike theoretical lang yung, hindi naman natin minamaliit kung theoretical yung knowledge mo. Pero if you're relying only on the knowledge na natutunan mo from training or somewhere else, mahihirapan ka na um, suungin. I don't know how the term goes, pero yung mahirapan kang sumaba doon sa mga problema ni client na sa tingin niya para lang doon sa mga experience individual. Kasi hindi tayo pare-pareho ng hindi tayo pare-pareho ng encounter with our clients, hindi rin tayo pare-pareho ng work situation, pero the fact that you were able to encounter all of those circumstances from way back na nag-start ka pa lang, nag-build ka ng experience, and at your level right now, you can be called an expert, or you already have a certain level of expertise to present to the client, then it it actually gives you a level of reputation na kahit sinong client ang kausapin mo, kahit sinong client yung applyan mo, they wouldn't say no to you because um, you know what you're talking about. And it's different from knowing the concept and knowing it from experience. Yun lang for me.
So, so I place VAs with clients, right? And ganito sumagot ang VA na trained or nag-self-study lang. Tanong ni client, so have you done automations and workflows yet? Sagot ni VA na trained self-study. Well, in my training, we covered automations and workflows, and of course, there's support inside the VA agency. I can consult the SME if possible, if it's needed. Yan ang sagot ng trained self-study. Ito ang sagot ng tao na may experience na, let's say, 3 weeks to 4 weeks experience. Tanong ni client, have you handled automations and workflows? Sagot ni VA, with experience, couple of weeks. I actually did a landing page last week for a chemical company. It was a little difficult because I had to zap a calculator that, had to calculate, the volume of, there was some liquid chemical that, if it's being ordered, but I was able to zap that using Zapier. And yes, it finally worked in the end. And then I also did a workflow connected to that landing page so that clients who actually didn't complete the calculation, like they would be followed up with like a combination SMS, email, plus automated call. And that would be in a space of like a week. Do you see the difference? Kung paano sumagot ang may training lang and no experience, and somebody who actually has experience. That's the difference.
Yung tipong pag interview ka ni client, yung Yung kahit saan pasikot-sikot niya itanong sa'yo yung, halimbawa, yung problem, kahit anong pasikot-sikot niya,
Mm.
kaya mong sagutin in in all directions, in all manners of approach. And then you are able to present a solution. That means you know what you're talking about. Unlike nagbibigay ka lang ng general procedures, general process kung paano gawin yon. It has to be specific, di ba? Kapag nag explain ka ng um, 1 plus 1, how did you arrive to 2? You have to explain the process, um, the concept involved. Pero kapag kulang ka ng ang experience, kaya mo siyang sagutin. 1 plus 1 equals 2. But how did you arrive to that answer? Yun yung difference nung may experience sa wala.
So I think there was a
Yes,
question
yes.
earlier, can she declare parang internship? So it really depends kasi may mga VA courses nakikita ko that they say, sige, pag nagbayad ka, um, after your course, once you graduate, then you can actually work for the academy in an internship na mga 2 weeks or 4 weeks na blah blah. Um, it depends because if they give you like experience tapos parang mga kung ano-ano lang ginagawa mo, and then you apply for a really detailed job, it's maybe not enough. If pinagawa sa'yo is parang, sige, mag-lead prospecting ka, maghanap ka ng mga potential clients namin or estudyante namin in Facebook group, mga ganyan-ganyan. So yun yung pinaka-experience mo is just manual lead prospecting. What are you qualified for? You're qualified to apply for a job for manual lead prospecting. You're not qualified as an SMM. Not yet. Okay. If given a chance, would you guys choose to go back and thrive in the corporate world? Absolutely not. Yeah, go lang, coach. Ikaw, Christine, would you go back to the corporate world and no to corporate job na os? Why po? First of all, traveling. You know how horrendous traffic is now, right? So I would never want to go back to that. If the company is willing to pay for a helicopter, which they won't, okay, I still wouldn't. Okay, I still wouldn't. Like, I love my side hustles. The team that I have right now, that I'm working with right now, I'm very emotionally invested in them. I've built the internal culture to be something that was better than where I came from. And yeah, I would never, never, ever, ever go back. I mean, you're virtually, you can actually climb up the ladder, right? So see Coach Potato, he's climbed that ladder. He's OM, right? I've been in I've been in the VA industry for 10 and a half years. I'm operations director. I wouldn't. I love your work. I'm playing hooky today. Okay. Ginamit ko yung VL ko. Kasi may side hustle ako. And there's just a lot more you can do. If they triple my salary now, baka pwede. Yeah, no. No, I wouldn't go back to real life. No. Can you join? Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Naka-meeting ata yung dalawa. So tell us a
Hello.
little bit about your specialty, April.
Oh, what to speaking in English? What
What?
Tagalog
What?
nila ko? Oh my God. Pero alam mo, Ma'am, lagi ko napapanood yung mga TikTok mo. Sobrang inspiring and natutuwa
Oh,
ako
okay,
kasi
great.
kasi hindi ako ganun kagaling sa English, totoo lang. Naggaling ako sa Chinese company before 2017. So,
Chinese company.
Chinese company. Tapos, nag-start ako mag-freelance nitong 2020 kasi nag-start ako sa isang
Medyo ano, yung audio mo parang ano, parang nasa vacuum.
okay, sorry.
Is it, can you make your volume just a little bit louder?
Now, do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, that's better. That's a lot
Okay,
better.
so
What's your specialty? Like what do you do as a VA or what do you do as a freelancer? Parang robot friend. Para
the
siyang
other
ano.
one is podcast. If you hear that now in
Ah,
the
okay.
US, yeah, in the US it
Are
was
you a podcast editor or like a producer?
I'm a VA. I'm VA, but I'm starting to editing some voice, some editing.
Shandy.
Maybe no,
Do you do like show notes?
yeah, yeah. I love the show notes and also creating some audiograms.
Okay. What
Yeah,
else?
and then because we are already down to creating some show notes because we have a time for creating that.
Medyo naga yung audio mo parang ano, parang nag-shift siya. Parang nagiging nasa loob ng lata and then nagiging clear tapos nagiging nasa loob ng
I think
lata tapos nagki-clear.
I because I listen to Shopify right now. I don't have my phone and I can use headphones.
Okay.
No,
Hindi
do
ko
you hear me?
naintindihan. Sorry. Like hindi ko naintindihan lahat ng
Oh,
sinasabi mo.
sorry about
Yeah,
that.
because it kind of the audio quality shifts like a lot. I don't know.
Ngayon, okay na?
It's better now.
Okay, sorry about that. Ngayon po, for almost 2 years na ngayon, may nag-stuck ako ngayon sa 1 year na client ko. Meron ako nag-stay na 1 year na isang client and meron akong isang client na nagbigay ng PC sa'kin. Client ko pa rin siya hanggang ngayon pero part-time lang. Kaya meron akong 2 client and 1 part-time.
Is that mostly like the podcast stuff that you do with the client?
Yeah, the podcast is full-time and the other one is more about like full-time also, but I work for almost 2 to 3 hours a day. Depende kasi talaga yan sa mga client eh.
Yeah, especially for like freelancer clients, they don't.
Ah, pero
Yeah, it's
natutunan ko lang po talaga dito, huwag ka maghanap ng client o toxic. Sobra.
anong classification mo ng toxic na client?
Meron po kasi akong na-experience, almost 8 months ako sa kanya. Nag-tease ako kasi nga, buntis ako, tapos 1 to 2 hours ko lang na naman natatapos yung trabaho ko sa kanya, 10K monthly. Hindi ko nakita yung work ko. Never ko nakita yung work ko sa kanya kasi nga sabi ko sayang naman 10,000 din monthly, ganyan. Tapos hanggang sa napansin ko na lang, alam mo yung parang sinisigawan ka na lang, minumura ka na lang, gano'n.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good talaga. Tapos nangyari, nung May talaga, sumuko na ako sa kanya. Hanggang nakilala ko yung sa podcast na client ko. Weekly ako sumasahod sa kanya. 1 to 2 hours lang talaga ako nag-work. Sabi ko, ganito pala yung maganda kapag nakita mo yung work mo sa isang client na parang ang sarap. Ganun. Pero
Yeah,
natutuwa po
that's not
talaga ako
good.
sa mga videos mo kasi
Go
mas
lang, Christine.
wala akong confidence sa sarili ko if mayroon akong mga interview, wala talaga. Pero simula nung nanood ako ng mga ano mo, grabe. Nag-iba talaga na may ano
That's
na ako
good.
sa sarili ko.
At least
Pero,
nakakatulong sa'yo.
siguro
Thank you,
pag
Shandy.
mga, yes,
At least nakakatulong sa'yo, di ba?
yes, opo. Alam ko marami ka naman na talaga natutulungan. Siguro nahihiya lang sila mag-comment. Pero grabe talaga. Nakaka Grabe yung tulong na nagbibigay mo sa mga viewers mo, even though they don't comment, no? Siguro nahihiya lang, pero grabe na-appreciate kita. Ang daming mga freelancer ngayon na nag-post through TikTok. Nakaka Sobrang tulong niya sa mga Pinoy sa'tin, lalo na ngayon, lalo na mga working mom. Ako po, kakapanganak ko lang din naman. Siguro after for 2 to 3 months pa bago ako ulit magdagdag ng client. May mga nagme-message sa akin, pero
Oh,
hindi
at
ko pa
least, di ba?
talaga
In
kayang
demand.
mag-handle kasi.
Oh,
Binigay
at
ko na
least
nga po
iba
sa
in
mga
demand.
binigay ko na nga sa kapatid ko yung ibang client ko kasi hindi ko na talaga kaya. Yung partner ko, meron din siyang client. Kasi
Yung
nalagaan ko
partner mo may client, so, work from home din siya.
dun yun, same kami, dun sa doktor na hawak ko.
Ah.
Kaya tumutulong siya sa amin. Grabe, iba talagang freelance. Hindi katulad sa corporate job na toxic na, kailangan may mga sip-sip pa, gano'n.
Ay, oo, sinabi mo pa.
Talaga, diba? If you know, na-experience ko yan before.
Galing ka rin ba ng BPO?
Hindi po. Sa Chinese company talaga ako nag-stop after ng
Anong anong product nila?
sa Chinese company po, ang hawak ko is more on banking,
Ah,
nagta-transact ng yung mga nananalig sa casino, ganun.
okay.
If you know about casino on,
Yeah, or you like ano 'yun, yung accounting sa casino?
yes po, more on ganun, pero bumitaw kasi ako nung time na nanganak, nabuntis talaga ako, bumitaw ako.
Mm.
Bumalik ako ng 2019. Tapos 3 months lang hindi ko po kinaya na wala sa tabi ng anak ko. Nag-racket ako, if you know, dating app. Nag-racket ako ng
Oo.
dating app. Naging
Paanong racket sa
nagpapasa
dating app? What does that mean?
nagpapasa ano po, ako yung, gumawa ako ng agency, nagpapasahod ako, gano'n. Time na ng 2021 nakaipon ako pang laptop, kaso
Okay.
mo nag-ipon pa rin yung pan-laptop ko dahil sa nangungupahan ako before. Ngayon yung kapatid ko nagpahiram ng laptop, sabi ko, "Try ko nga i-freelance." Kasi parang ang ganda nung pinagkitaan nila, gano'n. Parang naano po ako, hindi ko alam na totoo pala gano'n kumita. After 3 days na nag-apply ako sa freelancer.com, if you know, freelancer.com, yung
Oh,
pinakaunang pina-applyan,
freelancer.com, mga
yeah, yun yung unang
listeners.
pinaka-applyan na naka-experience po talaga ako ng mga, yung mag-scan ka daw, PDF, gano'n.
Scam ka?
Ay, hindi naman po ako naglabas ng pera, pero
Kinuha yung
yung
ID
mga
mo?
hindi ako na gano'n, hindi naman ako na gano'n. Meron kasi
Okay.
talagang gano'n. Pero netong lang, naranasan ko po nag-type ako, pinag-edit ako ng mga words sa libro, binigyan niya ako ng libro, kailangan siyang ayusin. So, binigay sa'kin. Ako naman si tanga, naniwala.
Hindi ka binayaran.
Hindi ako binayaran.
Oh,
Ang
that's
sakit sa
bad.
bank. Buntis pa po ako nun, Buntis ako nun. Talagang,
That is
nandun ako sa
very bad.
pagtsatsaga talaga sa lahat ng racket. Ay, wag po kayong aalis ng corporate job nyo hanggang hindi kayo nakakahanap ng client. Hindi, ako
Yeah.
po talaga, pag may nagtatanong sa akin, kung prefer daw po talaga yung freelancer, hindi ako nagpo-push mag-freelancer ka nang wala kang idea kung anong meron sa
Yeah.
freelancer at lalong hindi ka matyaga.
Tsaka yung ibang, like, I respect the people who are like, giving courses and stuff like that. What they don't tell you is maghanda kayo bago kayo mag-transition. Wag kayo yung
True.
mag-resign and then do the training. That doesn't make any freaking sense. Kasi kahit mag-training kayo, there's no guarantee that you'll get work or you'll get a client. So, kailangan nyo talaga magpuyat. Kung yung training nila is like 6 p.m., okay, tapos yun yung tulugan nyo, then you have to sacrifice. Like, do the training for 3 days, but don't leave your job just for the training. Don't do that. maghanda muna kayo ng, because you have to have your hard skills, that's your training. You have to have your soft skills and you have to have your hardware. So like, for example, yung mga laptop, yung kung hindi pa kayo handa, if you don't know what kind of headset that you're gonna get yet, 'di ba? Kasi tulad ng pag mag-appointment setter kayo, that's a specific kind of headset. If you're gonna do podcast management, you need a studio headset. So,
Yes.
kailangan maghanda kayo muna bago kayo mag-resign. Okay? Mag-resign lang kayo pag sure ball may client na or nakasign na kayo ng kontrata sa VA agency, for example.
Tsaka additional dun, coachy, before sila din mag-freelancing, aside from the equipment, aside from the financial, i-prepare din nila yung sarili nila. Kasi, like me, naka-experience ako ng anxiety and depression kasi mag-isa lang ako. So, kailangan prepared din yung sarili ninyo na wala kasi madalas kung direct client kayo, wala kayong supervisor, there's no manager na mag-a-assess sa inyo, kagaya nung magkaroon kayo ng client na magme-message kayo Monday, magre-response ng Wednesday. So, yung mga ganung bagay is you have to prepare yourself. Kahit sa mga trainee ko, sinasabi ko sa kanila, guys, you have to prepare yourself first. Yung mind niyo kailangan prepared din.
Yeah. And even for the interviews and the discovery calls with your potential clients, like I think I did a video on that. Na for the interview, yung iba ginagawang loto. Okay? They're like, apply ng apply ng apply, VA agency, apply dito, apply dyan. Gagawin yung loto. Hindi nyo alam, there is a cost to you. Okay? Sisingilin kayo niyan for every rejection. If this VA agency says no, then this one says no, then this one says no, then this one says no. You think walang singilan dyan sa ano, masakit yan. It's hard.
Oh.
And if let's say, and I remember my very first client, after 1.5 years, tinapos nila yung kontrata nila. Masakit yun when you get canceled by your first client. Like you doubt yourself. You're thinking, I did good work for this client. I set up to like 10 appointments a day for this client. And now they're canceling me. Like, is it something that I did? Like, what's wrong with me? Mga ganon. Masakit po siya. Kailangan ihanda nyo rin yung sarili ninyo. Kasi yung kung gagawin yung loto na mag-apply and just wait for the first one to accept you, that's not gonna happen. Lalo na sa ngayong environment, sa dami ng gusto maging VA. When pandemic hit, there were like 15 million Filipinos who were like, oh, I have a brilliant idea. I'll be a VA. I'll be a freelancer. Hindi lang kayo may ganong idea. Okay, so ngayon, sobra-sobra yung supply. Tapos yung mga trabaho is konti. Right? Especially ngayon, recession in the US. So you guys have to not just prepare like, like April said, na yung gamit nyo, yung internet, pati yung sarili nyo. Okay? Yung iba parang nahihikayat na, oh, pag nag-resign ako, tapos nag-freelancer ako, magsi 6 figures ako. You don't do that in a year. You don't even do that in 2 years. Maybe you do it in 5 years. Maybe at that time, you are ready to be the 6-figure person or the 7-figure person, but coming straight out of like a BPO career, and then kikita ka agad ng 6 figures, that might happen to some people, but like for the majority, hindi po. So, kailangan ihanda nyo rin yung sarili nyo. Like April said, in addition to ihanda nyo yung magte-training kayo, and then you have to upgrade your internet, you have to buy your laptop, your backup laptop, and your headset, and make sure you have a working smartphone, blah, blah, blah. In addition to that, kailangan may nakatabi kayong pera. Kasi yung mga bills nyo, hindi po titigil yan. Hindi nyo pwede sabihin sa Meralco na, sandali nagte-training ako para maging freelancer Makakuha ako ng client in 2 months siguro. They don't care. So, kailangan may nakatabi talaga kayo na pera. 50,000 is not enough. 100,000 is not enough.
Okay, maybe if may
At least 3
nakatabi
months
kayong
worth.
mga 250, 300,000, maybe. But if you're renting at the same time and you're paying all your bills yourself, like, I don't know, it's hard to say. If
Wag
hired
na nga
under
nila
ng
akong
agency,
Ideally,
paglaban.
at least ano,
ano na?
oo, at least ano, 3 months worth. Kung magkano yung expenses mo isa-isang buwan,
Yeah.
it i-triple mo yon. Dapat meron kang ganun kalaking savings. Triple.
Yeah.
Para
If,
secured ka for at least a month.
so, tanong ni Thrifts Baguio, if hired under ng agency po before going freelance po, well, it depends. Like I said, kung gagawin yung loto, yung mga VA agency, it kind of doesn't work that way either. Yung iba, alam ko, nakikita ko sa Facebook group ng Athena, 7 times nag-apply sa Athena bago natanggap. Diba? Tiyaga. Masakit. Masaklap.
Igati.
Naganap ako ng client with 50,000 na bankrupt ako, saktong nagka-client ako, pero di talaga advisable. Yeah. Prepare yourself. Prepare at least 6 months in advance. Okay? Don't do what I did and be like, oh, I'll just apply out of the blue.
Ma'am,
Diba? And that was 10 years ago.
meron kang ako na-experience na kaibigan ko siya, kailangan mo, nagtanong siya sa'kin kung madali yung freelance. Sabi ko naman talaga hindi. Then, gusto niya agad na ako yung gagawa ng account niya sa virtual staff, onlinejobs.ph. Tapos ako na rin daw yung pumasok sa interview. Inaway ako, hindi na ako inausap.
I don't entertain people like that.
Yeah, they're not they're not meant to be freelancers or VAs. Yung mga ganon.
Close friend. He's very my close friend. But when I heard about about my job, nagulat ako na sinabi niya, ikaw na gumawa ng account ko, ikaw na, naghirap din ako, nagpuyat din ako. Parang ganun yung nasa isip ko.
Correct.
Kasi nung ako yung humihingi ng tulong, ayaw akong hindi ko naman sinusunod, pero nung ako yung humihingi ng tulong, wala talaga, para akong invisible. At di naman ko sa pagiging madamot, pero ano ko lang na, ba't ako yung humingi ng tulong? Ba't ayaw niyo akong pansinin? Ganun. Pero hindi naman po ako nadamot sa mga learning, nagtuturo talaga ako, lalo na sa mga kaibigan ko. Doon lang sa mga taong, ayaw nyo naman na gahaman, ganun. Sa kanila lang, parang gusto na lang po nila tumanggap, ganun.
Ibang
Tanggap
tawag doon. Tawag doon is entitled.
The fact na hindi nila kaya mag-exert ng effort, kahit
They're not
mag-create
meant to
lang ng
be.
account,
No.
hindi sila ano,
Hindi sila destined for this type of career.
Gumawa
Sorry
pa
na
po ako
lang.
ng mga about sa VA, about yung mga kailangan mo steps, yung mga kailangan mo gawin,
Nagsayang ka
gano'n.
pa ng oras,
Kailangan pa
friend.
ng oil.
Yeah.
Inaway ko.
They're not destined to. Kasi isipin mo ikaw naghanda para sa kanya, but she wants the work. Yung mangyayari, yun nangyari kay Christine. 'Di ba? Yun nangyari sa training ni Christine. Because who's gonna do the work? It's supposed to be them. So they should actually be doing the work from the beginning, from the get-go. So if they're not willing to do the work from the get-go, they want you to do that work at the beginning. Ano yung reassurance mo that they're actually gonna do the work themselves? Wala. There's no such thing as free money.
may nakakatawa pa nga story dyan minsan na may kakilala ka na hindi 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 siya aware tungkol sa freelancing and he sees it in a different light. Parang feeling niya it's networking, tas mag-recruit ganyan, tas kailangan mo magbenta ng
Wait
ganito,
lang, balik ako.
ganyan. So that's how he visions yung freelancing. And then etong tao na to, parang minamock niya yung current situation ko na, actually this happened before, yung situation ko na nasa bahay lang ako and he was wondering, paano ka kumikita, nasa bahay ka lang, ganito, ganyan. Tapos, anong ginagawa mo? So, ang daming tanong, ganito, ganyan. Sabi niya, trabaho ba talaga yan? Tapos, nung hindi ko pa ina-explain yung tungkol dun sa trabaho ko, they look at me like, big trabaho ba talaga yun? Naghapon lang nasa computer, sayang
Yeah.
yung panahon kung nag-a-apply na yan sa labas, ganyan-ganyan. So, they don't know anything about freelancing. So, I understand na talagang ganun yung magiging perception nila tungkol sa freelancing. But then, when they realize that I'm earning this much and nasa bahay lang ako, bigla sila nagkaroon ng interest like, uy, nasa bahay ka lang, ganyan ang kinikita mo. And ang motivation nila to ask you for details is actually about the money. They're asking you because pwede ka palang kumita ng nasa bahay ka lang. But at the back of their mind, what they're thinking is magko-computer ka lang, nakaupo ka lang maghapon, and then may pera ka. What they didn't know is that you're actually doing a real job. You have a real job. You're doing real work. You're doing something. And sa kanila, hindi pa nila nare-realize yun. But then, when I told them, gusto mo i-try? Gusto mo ganito, ganyan? Sige, explain mo sa akin. So, explain the process, explain the everything. And then, alam mo kung anong sabi sa akin? Ay, ang hirap pala niya. See? So,
Buti nga po kayo,
you
ganyan.
you look at,
Parang, foreign stuff. Foreign, alam mo yung sa amin dito, kasi sa dito, alam mo nga pag probinsya, no?
Ako lang ba yun? Parang hindi ko marinig si April ng maayos. Akin lang ba
Ano?
yun?
Hindi
Hindi,
talaga?
nag-ano siya. Yung audio mo, April, kasi parang nag-shift siya.
in and
As
out.
in, hindi ko talaga siya
Oo,
naiintindihan
nag-in and out siya.
from the beginning.
Sayang.
Sorry,
So,
guys. I need to use my
tanong,
phone. Kasi
may
nagkabit ako
tanong
ng
si Trips Baguio. With regards to pay po, what is a good range for a starter po? Um,
Huwag po kayong maghangad ng malaki agad.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've seen VAs tumatanggap ng mga $1.50, $2, and hindi yan makatarungan. For me, makatarungan is around $3 an hour, but if you come across a client who's like, well, you don't have any experience, train pa kita. Tapos bibigyan kitang $3. No, I'm gonna give you $2 because I still need to train you.
Yeah.
So, there's a logic in that. May logic si client sa ganon. If you used to ask me, makatarungan is $3 an hour, but, you know, walang law, walang batas na nagsasabi na dapat ang mga clients, lahat magbabayad starting 3. There's no law. Okay? So, depende yan sa usap. Kung kaya mo i-negotiate, edi i-negotiate mo. Right? Pero
Ngayon po,
yung mga
ba't
clients,
din
mga sales people din ng mga clients. So, they're better at sales than you are. So, you know.
Yeah.
Tapos, sinasabi nung walang alam sa freelancing, wala daw growth sa freelancing, my God. Hello po, newbie here in VA.
Tawal ka ha?
Ano,
Hindi,
April?
tingin
Hindi
lang
ko
ako.
na talaga marinig. Iniisip ko
Oh,
yung niya.
ngayon, naririnig mo na ako.
Nag-in and out
Nagsishift
ka talaga.
siya. Oo.
Oo,
Use my phone. Wait. Babalik ako. Phone yung gagamitin ko. Kasi gamit ko is
Si-
yung tablet. Wait lang.
Sige. Oh, sabi
Sikahan
ni
sa
Tris
inyo.
Baguio. So fun to be here. Oh, excellent.
Hoy, i-follow nyo ako, guys, ha? Ay, di monthly.
Follow nyo si Christine,
Kailangan,
guys.
kailangan ko ng
Yan,
follower.
si Coach
Kailangan
Potato,
makapag 1,000
April.
follower na ako. Para
Yeah.
makapag-live din ako. At na-experience ko din ng live. Ay,
Ano? Ba't di ka nagla-live?
hindi naman
Kasi
po pwede
pag
kung
less
wala ka
than
pag 1,000.
1,000. Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, di ba? Kaya kailangan kong ilan na lang din naman.
I-follow
30
nyo po si
plus.
Miss Christine. She offers free training, guys. So,
Yeah.
you need a person like that in your corner. Oh, sabi ni Jelly Set kay Coach Potato, hello, idol. What else? Sabi ni King, wag kayong money motivated. Dapat learning at experiences habulin. Have you tried to work 14
Yeah.
hours a day? Yes, me, 16. Can you
16
join
hours.
again? 16 hours. Yeah, nung time na ano yun na, kasagsagan ng, so yung pandemic, so that was like yung pandemic was like February, right? And then it hit us in February, nag-lockdown na dito in March.
March.
So, 'di ba tama? And then sa US naman, our clients started leaving March, April, May, ganon. So nag-aalisa na yung clients. Tapos ginawa ni boss, actually matalino siya. He restructured the company and he added a service, and then the clients started coming back. So when the clients started coming back, he went on vacation without telling me. Diba? So
Ikaw
now we
na,
have this new
mag-ari.
service with the clients that are flooding in. There is no system, there is no reporting, there is nothing. Okay? I had to handle all that on my own while he was gone. Na hindi ko alam kung bakit nawala siya. So it was like 3 months of him not being around. And then nakakatulog ako 1 hour, 2 hours a day. Seryoso. Kasi lahat inaasikaso ko yung clients, yung reporting, yung gagawa ng task for the clients. But honestly, doon kami nabuhay. Like hindi nawala yung agency because of that service. And until now, the clients absolutely love that service. They come and they go. Like they go on vacation, then they come back, they'll reactivate their service.
So, bali,
Dapat,
ma'am, ang ginagawa ninyo is parang an agency din. Parang ganon. Pero ang client,
so
paano
yeah,
set up
my
niyo?
client owns a VA agency. And he actually has a few businesses. So he has a marketing agency as a VA agency. Meron siyang mga ibang negosyo. For a while, I was handling his marketing agency and his VA agency. But we actually trained si Ms. Nora for the marketing agency clients. So I don't handle that anymore unless there's like serious problems. Tapos lumaki yung VA agency. So mostly I'm handling the VA agency.
Oh, I see. Akala ko, ang ginagawa niyo is ang client is from the United States and yung mga VA is in the United States as well. Akala ko ganun, hindi pala.
Ay, hindi.
So, ang VA is
Yung,
dito din.
yeah,
Local din.
karamihan ng VAs namin is nandito sa Pinas, but we have some bilingual VAs. So we've got people from Bolivia, from Venezuela. Yeah.
I see. Akala ko ganun. So, that makes sense.
So
Dapat
like all the
ilagay
dirty
down.
work, I've done it,
Parang
you
ang ganda
know.
ni Miss Christine. Pwedeng patingin si Miss Christine. Parang ang
Maganda
ganda-ganda
talaga
niya.
si Christine. Ayaw lang pakita sa video.
Hindi,
Ay,
actually, pag kiniklik ko yung
nakita ko na
camera,
si
ayaw.
si Coach Potato. Lagi ko siya nakikita rin sa ano ko eh.
This is my city.
Hello?
Ayaw.
Sorry.
Okay, natry ko papasok ako ulit. Wait lang.
Gawin
Ayaw
kaya
eh.
kitang moderator. That might work. No?
Ayaw. Kailangan daw ng access and something pucho-pucho. Sige, mag-out ako
What?
din. Magpapasok na lang ako ulit.
Si Coachy nag-ano kanina eh.
Oo, click mo lang yung camera,
Nag-video.
ma'am.
Yan, ginawa kitang moderator. That might work.
Ayaw pa din. I don't know. Sige, lalabas na lang ako.
You know what works? We'll give you a tip para ma-enable mo 'yan. Move your account to business.
Ay, oo.
Kahit wala ka pang 1K, you can already use
Ay,
your
oo.
live with camera.
Yeah.
If you move it to business now, when you reach 1,000 followers,
Talaga,
at least
ma'am? Ay, talaga,
1,100.
sir? Ganun pala yun?
Yes, oo.
Pero hindi maganda yung sound sa business account. Hindi ako natutuwa. Sorry.
Oo, hindi siya ganun ka.
Hindi
pero
ganun
at least
kaganda
you
yung
are
mga
able
sounds,
to-
yung mga music.
Oo,
It's
kasi
not
pili
right.
lang,
Oo.
no?
You have to use
Pili
yung
lang.
sponsored. Oo.
Kasi nung kailan, parang may
pero-
gusto akong i-TikTok, hindi ko talaga siya ma-TikTok kasi naka-business ako.
Yun. Pero pag naka 1,000 followers ka na, you can immediately
Ayan na.
put it back to personal and then parang ano lang, just a way for you to make use of the features na hindi ka
Oo,
restricted.
pwede rin.
Yun nga
Ayaw
lang, you will be,
talaga. Hindi ko alam
Ayaw.
bakit.
Alam mo, kiniklik din kita, wala ring lumalabas na camera.
I don't know. Ayaw nila ako
And I already
ipakita.
checked
Okay lang
the
yan.
settings and stuff. I-follow nyo na lang si Miss Christine and then check her videos. She's
Makita niyo
gorgeous.
kagandahan ko. Char. Hindi naman. Hindi talaga. Ewan ko talaga, ma'am. Kanina ko pa tinatry mag-join na naka-vape.
ayaw talaga yon kapag wala pang 1K.
Ay,
Yun nga,
gano'n.
nabanggit ko.
Ganon.
Oo. You have to move it. Move
Gawin
your
niyo
account to
na. Gawin niyo na
business.
ako 1K
I-business mo na
followers,
daw.
guys.
Business.
Buhatin niyo na ako. Alam ko kayo ang magdadala sa akin sa 1K follower. Kayo yon.
You should join. Follow Miss Christine. Ano na?
Wala na naman kayo
Nag-aano ka?
narinig, April.
Maybe
Narinig
it's
ko
your
lang yung
connection.
hanger ninyo sa likuran mo. Yun ang narinig ko.
Lokaret ka talaga.
Pinapasayan niyo ako. Natatapos na yung shift ko. Ang saya-saya ko pa.
Oh, yes.
Wala na, April.
Maybe sa connection
ano
niya
sinasabi
yan.
mo? Robot ka na.
Nag-in and out ka, friend.
Hala,
Not
nag-chipmunks na
yet.
siya.
Para kang chipmunks. Parang ganon.
Ma'am Shin, may nagtatanong sa'yo. Dapat daw ba include yung complete address?
Complete address sa resume pag nag-a-apply. Why?
No.
No.
Ako
Sa akin,
hindi.
Kasi
Ako
kung
hindi
Amerikano yung client, aanhin niya yung physical address mo.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't need to include that.
Kung
Ma'am,
sisendan
City
ka
and-
niya ng Mac
City
Air,
and
sabihin mo
ano
na
lang.
lang, send mo na lang sa akin yung pera, dito ako bibili ng Mac Air. Oo. Nako, 14 hours ako
Sa akin,
dati.
city lang. City and province or municipality. Enough na yan.
Yeah. You don't need to put the complete physical address kasi aanhin yan ng foreigner na client. Right?
Maybe you can sa pag nag-apply ka sa labas, sa corporate, because they need to know your exact location,
call
your
center,
address.
oo.
Kasi,
They might check.
kasi they will have to evaluate gaano ka kalayo doon sa site. So, if sobrang layo, possibly you will not be considered. Pero for a remote work, you don't actually need to put your entire address.
Oo. The clients, they probably don't need to know.
Basta alam nila taga Pilipinas ka, that's it.
Oo, that's it. Ngayon, kung
Kung wala na
magtatanong
talaga
sila,
yung-
what's your address? Because I
Why?
want to send you a headset na ganto-ganto, ganyan. Sabihin mo,
Okay.
just send me the money, I will buy a headset here.
True. Ako din. Ganun yung ginawa ng client ko na sining headset ko. Sabi niya, padala niya ako. Sabi ko, wag cash na lang. Kinash na lang, $20. Sabi
O
niya,
kasi yung ibang clients, 'di ba, sanay sila sa Amazon and then send na lang, like isa-send sa friend nila or whatever, birthday gift, whatever. Mas mahal ang shipping sa Amazon kaysa sa product.
send ng pera. Yeah.
Kaya sa'yo na lang
True.
i-send, 'di ba?
Send niya na lang sa akin, cash. $20. Sabi niya, ay, napabili mong headset, $20.
Eh, magkano rin yun Nawala ako. Oo nga, nawala ka. Umakit ka ulit.
I think yung internet connection niya na yun.
Baka
Baka
nagsishare.
internet
Medyo
connection
stable.
niya yung kaya nag-in and out siya.
Ganyan din pag sa PLDT minsan.
Ulok mo talaga yung PLDT, nabubuisit na ako.
PLDT, naka-ano ka? Naka-maintenance kayo. Naka...
Ang nakamaya na kami kasi kailan sabi
Nag-chipmunks ka na naman.
Si Coach Potato, ano nga ba si Coach Potato? Anong ano niya? Di ba operations manager din siya? Ano yung nila,
Yes po.
type of business ng client?
Line
Wait
of
lang,
business,
magdahanap na ako ng headset ha. Nakakahiya talaga sa inyo.
go.
Go lang.
Go lang. Ang client ko kasi is Go, sige.
Go, coach. Kaya mo yan, coach. Coach mo
Yung
tayo.
client
Kaya
ko
mo yan.
kasi, yung client ko is not individual person. Company siya. So,
Ah,
if
okay.
you're familiar with
Mm-mm. Or
Cineos,
parang corporate.
health, corporate yung client ko.
Ah,
And
okay.
then, ang line of business nila is clinical study advertising. So, web advertising pero ang market namin is clinical research. So let's say for example si Pfizer, meron siyang bagong gamot. And
Mm.
then before it can be released to the market, they have to provide proof na it's working, and one way to do that is to do human trial. So when you say
Ah,
human trial, hindi naman pag-experimentohan yung tao, diba? Ano lang, um, they
Medyo
will give
lang.
medications, medyo lang, medyo, ibibigay nila yung medications for patients to try. Let's say, may bagong medication for diabetes. So, for them to evaluate kung effective ba yan sa diabetes patient, they will give it to patients for free. And kapag na-prove naman nila na it's working as expected, then that's the time na they will release the medication in the market. Ngayon, ang trabaho namin is to publish the clinical study, yung clinical trial ni Pfizer, for example. Ipapublish namin yung clinical trial niya, and then we will get patient referrals to participate in the trial. So, ang client ko are pharmaceutical companies and clinical units sa US. And
mm.
actually global na siya kasi may mga clinical studies kami sa Europe, and then meron din sa Asia. And then recently nagkaroon din kami yata sa Philippines. And isa lang 'yun. Pero yeah. So ganun yung line of business niya.
Ah, I see. Tapos ang VA ninyo is from the Philippines din.
Halo kasi before
Ah, mixed din.
pandemic 24 katao yung under ng department namin. Yung under ko basically is 24 people. Na come pandemic, nag-cut down sila, naging skeletal force, naging apat lang kami, and then nung medyo nag-dial down na yung pandemic, naging 8 na
Mm.
lang, and then naging 10. Ngayon 10 na lang yung VAs under me sa department. But we don't call them VA we call them admins.
Mm, I see.
Pero ang work nila is not near anywhere,
Ano
like
binili niyo?
yung pag set up ng appointment. It's very far from the traditional VA role kasi
Mm.
ang ginagawa namin is back office. So we process, meron kaming bagong campaign, we process everything for that campaign, sineset up namin yung landing page, sineset up namin yung documentations for that, and then pinaprocess namin yung campaign in our CRM, yung Salesforce.
Mm.
So doon sineset up lahat yun doon. After that, papasa na namin yan sa advertising department. So sila na bahala doon. So laging ganun lang nung ganun yung ano nila, work nila. But not necessarily traditional VA role sila.
Ah, okay.
kind of
Ikaw, Miss
kind of
Christine, anong
tactical.
specialization mo? Oo,
Ako,
tactical.
actually, ako talaga is nasa real estate, pero ang ginagawa ko na is more on documentations, sending contract, ano pa ba, running comparables, more mix ng transaction coordinator and acquisitions yung ginagawa ko. Kaya medyo few na yung calls ko, more on focusing na sa mga comparables, pagbigay ng numbers or offers sa mga prospects ng client ko. Ganun, more on admin lang kasi ah ewan ko, hindi na ako effective na cold caller. Pero ayun,
Sus?
from the beginning, cold caller niya ako, tapos ginawa niya akong lead manager, hanggang ginawa niya na akong eto, parang alipin. Ayun. Pero ang special talaga na ginagawa ko madalas is more on real estate talaga. Yun yung specialty ko.
That's nice. Ay, may
Yun lang.
nagtanong, what are we doing here?
We're talking about we're talking about the niche.
Did you just wake up, Mike? It's Christmas. It's Christmas, and you are here, and you are awake. Joke.
We're actually planning to our Christmas party.
Ano mong gagawin niyo sa Halloween, guys?
Wala. Ay, pasok ata naman yun eh. Ay, ayun, itatanong ko nga sa inyo. For, from the beginning, never pa ako nag-asa client ko ng mga, tawag dito, US holiday pay. Actually, I'm not getting paid kapag US holiday. Paano yung magandang approach nun sa client? Hindi ko alam kung paano ko sasabihin. Parang nahiya ako kasi tagal ko sa kanya tapos never ko na-discuss yung ganun.
For
But does
holiday
he
pay?
usually make you work on the holidays?
Hindi naman din. Pero sabi kasi syempre,
But you're not paid for the holiday.
So, pagka maliban sa Christmas, parang binabayaran nila yung Christmas, tsaka yung, ano pa ba? Thanksgiving yan. Binabayaran nila ako. Pero kapag ng mga ibang normal holiday lang, kagaya yung mga previous holiday, hindi ako humingi ng pay. So, ako nilang nag-insist na mag-work na lang ako kahit mga 3 hours para kahit paano may ginagawa ako. So, gusto ko kasi sana by next year, i-execute ko na mag-request ako ng payment kapag US holiday.
E di, humingi ka sa kanya ng meeting so you can renegotiate.
Hindi, parang nahiya ako i-open eh. So, doon lang sa part na yun. Hindi ko lang alam
Sabi
kung
ni
ano
Mike,
yung
is it
freelance
damn I
talk.
fell asleep during Valentine's, freelancer talk, freelancer VA talk, that kind of thing. So if that's not your thing, go back to bed, Mike. Your pillow is so soft.
It's like, nagising siya bigla, and then ito yung una niya nakita, so medyo confused siya kung ano nangyayari.
Buti
Okay
na
lang yan,
medyo
Mike.
mabait tayo. Sabihin mo sa kanya, friend, if you maybe open up the subject of renegotiation. Because, on whatever you had agreed on previously. Because if you're going to ask him for a meeting for renegotiation, don't just open up Thanksgiving. Like, you come to the table with a list of what you want to renegotiate.
Sige. Gagawin ko yan. I-prepare ko na.
How long have you been with your client na ba?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah,
Was there
I
any...
started 2019 ng December. Yun.
Was there any compensation group from time na nagsimula ka? And they initiated yon?
Actually, super kind yun sa bonuses. Birthday gift. Nung birthday ko, nagbigay din siya ng
Nice.
$200 gift. Ganun. Okay naman siya sa mga ganun. Sa mga paid holidays lang sa US lang ako naalangan. Kasi parang, actually, siya naman nagsabi dati kasi na pagka-holiday sa kanila is wala kaming pasok. Consider na lang yan as wala nga pasok or leave. Pero minsan, syempre minsan gising pa ako. Sabi ko, sayang naman yung time. Ipapasok ko na lang. But, bakit hindi na lang sana bayaran na lang yung time ko, di ba? Parang yun, naiya lang ko i-open up sa kanya kasi super generous naman talaga niya when it comes to bonuses. Sa payda naman, goods din yung pay niya. Wala din ako masasabi.
Okay.
Why don't you ask him to promote you?
Yeah.
Say,
Wala
you know what,
na
I've been
eh.
taking some classes on efficiency and, productivity. I can actually handle a team. I'm handling my own trainees. Why don't
Kapag kasi
you...
promote niya pa ako, wala na din. Kasi ano lang naman kami, sa team sa client ko na to, 3 lang kami. Yung call ko, tapos ako na, tapos siya na. Wala nang iba. Kami lang talaga. small company lang naman siya.
Wala siya ibang business, like ibang company.
Wala eh. Yun lang talaga yung business niya.
Do you guys tulad ni Christine, do you revisit your contract every year or dire-diretso lang siya?
Ako
Yeah,
hindi,
me neither.
dire-diretso lang.
You can actually, kung meron kayong yearly evaluation ng contract ninyo, you can actually list down those terms na gusto mo for uh, renewal ng contract. Kasi yung sa amin kasi dati wala. As in, tuloy-tuloy ka lang ganun. But
Oo.
we actually decided, and I actually insisted na magkaroon tayo ng yearly.
Wala, hindi ko na na-execute yung mga ganung bagay kasi parang hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam, parang
And
asunga-sunga ko lang sa part na yun.
on
Parang
the
yun
yearly
nga,
evaluation, we would,
Nagka-cut out ka,
nakontento na ako
coachy.
eh.
nasa kusina kasi ako, nagluluto ako.
Kaya pala may tubig. Tanong ni Mike, you guys on Upwork, I'm actually working. No, I'm not on Upwork.
No.
No, I'm not on Upwork. Pero
I'm on Telegram
working,
and Discord and Voice 123.
Yeah.
I'm in OnlyFans, charot.
Uy, ayoko sa'yo. Mahal ka.
Charot lang.
Mahal ang memberships. Dila, ayusin ko lang yung pang Instagram mamaya.
Parang gusto ko mag-digital marketing. Maganda rin kaya yun.
That's our niche.
Ay, talaga?
Yeah.
Hindi ko pa na masyadong na-explore yung digital marketing. Ano usually ang function nung digital marketer?
Well, there's so many areas of digital marketing. What are you interested in?
The most common siguro muna. Yung common and ECS. You think na pwedeng naging line of work mo as digital marketer?
So, for example, our clients, they're all owners of digital marketing agency. So, ang mga hinahire nila na VAs are designers, graphic designers, video editors, people who can build websites, especially on WordPress. What else? Media buyers, SEO specialists, content and copywriters, marketing automation. So, ang dami kasing fields ng digital marketing. So, we have a lot of VAs who do more than one skill set. So, let's say we have a VA that I hired last week. Primarily media buyer, so FB ads and Google ads, but she can also do graphic design. She does a little bit of video editing. She's done some copywriting, and of course she does marketing automation. So that would be what I would call like a multifaceted digital marketing VA. So anything to do with digital marketing, whether it's paid ads or organic marketing, which is more like, content creation and stuff like that, all that is under the umbrella of digital marketing.
In terms of pay, magkakaiba sila ng rate. Tama ba?
Yeah. So, yung mga higher end for me is mga website developers, because it's really hard to get like people who are good, and palaging kailangan you're on top of all the updates and changes and stuff like that. And usually if you're a web developer, like, you get everything else. You get landing pages, you get like marketing automation, like you get it all for me.
Ang
And then
lawak lang kasi ng direction. Ang lawak lang talaga niyan. Parang meron
Yeah,
ako napanood. Ang
super lawak.
Sobrang lawak. Parang hindi ko na alam kung saan ba yung talagang pinaka-beginning nito. Parang sabi ko, alam ko, akala ko ang digital marketing yung gumagawa-gawa ng mga content. Hindi lang pala. Sobrang lawak niya. Kaya parang hindi ko rin alam kung paano ako mag-start kung sakasakaling mag-digital marketing din ako. I'm planning to upskills din kasi parang, ewan
Can
ko,
you
gusto ko
imagine
din
what it's
mag-upskill.
like interviewing? Interviewing for all those, which is what I do. Like, how do I interview? How do I know that a media buyer is really magaling siya sa ginagawa niya from somebody who's just bullshitting? I have to know
Oo.
how to interview designers. I have to know how to interview video editors, people who build websites, marketing automation specialists, people who do content and copywriting, email marketing. Like, I have to know how to interview all those on like 4 different levels.
Hmm.
So normal na HR, and I've interviewed for HR as well. She was like, "Oh, I only do the first level of interview, which is yung superficial, 'di ba? And then ipapasa yan for the technical interview for the skills based to somebody who's really a web developer. That's the normal process. But the thing is, like with us, medyo spread thin kami. So I have to learn how to interview every single skill set. And not just for their skills, for their communication, their like yung personality profile, yung situational, yung behavioral. So I have to know how to interview them on like several levels, not just on the surface level. So it's difficult, like hiring for so many different skill sets. Pick a niche you actually enjoy when getting into digital marketing. Yes, I wish I could do that. So the learning curve would be fun and easier. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I started as a social media manager sa digital marketing tapos nag-upskill na lang. I wish I could do that. You know what? We talked about negotiating our contracts with our clients. What I would love to do is say to my client, I would like to renegotiate my contract. I would like to work less. Can I work less hours? And his answer would probably be no.
No. Ah, sige, check ko nga yan kung ano yung mga moving, paano ako mag-start ng digital marketing. Although, marunong naman ako mag-Canva. Canva ay pinagmalaki. Canva lang ang alam ko eh.
That's good.
Canva. Marunong na rin ako
Oh,
gumawa nung sa MailChimp. Yun. Yung
oh,
landing
there
page
you
pa yun.
go.
Marunong ako. Tapos, ano pa ba? Nakagawa ko ng, hindi naman talaga siya may pagmamalaki, pero website sa Wiz, okay na din siguro yun. Gumawa ko ng sarili ko parang portfolio. Parang ganun. Try ko lang, sabi ko. Try ko lang. Yun lang. Learning
I
by
have
doing.
no portfolio. None.
Wala din
For
ako.
digital
Wala din
marketing.
ako. Actually, ako wala rin. Pero sabi ko gusto ko kasi mag-digital marketing. So sabi ko, itatry ko nga yung mga ginagawa nila. On my own lang, personally, para ma-experience ko siya. Tapos sinerge ko yung mga ginagawa or yung mga software na normally digital marketing na ginagamit. Yun nga, nalaman ko yung mga few. Try ko kasi free naman. Free access naman sila. So I tried it.
So the people that I will hire tomorrow, UI UX designers, anyone with any TikTok skills and experience, marketing automation, and that's it. Yeah, like TikTok video editor, like specifically, with skills and experience in TikTok. And for TikTok ads, I have a client, like I can get you hired tomorrow with a client. UI UX designers, I have at least 3 clients waiting for an experienced UI UX designer. Yun lang, ititrain siguro namin for marketing automation, and then you're good to go. Like next week, you could have a client. Pero yung mga graphic designer na yung parang they can do logos, and I mean that's fine. That's great. And we could probably find a client for you, but not as quick as a UI UX designer. Tsaka yung mga web developer, if marunong ka ng maraming builders, like for WordPress, specifically, I look for somebody who, ideally, they should be like an IT grad or undergrad. And then they should have some knowledge of coding, specifically CSS, HTML, some squall, maybe, and then yung mga builders, kailangan, ideally, like DV, if you know DV, you can handle anything else, right? If you do DV or Oxygen, you could handle Elementor, you could handle anything else. But it's a plus if you also know, like, for example, Webflow, mga ganyan. Yung mga builders na it looks like WordPress, but there's not a lot of need for coding. And usually mga devs, if they can build a website, they can usually build landing pages as well. And they can do like integrations and stuff like that for online stores. Like I could get you hired by next week. Reset ko lang TikTok app is not cooperating. Oh yeah, update mo. Yeah, DV, Elementor, like if you can handle DV and Oxygen, like you can handle Elementor, you can handle anything. If you're open to invest, try Premiere. Yeah, Premiere Pro is like sort of normal for our, you know, for our creative people. Yung mga UI, UX, they should be able to do like normal graphic design, and of course they need to do Figma. So I have at least 3 clients waiting for a UI, UX. I mean, that girl wanting to try video editing. Nag-hire po ba kayo under the accounting niche? No, we don't. Got any for Squarespace or Webflow? Yeah, pwede. I mean, we need to train you for marketing automation. Hoy, Christine, nakatulog ka na ata.
Sabi ko, wait lang, mapalit ako ng phone kasi lowbat na ako.
Lobat ka na. Okay, sige.
Palit lang ako ng phone. Teka lang.
Gore lang. What do you use for automation? Go high level. So why not Upwork? I don't know. Gore lang. I don't know. Like for a side hustle? Sure. Yung mga side hustles I get from friends and referrals and Voice 123, wala kang ano. Walang lumalabas. Ay, to, invite. Ayan.
Ayan na. Oh,
Ayan.
eh,
Side hustle. I mean, for main source of clients. I'm director of operations for the VA agency, so that takes a lot of my time. So that is my main source of income. Like I have one client. That's it. Tsaka yung mga side hustle, sayang din. Hindi ko bibitawan yan.
bakit post?
Nagka-cut out ka, friend.
Ay,
You hire people with no experience or there's no chance po. We hire people with experience in digital marketing. Oo, sayang oras. You got it. Eh kung pwede ka naman sa side hustle, side hustle your ass off. Diba? Learning while working. Yep. Meron nga akong 2 course, hindi ko pa natatapos. Anyway, matatapos ko yung kay Sun Yi within this week. That's for sure. Wait lang ah. Let's bring vanilla. Well, I just get some stuff at the back. Wait lang.
Hi.
Ayan. Dali.
Hello.
Hello,
I
Vanilla.
saw your video about, like when you started being a VA, tas nagko-calls ka. I was like, oh, same. Ganun din. Like
Diba?
I was earning like $3 per hour then when I started.
375.
Oh, buti sa'yo 375. Ako, I was like getting paid $3 an hour and I was like so happy na. Tapos, so that's why I had to upskill. So nice to meet you. Hi.
Yeah. So what's your what do you do now? Are you still doing appointment setting, or like what
No,
do you
not
do?
anymore. Ano
Okay.
na, I've moved up a little. Parang chief operations
Great.
now. Yeah. So I don't do much. Like I just oversee things na. Pero pinagdaanan ko lahat from social media, SEO, digital marketing, website, ganyan. That's why I had to learn Go High Level din. Kasi when I was starting,
Ah,
yun
okay.
yung uso noon, Go High Level. So I kind of had to learn that. Pero ngayon, hindi na masyado. Hindi na ako
Ay, hindi na
gumagalaw
masyado sa
masyado.
inyo. Ah, what do you mean yung go high level?
Naituro ko na. Sila na yung
Ah, okay.
gumagawa.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So all our VAs, they know go high level because they have to. So, yeah, may tanong si Mike. That's news to me. That Upwork only for side hustles. I mean, they pay pretty good there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not downing Upwork. Like my
Yes.
daughter, my daughter has 2 clients from Upwork. So it's just that for me, I don't have like that much time left. So because my job with my client right now, like I work 8 to 10 hours a day, and that's already a lot. And then I have my side hustles. I actually have like 2 recordings that I have to do after this. So that kind of occupies the rest of it. And then I have to finish up my training for podcast management because I want to open up my own podcast agency. Like it's a full plate, right? So, I mean, it's great that, like my daughter makes $15 an hour from one of her clients on Upwork, and she's happy with that. There's people I know who pay a lot more. I don't want to be working for like 5 clients. I'm happy with my
That's right.
one my one client right now, and then my side hustles, they're all project based. So I do castings, and if I get cast and I get the booking, then good. But apart from that, I'm like there's other stuff that I want to I want to work less. I don't want to work more. I want to work less. That's my
True.
goal,
True.
right?
Yeah.
Ilang hours ka ba, Vanilla? You tell us.
Um,
What's
three,
your goal?
three. No, I mean, I work like 3 hours in the middle of
Oh,
the
three
night.
hours a day?
Yeah, three,
Good for
four.
you.
Mahaba na yung 5.
So what do you do with the rest of the time?
Uh, I see. So parang I don't get paid by the hour kasi. So it's more of, if there are important meetings lang that I have to attend, yun lang. And then most of the normal lang yung ano. Like, I'll be asleep na later, 3. So, done na kasi for the day.
There you
Pero
go.
before, I was working 16 hours kasi I thought, di ba, the more clients, the more yung makukuha mo. But then, you kind of have to be good at something. And then, yun yung i-train mo yung self mo mabuti. So, from like 5 clients, I had to stop dun sa 4 and then just focus on this one client that I have.
Hi, Coach Isa. Ayan. Oh, how to be you po daw, sabi ni Thrifts Baguio to Vanilla.
Yeah, taga
I'm
Baguio din
guessing.
ako.
Ah, taga Baguio ka rin. Okay.
Yeah, pero I moved na dito ulit sa Manila.
What the hell? Wait lang. Get that out of the way. Si Trips Baguio ata nagbabalak mag-VA. So that's why he's got a lot of questions about becoming a VA, what are the niches na dapat pasukin, stuff like that.
Si Coach Isa. Hello, Coach.
Hey coach, what's up, what's up?
Hello.
So,
Ay,
dalawa
ganda.
na kayo
Digital
in the real
marketing.
estate field.
Oh my gosh. Nasa CR ako. Nag-e-echo
Ah,
ba? Alam nyo na.
baliw. Baliw ka.
Alam nyo na. Kapag VA,
Gura na.
ito ang go-to place ninyo.
Yun ang ano, ready for anything.
Oh my
Kaloka.
gosh.
Ayan, tanong ni Trips
Can
Baguio,
relate.
ano po niche nyo, Ma'am Vanilla? Ayan.
Digital marketing din kami.
Ayan,
Para
digital
siyang,
marketing din.
yan. So, sa lahat. Like websites, graphics, SEO, lahat
Nandiyan si
ng
Miss
fields.
MJ. Oh, yung mga ano, nagbabalak maging EA, andyan si Miss MJ. Thrifts Baguio. Okay. What's up, Miss MJ? I saw you at the summit. Sa Malikhain Summit. I saw you there. How po makapasok sa digital marketing? Accounting po kasi current field ko. Well, hindi. Digitally lang. Nag-decide kasi ako last minute kasi kinonvince ako ni Sheila. She was, oh, you should go. Dapat na mag-digital ka na lang para may kasama ako. I was like, okay. Bumili ng digital ticket, di ba? Tsaka wala na ata yung ano yung parang, in-person tickets. I don't know if I would have gone if it was like physically because, well, tamad ako. Tamad ako lumabas. Magkita na in person soon. Yes, hopefully. House Taragis. Naalala mo yun? House Taragis represent. Yeah. My golly. Do you know which company I was talking about? May bumulong ba sa'yo? I'm sure meron. Avoid. Avoid. I don't know if you know her, but I would avoid. I mean, I respect you. Gusto mo magnegosyo ng sarili mo. Madaming marites dyan. Yeah. I mean, I respect you. You want to put up your own business. Gusto mong kumita ng milyon, whatever. But honestly, yung tatratuhin mo ng ganyan ng kapwa mong Pinoy para kumita ka. Like, just, like, sana konsensyahin ka naman. Diba? Lalo na nanay ka sa lagay na yan. Hello. Kaya talagang dapat maingat sa pagpili ng agency. I mean, I get it. Like, I get it where you want to make money, but at what point did you cross the line and you became a vampire? You know? Sige, go lang, Miss MJ. Yan, yung mga nagbabalak maging executive assistant, you guys should follow Miss MJ. Like, she has so many tips. She's so super helpful I'm in her Facebook group and sobrang maalaga si Miss MJ sa mga nag-a-apply to Athena and want to be executive assistants. She's very open about the way that they do business, the way that they recruit at Athena. So, and for me, yung mga galing BPO, natural progression to become an executive assistant because your communication skills are already really good, right? So you might want to work as like somebody who's an executive assistant for, a professional or a CEO, mga CFO, mga ganyans. And usually, I think mga clients nila is like mga Fortune 500 companies. So, but of course, syempre, you can expect na medyo stringent ang mga screening process nila, yung mga vetting process nila. So they're gonna have you fill out a personality profile. They have to have you do like, test to test your written English and of course your verbal skills and stuff like that. But I think in general, a lot of people I've seen, they're happy with their career at Athena. They're happy with their clients at Athena. And you get a free, I think, MacBook once you get hired by a client. Like they'll send you a free MacBook to work with, like, with your client at Athena. So, yung mga nagbabalak pumasok ng um, nagbabalak pumasok as VAs and you're coming from BPO, you might want to consider becoming executive assistant. And a natural VA agency for you to apply at would be Athena. And follow Miss MJ if you want more information about that.
Sarap ng
Oh,
boses mo.
ha?
Sarap ng boses. Alam mo yan.
Ulamin natin. Gusto mo. Joke.
For sure.
Yung balak natin sa Halloween, mga ladies. Ang gagawin natin. May trick or treat na ba for kids?
Ang wala pa.
Wala pa. Hindi pa ina-approve sa mga mall. Oh my God, this is so ugly. I'm gonna fix this stupid thing. Oh, nawala si Mike. True po, kaya kanina pa ako andito din. Trips Baguio. Anong negosyo mo? Mukha kang negosyante just from your username. Hey, I'm back. Ayun,
Saan
lobat
sa
ko.
Baguio pala?
Saan ka sa Baguio? Trips Baguio. Baka magkapit bahay lang kayo ni Miss Vanilla. Okay. Sa Pakdal, madam, near the Kabuhayan, near the Kabayuhan, sorry. Good morning,
Ah,
Christine, Grace. Do you know where that is, Miss Vanilla?
yeah. Yes,
Malapit ka
Takdal.
ba doon?
Near Right Park. No, Ferguson ako eh. Pero Las Piñas na ngayon.
Marami rin kaming VAs na tiga Baguio. There's also a lot of freelancers from Baguio.
Mm-mm. Kaming lahat magkakapatid, 5 kami. Lahat kami lahat kami doon nag-start.
What? And you're the eldest?
I'm the eldest. So there, sila mga HR graduate, ako mass ko, isa
Ah,
nag-take ka ng law, pero namin, dito kami lahat umokay. I mean, nag-call center din kami.
But you're all with like different clients, is that right?
Yes, with different clients. But then we also have this group. Like, we created this group and then we do parang social media, websites. It's our own little group. And then we have our own clients dun sa little group na magkakapatid. And then that's where we train. Yun, yung daughter ko, yung mga pamangkin namin, ganun. That's where we train them to do like content and then graphics, motion graphics, mga websites, ganun. So yung parang pinaka bata dun sa group namin na yun is like 19 years old.
Ah.
Tapos siya yung tinuturuan namin kung paano for now maging parang EA, ganyan. Ano yung mga kailangan mong gawin so that pag ready na sila for their own client, may masasabi na sila. Alam na nila yung sasabihin nila or gagawin.
So do you accept like trainees that are not within your family? Kasi si Trifs Baguio, he's interested in actually entering digital marketing as a field. But he's
Well, I
coming
can
from the
ask my
accounting field.
yeah, I can well, kahit sino naman yata pwede nang diyan. Kahit anong field mo, pwede na mag-DM ngayon. As long as you have the guts. So yeah, sure. You can add me
Ayun.
sa
I-follow mo daw
yeah,
siya, Trifs Baguio. That's your way in. See.
sure.
Those yung mga clients nyo na gumagamit ng Go High Level. What are they? They usually the subscribers now, or what do you usually do? Do you usually do like the usual setup for them,
Yeah.
or
Yes, we do the setup, the workflows, lahat sa kalikutan, pati calendar, lahat. We do that for them. And then, kung may VA sila, we show the VAs how to use it. Pag wala, then we manage the accounts for them. I mean, they manage the accounts.
okay? Next year daw, ano na magpa-public offering na yung Go High Level. So all the crazy updates and stuff that
Mm.
they're pushing out right now. Hopefully next year, once mag IPO na sila, like there's gonna be a lot less of that.
Oh, I
Balik lang
haven't
ako
touched Go
members.
High Level, pero pag kami pinatrabaho naman, okay naman. Kaya ko parang sundan. Yeah, the thing lang is, when I started using Go High Level, hindi ko naiintindihan yung sinasabi nila na affiliate marketing or affiliate link for Go High Level. So I didn't really like focus on that. Parang ngayon ko na lang siya na-realize na, oo nga, bakit? Bakit hindi? Like extra money pa yun.
Yeah, there's so for subscribers, like for example, my client, he has his own like affiliate link. So yung
Mm-mm.
mga clients that we have that are signing up, and they don't have Go High Level yet. Let's say they're signed up under somebody else's white label,
Mm-mm.
and then naisip nila na mag-sign up under their own. They can actually sign up under my client's affiliate link. So he gets, I don't know how much he'll
Yeah.
offer na, like, but he can get a cut, and then I don't know, pag nag-sign up yung isa, like what they get extra or whatever. Ang daming hindi pa nila inaayos sa GHL. Like for example,
Madami. Tsaka
their content
parang
planner.
ang
It's yeah.
robust nung talaga na kailangan tutukan mo siya. Otherwise, malolost ka talaga. Umiiyak na ako noon dahil hindi ko siya naiintindihan. Parang ano ba 'to? Para sa'kin ba talaga 'to? But
Ah.
then you get the hang of it din naman. Then you learn. So, medyo okay na.
Ma'am, ask ko lang po sana, ano difference sa BPO and VA? So, if BPO, that's like a call center. If
Mm.
VA, that's a virtual assistant. So, pag virtual assistant, virtual lang. So, hindi mo kailangan pumasok sa opisina. Like, call center. Marami pa rin call center gusto nila na pupasok ka dun sa actual site nila. Although yung iba pumapayag na ata na parang gawing virtual mostly, no? But and I think the government is actually trying to move it in that direction, like allow the BPOs to like have the call center agents work at home virtually, but hindi pa lahat talaga. Yung VAs talagang virtual. Itong si King hindi nagsasalita. Oh. Makatulog ka na ata. Go lang, coach. Go lang, Coach Isa. Ano na? Mahina, friend.
Hello po.
Ayan, that's better.
Yes. Nakikinig lang ako while working.
Okay. Are you with a VA agency?
No.
So, freelancer ka. You got your own clients. Sure.
Yeah.
And
I'm
mostly,
not
where do you
with
get them?
any... Ako po?
Yeah.
Hindi. Ako pala. Ako po kasi, mabenta ako sa online jobs eh. Sa OLJ.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
But not in Upwork. I don't know why.
Ganun talaga eh.
Hindi ako sa Upwork eh.
Ganun talaga eh, no? It's like, gusto ka ng isang platform, hindi ka naman gusto ng iba. It's like Instagram and TikTok. Diba?
Pero mas okay yung profile ko sa Upwork kasi mas una ko siyang binuild. Kumbaga, mas una siyang in-introduce nung kakilala ko sa akin. Kasi dun siya mabenta. And then, nung nararamdaman ko na hindi naman ako napapansin sa Upwork, naghanap ako ng alternatives. Tapos nakita ko nga yung OLJ. So, tinry ko siya. Tapos yun, okay naman siya. Doon ako na-hire. Pero nung nag-start talaga ako, struggling kasi galing din ako sa brief. Hello po.
Hindi,
Okay na po.
You're okay.
Ano tawag dito? Galing din ako sa BPO. So, I decided na kasi kapag po kasi ano tawag dito? Hindi naman sa rebelde or kontra ako sa management when I know na hindi nila ginagawa yung tama. Nag-pandemic po nun. So, nakita ko na hindi sila, ano bang tawag? May term kasi doon eh. Kumbaga, on profit lang sila. Wala silang pakialam sa mga tao nila if magsasuffer ba or what. Ayoko na ganun. Tapos, pinipilit nila kaming mag-on-site kasagsaga na ng pandemic. So,
kaya umayaw ka.
Matagal na siya ini-introduce yung freelancing nung kakilala ko. Tapos, naalala ko lang siya ulit nung try ko. Ganun. Pero bago ako na talaga, ang dami kong pinagdaanan talaga na.
Ganun naman yata.
Parang wala naman akong
si Madam Host na parang Madam Host, yung nakita ko yung video mo na nag-appointment setter. I'm like, seriously. Yung lahat ng hirap, pinagdaanan mo muna bilang VA, bago mo na-reach yung gusto mo talaga na posisyon, na sweldo. Ganon. Parang 8 parang kami nagko-call center noon, no, miss? Parang tatawag ka, tapos babagsakan ka ng telepono, yung mga ganon. Nag-real estate din ako. So parang, oh my gosh.
Tapos yung first client ko na yun, na, like in real estate, in my second week, gusto nila ako bitawan. And I was like, Are you kidding? Like, I just got here. Like, I just got started. You just gave me my access on
Mm.
Wednesday. Pinagtawag niyo na ako ng Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Siyempre, first week ko yon, wala akong appointments. And then, kinabukasan, like, I mean, like the following week, hindi kinabukasan, but the following week, sinabihan ako ng Monday, Jen, if you have no appointments by tomorrow, we have to let you go.
Yeah.
And I was
So
like,
parang,
are you kidding me?
yeah,
Diba?
that is so challenging. I mean, hindi naman lahat makikinig. So that's why parang naisip ko nung I can't stay here for the rest of my life. Parang I need to do something. So parang kasi maghanap ka ng kumbaga wala na silang mahahanap na parang ikaw. Parang ganun lang. So sa current client ko 4 years na ako. So parang lahat kinuha ko na lahat, inaral ko na lahat para pagka wala ka ng mahahanap na kagaya ko. So ngayon, dun ko nakukuha yung perks na puwedeng matulog, parang gano'n, puwedeng magpahinga. Pero dati hindi talaga, as in kayod kabayo.
Oo, sinabi mo pa. Oo, Coachy, we couldn't hear you earlier. So, sabi ni Mike, and I think this is to King, I must say 12% is quite a platform fee. So, 12% sa OLJ, tama ba?
No, wala pong cut ang OLJ. Upwork yung may cut.
Yeah. So, I think on Upwork, the normal is 20%. Tama ba?
20%. Ang laki niya.
20%. Yeah. So, yung anak ko kasi, they take 20% from her. But I have a friend on Upwork and they only take 5% from him. Kasi ano siya, enterprise freelancer from Upwork. He brings in so much business to Upwork that they only take 5% from him. Okay. Competition is fierce on Upwork based on my experience. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people on there. Siyempre, kalaban mo is like people from all around the world. But I think that if you are like Vanilla was saying, if you become super good at what you're doing, like no one else can do what you do, then it's like name your price. Does it differ
Yeah,
based
that's
on
true.
badge? I don't know if
That's
it.
true.
Yeah, well, they take 12% from you because you're at a certain level. So my friend Shahan, he's what they call an enterprise freelancer. They only take 5% from him. I wrote porn for Shahan, so he should pay me for that.
5% is when you reach certain amount.
Oh, yung enterprise level na tinatawag. So, si Shahan is at enterprise level. That's why they only take 5%. I think there's different levels. So, there's 20%. Like, I don't know what the levels are, but see, Mike, they take 12% from him. From my daughter, they take 20. And I think from a lot of people, they take 20%. But from my friend Shahan, they take 5%. So, iba-ibang level.
Mm.
When I reach 10,000 sa Upwork, that's when they move me to 5% flat.
Oh, yun pala yun. So 10,000 a month, is that right? $10,000 a month, right?
Not really. Once you reach that earning na. So regardless how
Okay.
much you earn,
Once you reach it, then
following
it's
month.
okay kahit hindi ka kumita ng ganun uli.
I believe it's per contract. So if you reach
Per
ten
contract,
thousand
okay.
dollars on one contract, then following month, regardless kung naka-reach ka ng 10,000 ulit, they will still be taking just 5%.
5%. Yeah. I don't know because I don't work on Upwork, so
I never tried Upwork, have you?
I've only done outsourced stuff like for people who ask me to help them. But I've never taken like work from Upwork.
Yeah,
Ano ako
same.
palaging parang in-outsource sa akin. Okay.
Mm.
200K, I mean 10K, $10,000.
Dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if it's 200,000 pesos, hindi pa siya pasok sa 10K dollars.
Yeah, 10,000.
Oh, 200K USD. Is the client ano din, enterprise? Kasi it has something to do with the client then. Status the client.
Basta na-labelan ka na enterprise, you're like
Oo.
5%. Yeah. So if you're not an enterprise freelancer, then you kind of got to bring it up with Upwork. Because I don't know, I'm not an expert at Upwork. Would I ever go there to find work? Maybe.
And single contract lang ba yung 200K or different contracts? It has to be one contract. Ayun, top rated, you have to be kahit top rated ka but yung contract mo it has to
Like
reach that
hindi ka pa
certain amount.
naka-label na enterprise. Baka
Yeah,
ganyan.
oo.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Like, maybe pag konti na lang yung invites dun sa ibang platforms for me, like, I'll cross over to Upwork to find like voiceover work, but apart from that,
Kasi when you reach a certain level in Upwork, you don't need to apply. The enterprise representative from Upwork will reach out to you for certain jobs na naka-label din as enterprise and they will pull you for that, invite you for an interview without you applying for that job actually. So, yeah.
yeah. So like for example, my friend Si Shahan, he has to turn down work. Okay,
Yeah,
because
maski ako,
clients
I
want to work
turn
with
them
him.
down.
Yeah, like sometimes he's like, kaya nga tinutulungan ko siya minsan pag humingi siya ng tulong because he'll be like, oh, I took on this project for this Australian client and yung deadline is in 2 months, I'm not gonna make it, you need to help me, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, outsource niya sa akin pag kailangan niya ng tulong. But, you know, honestly, he's turning clients down and he doesn't want to do that. But the thing is, when you reach that level, it's like people are running after you, you know, begging to work with you. Like, oh, we want you to write our website content. We want you to do this with us. We'll start you off on, I don't know, $55 an hour. We'll do this, we'll do that. But you only have so many hours in a day. Like, yung tao is already working 6 days a week, maybe 6.5 days a week, right? And he's not getting any younger. He wants to
I
work less as well.
I have a video, my earlier video ko about Jen, quality versus quality. I don't know if you are able to encounter that video of mine. I talked about quality versus quantity. I think that's the topic yung nilagay mo ngayon sa sa live mo. One of the reasons you actually went into freelancing is that gusto mo ng maraming free time for yourself. So one of the perks of freelancing is for you to be able to work at home, which at the same time would allow you to utilize your time for both professional and personal life. Now, if you're drowning yourself with a lot of work, a lot of contracts, dahil may tina-target kang certain amount of earnings a month, so it defeats the purpose of why you are working at home because you're still killing yourself in the process na ang dami mong client, ang dami mong work. Yung perks mo dapat na na-enjoy mo yung oras mo with your family, you have a lot of spare time, you have flexible time to do what else you wanted to do, hindi mo na siya magawa kasi sobrang dami ng client mo and you're killing yourself in the process kasi wala ka ng tulog, hindi ka na nakakapagpahinga ng maayos, which is not different from na nasa corporate ka pa. Although mas malaki ang kita mo ngayon, marami kang client, it's still defeats the purpose of why you're working at home and why you're taking the freelancer route.
I
So
mean,
yun yung
that
sa
could
akin.
be your goal, right? That could be your goal. Like maybe you want to work with a gazillion clients and make like 1 million a month or whatever. But I mean, honestly, I mean, people have different goals, right? So,
Yeah,
and I don't know what other people's goals are. My goal is to work less. I would love to work less. I want to work less and train more. That's what I would like. That would be my ideal goal because, I have fitness goals too. I want to move into, I want to try triathlon. I want to, like, it's great that you have a goal where you want to work for a ton of clients and make $1 million a month. That's, and God bless you and go for it. But other people have kind of like they don't want to work. I don't want to work 10 hours a day. I honestly don't. I don't want to work 10 hours a day. I certainly don't want to work 16 hours a day.
No, it's a good thing. You have a goal, but you have to set your goal in a more realistic manner. When I say realistic, so if you are earning 25,000 pesos from your corporate work before, and you were able to double that by freelancing with, let's say, two clients, and then it's already an achievement that ano muna, i-enjoy mo muna. Siguro, yun ang masasabi ko. Enjoy mo muna. Now, if you are able to work something out to make your work easier doon sa dalawang client mo, and you made your work a lot easier, you streamlined yourself in performing those jobs that it seems easy na lang sa'yo na gawin yung trabaho mo, then that's the time that you can set another goal for yourself. Like, I wanted to make 75,000 a month. So I'll go ahead and get one more client for myself. Because hindi ka, nakapag-adjust ka na dun sa first two clients mo. Hindi ka na nahihirapan, kabisada mo na yung trabaho. You can finish everything in a much quicker pace. Then that's the time that you can take in another and then set yourself a higher goal in terms of earnings. Now, in the process, when you do that, continuously, hindi mo na mapapansin na marami kang client, and ma-notice mo na yung goal mo is pataas ng pataas. Now, since meron kang mga recent clients na um, expert ka na dun sa mga ginagawa mo with your other clients, that's the time that you have to look for a premium client. When we say premium, those are clients na willing magbayad ng almost double ng rate mo ngayon because they know you have the capability, you have the skills. Kumbaga, expert ka na doon. You already gained that expert reputation doon sa line of work mo sa freelancing, that people are willing to pay you premium rate for your services. And once you encounter that, then that's the time to cut the rest of your clients that are not paying you premium and stay focused on the ones that you have acquired on a premium rate. That in that way, you are able to cut down the amount of hours that you need to work. At the same time, you're able to set your income goal on a much higher level than it was before. So it's it's a long process, but if you're able to, you know, set yourself um, goals, realistic yung goal mo, both number of clients, x number of or x amount of income. It's about managing yourself, managing your expectations of what's gonna happen if I let go of these two clients, and what's gonna happen if I move to a premium client. So plan yourself ahead. Siguro ganun lang yung masasabi ko. And make yourself more available on the ones na willing magbayad ng mas malaking rate versus yung, yung nag-iipon ka ng client. But at the end of the day, ayun, alam mo yun, na umiikli yung buhay mo sa dami ng trabaho kailangan mong gawin.
Exactly.
Ano bang goal
May
mo,
tanong
Vanilla?
ako. Ay, may
What's your ultimate goal?
Ako goal ko, siguro maka ano lang ako, maka half million ako isang buwan. Okay na ako eh.
Yeah.
Malayo pa ako doon.
Ikaw,
Malayo pa ako doon.
Vanilla. What's your
may tanong
ultimate
ako.
goal? Yeah.
Anong anong masasabi ninyo sa mga nag-super hype ng mga six figures, ganyan, pag nag-VA ka, pag nag-work from home ka?
That's bullshit.
I think
Sobra yun. Parang ang off nun for me. Kasi,
marami ka rin nakikita,
oh
no?
my gosh, like you have to start from yung
It's not
parang
easy.
you have to train yourself. Tapos, iset yung proper expectations na, alam mo yun, pag pumasok ka ng VA, hindi ka talaga mag-six figures ka agad.
Of course, yes. It's a process pa din. You have to
Kaya yung
build.
mga, ay nako, kaya yung mga nakikita ko na parang, cringe naman ng mga to, hindi nyo alam yung hirap.
Yung mga nagbebenta ng course is what you're saying, right?
Oo. Tapos ang pang-hype nila, six figures. Although, possible yun eh.
Possible, yes.
Possible yun eh.
But with
Pero
time.
at what expense, di ba? So parang ilang kliyente bago maka six figures.
I know someone, meron siyang 5 kliyente. 2 full-time, 3 part-time. So, kung dalawa yung full-time mo, so 16 hours na agad yun. And then you have 3 other clients. And imagine how much time you're
Yun
spending.
nga, that's what I was trying to say kanina na I tried that nung nag-start ako.
Ang hirap, no?
Oo, mahirap. Pero, I mean, possible naman na ganun yung i-earn mo. Kahit isa lang yung kliyente mo eh. Wala ka pang masyadong, I mean, diba?
But you're not gonna do it in your first 6 months.
But
No.
yes, that's right. That's right. Not,
Hello? Coach Potato,
Ah, yes. Yes po.
I have question. Paano niya naman manage yung, di ba, 5 clients? Tapos 2 full-time. So,
Um,
magkaiba ng time zone or... Because,
yung isa kasi, ang ginawa niya, isang Australia, sa pag-out niya ng US, isa kasi US, USD. So, papasok siya ng 9 p.m. Tapos mag-out siya ng 6 a.m. Now, yung isa niya, yung Australian niya, pagka-out niya doon sa US client niya, log in na siya agad doon sa Australia account niya, which nag-start ng 6 a.m. And then, another 8 hours yon. And then, after nun, meron siyang 3 other clients na 1 to 2 hours lang niya ginagawa, and yung iba every other day siya magre-report doon sa client niya. But still, natutulog ka pa ba? Kasi out of 24
oo,
hours na buong maghapon, tapos meron kang 16 hours na magwo-work ka, and then meron ka pang 1 to 2 hours na i-spend mo doon sa other clients mo. I mean, hindi ideal. Parang
oo.
you're
Kasi,
killing yourself.
oo. Kasi, imagine, ako, I just have 2 clients, pero part-time lang yung isa. Pero antok na ako during this time. Yung gano'n, kaya hindi ko siya maisip na magkasabay or what. Tas, isa pang burden, kung may time tracker, di ba? Hindi ko ano how they manage it. Not unless kasi may kakilala ako, ang gumagawa ng task niya yung asawa niya. So, she had the time to, to at least nap man lang. So, yun yung mga iniisip ko na paano nila nagagawa yung mga ganun. Imagine 5 clients, tapos dalawa pa yung full-time. Yung
Another way,
isang full-time,
another way nila na ma-accomplish nila 'yan is to subcontract nila yung work. So, you have one client who doesn't really care about kung paano mo gagawin yung work, kung ikaw ba gumawa o hindi. So, importante sa kanila yung output mo lang. So, as a courtesy to your client, ask your client, can I subcontract this work over to, um, let's say, to my sister? And then, pag pumayag siya, then, of course, you can get another client for yourself, and then that client you have right now, you can pass it over to your sister kung mag-uusap kayo na, oh, I'll just take a certain percentage from your earnings ha, para ano lang, kumbaga, compensation mo na din sa sarili mo. And you can do that
But
in the
make sure the
process.
client knows. Make
Yeah,
sure the
but make sure
client
the
knows.
client knows. Kasi, ano yun, kung sa Upwork, base ka sa Upwork, bawal yon unless may agreement kayo ni client. Kasi kapag si client nagreklamo kay Upwork, mako-close yung account mo.
Yari ka.
So, so you have to make sure that may agreement kayo ni client kasi si Upwork hindi niya ini-encourage yon. Pero that's a way for you to manage your multiple clients na sa tingin mo wala ka ng oras and other people around you can actually help you, then might as well subcontract. Kasi ako ganun ginagawa ko sa writing clients ko. So may client ako sa writing, um, since hindi na ako, 6 years na ako hindi sumusulat ng kahit ano. So, meron na akong name before na technical writer. So, siya na yung sumasalo ng. And then, I just take an X amount from the earnings and kanya na yung dala. And in the process, kapag na-maintain mo yon and then you're growing a client portfolio, yung ang dami mo ng client, without you knowing it, you have actually built an agency for yourself.
Ang ginagawa ko for our experienced VAs, yung mga super experienced. So let's say one VA has a full-time client, but I have another client na makulit, gusto niya ng, and he'll say, Jen, you have to give me somebody who's a rock star. I want somebody who's a rock star media buyer. Ganon. Sabihin ko, I do have somebody, but they're actually already working with a client. And hindi ganon kalibre yung schedule. So if you want to hire this person, available sila after 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And naka-Pacific si client. So, aayusin ko na yung schedule ni VA. So, but, realistically, the VA is gonna be working up to 12 hours a day. So, kailangan tanggapin ni VA yon na parang, parang they're gonna be working at least, 12 hours a day. Kung gusto niya ng ganon, like, I can make that exception for our super experienced VAs. So yung income ni VA doon can be like 85,000 a month. And that's like with one full-time and one part-time client. So it depends. Like for me, one full-time is enough. And then all my other side hustles is like project-based. So once I get it done, I don't have to worry about it. I get paid for it and then that's it. Parang ganon. Ayoko yung mga ongoing na medyo matagal na kasi syempre naging attached ka, whereas if it's like per project, if I get cast for a certain project, I just record the project and it's done, client pays me and that's it. Ngayon, if client wants me to do another project and they come back, then they can book me again. It's really up to you, like how you want to spend your time, how you want to,
Sabi ni Shilax, I have AM and PM, parehong EA, nakautulog na lang. Advantage lang is, parehong laid back yung client.
Yeah. You have to look at the advantages and the disadvantages kasi oo nga, may isang full-time, isang part-time ka, kaso sobrang toxic naman yung isa, edi pitawan mo. It's not worth the headache.
And when you subcontract, make sure na yung paglilipatan mo ng work is, aside from the fact na kaya niya,
Reliable.
reliable. Yung kahit hindi mo bantayan, kahit hindi mo i-follow up, talaga magtatapos talaga ng trabaho. Kasi I encountered people before, binigyan ko ng work. So, may project tayo with an Australian company. So, kailangan lang natin data scrapping. So, you have to do some research sa Google. And then sabi niya, oh, kaya ko yan. Okay. O, sige, bigay natin. Ito, assign ko sa iyo yung ganitong batch, assign ko sa iyo yung ganitong
And what
area.
happened?
You have to do some research in that area. And then that person came back to me, paano ba ako magre-research? Ano bang kukunin ko? May instructions na akong binigay, parang follow mo na lang instructions. And then, why are you asking me paano ka magre-research? May Google ka, di ba? So, parang yung mga tipong gano'n, okay, sige, pagbigyan natin, turuan natin paano si search, ano yung kukunin details. And then after a day, when I saw the sheet,
The results.
tatatlo lang yung laman. Like, what did you do for the past 24 hours? Bakit ito lang yung nagawa mo samantalang yung kasabay mo naka 100 plus na? Ayan, I'm not sure kasi kung tama yung tinitignan ko or ganito. It's so subjective. You can judge yourself kung tama ba yung kinukuha mong information based on the instruction. Now, if you're unsure about that, then there's something wrong about you.
Yeah, you're not the right fit to be freelancer or a VA.
Well, actually, that's one way for me to test someone kung kaya mo bang mag-follow ng instructions. Kasi I was able to refer
Okay.
a person dito sa company namin na close family na hindi niya hiningi na i-refer ko siya, but I gave him a project, he worked on it, and then he was able to complete the project perfectly, walang mali, and he was able to complete it in the short period lang. And then I thought, yeah, this person can actually do the job. So without him asking for it, I just referred him
Ni-refer mo
to
na
the
sa
company.
client.
Yeah, diniretso ko na siya. Anyway, ako rin naman mag-interview sa kanya. Ako rin mag-hire sa kanya. So, diretso ko na.
Binraso mo na.
Hindi, kasi, nabanggit naman niya kasi yung family member namin na nabanggit naman niya na gusto niya mag-freelancing kasi he works in a minimum wage company. So, minimum wage meaning as in minimum.
Mm-mm.
It's like 500, 600 or since nasa Laguna kami, ang minimum dito sa Laguna is 375 pesos
Mas mababa
per day.
sa ano?
Yes.
That's not
So, imagine 375 and
grabe.
then you
Ano
gave
mabibili
that
mo doon?
Actually, I don't know kung paano nagkakasya yun sa iba. Actually, medyo naaawa din ako sa mga um, minimum wage earner, lalo na yung alam mong may potential. And then they are stuck in that work na walang growth, and then they're trying to live from paycheck to paycheck, and that's below their means pa nga. So when I see one na may potential and they express interest into moving into freelancing, talagang tutulungan ko as long as you are able to prove yourself that you can actually perform.
Baon ng hininga mo?
Because
Pupush
if
ka.
not,
Pupush ka mamaya? Yeah. Ew. Dinilaan pa naman ako. Coach, besides ng EA, any recommendations for a high-paid niche? OM. 6 figures, di ba? Narinig na kanina. OM.
sana all, coach.
Technical, more on technical niche. Maybe, gusto ko gumawa ng series about, niche na, yung bang hindi napapansin. I started earlier kanina, yung first video is yung AWS. Yung, kaya mo siyang matutunan, it's a high demand niche, pero walang masyadong market for freelancers para doon. Kasi they thought mahirap siyang matutunan, ganun, but no, madali lang siya kung willing ka. Technical niche, o true yan. You can do, um, siguro expert ka sa Google Workplace. Like, you can do dashboards. Medyo mataas ang demand doon, and then medyo technical siya at the same time. You can ask for higher rate. How AWS works? AWS is Amazon Web Services. You have to have basic knowledge sa coding, but not necessarily dapat programmer ka. But you can actually learn it online. CRM management, yes, that's true. If you use Salesforce, if you're using Pipedrive, those tools, if you specialize on those tools and get yourself certified, for example, Salesforce, nagpa-certify ka, that will fetch you a handsome amount per hour or per consultation. That depends on you. But if you really specialize dun sa mga niche areas na makukuha mo yung six figures mo in no time.
What CRM daw? Ano?
Custom,
Chilio. This live is fun. Yeah. Why are
yeah.
you down there? Parang dito ka kanina. Vanilla.
CRM, Customer Relations Management, yun yung mga yung software na ginagamit nila client to store client contacts, and then sales flow, workflow, process
Salesforce.
flow.
Salesforce pala siya. There you go.
Ayun!
Are you
Certified ba
certified?
si... Oo. Are you certified administrator for Salesforce?
Mas okay kung may certification ka.
Mm-mm.
Dapat may real talk.
Experience lang. Okay. Get yourself certified, Chilox. Chilox ba? I don't know how to pronounce that. Pero, get yourself certified. You will see yourself double in rates. Kung ano man yung rate mo ngayon, you can see it double when you have certification. And mind you, yung buong certification review is free sa Trailhead. Available din sa Salesforce. Yun yung pinaka-training module that I
Review
use.
po yun. Review. Yeah.
Review that will prepare you for the certification, which you can pay for $100 to $120. Depende
So
kung saan
as of February 2022, according to Google, Salesforce certification cost can start at $200 and it goes up to $6,000 for a technical architect.
That's for architects na.
Oh, ano na yun?
Salesforce
Yung
architect
kaya
na.
mo i-manipulate yung interface ng Salesforce. You can like add like yung mga, yung may mga drop down with forms with blah blah blah. Ano na yun? Medyo malalim na yun.
Oo, kasi kapag Salesforce engineer ka na, you have to also learn Apex. So, when you do Apex, you can manipulate Salesforce however you want. You can make it look like Facebook. It's up to you. And then you can change the functionality, some of them. And then may mga preset objects kasi si Salesforce na you can manipulate and you can add objects in there na wala doon before. It's really high technical area, but if you are willing to venture into that, why not? Yung consultant time sa Salesforce dito sa company, kaya hindi siya full time, on call lang siya lagi kasi ang rate niya is 150 per hour.
Kasi certification, tingnan mo starting at $200 up to $6,000.
So 200 na pa. 5 years ago, that was 120 lang. 100 to 120 lang. That's why I'm saying 100 to 120. So, yun lang yung price niya dati. 5 years ago.
Mahal na pala sila. So, ayun, Thrifts Baguio, if that answers your question. Sabi ni Vanilla, I use Salesforce too, pero di enough to say expert ako. You know what I used to use Salesforce for? To spy on people.
With my first VA agency, sinisilip ko yung mga kabalastugan. Doon ko nakita yung mga kabalastugan ng mga mga management. O yung mga kabalastugan ng mga TL. Doon ko nakikita yon.
Or you can do automations. Maraming um, tools for automation. Let's say, Integromat. Ayun. Ay, feature ko din yung Integromat next time. So, yung pag yung paggamit nun, and then you are able to build um, automation modules out of Integromat, and na-integrate mo siya sa uh, other tools like yun nga, Salesforce, or na-integrate mo siya into Google Workbooks, Google Sheets. Kasi marami
Dapat
siyang pwedeng
magkakasama
pagamitin.
yan eh. Dapat magkakasama yan. Zapier, Integromat, and Pabbly. Dapat tatlong
Yeah.
yan magkakasama for integrations to anything that has an API.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
So kung
true.
medyo techie ka, you like that techie shit, like maybe integrations is your thing. And integrations, edi gawin mo ng migration, 'di ba?
Yes. It's really up to you. The possibilities for you in Salesforce is, I would agree and I would stand by when I say it's limitless. The only limit is actually you, your enthusiasm, your willingness to learn other things. Kasi you can be a VA right now, you can be an EA right now, but how long are you going to be stuck in there? Or you wanted to move to a much greener pasture, or you wanted to move to a role that would really give you a sense of success, accomplishment. Um, it's well, I believe it's really up to you. It's a limitation na um, inherent sa bawat isa. Kung you know, if you wanted to move to a six-figure earnings, kahit imposible siya sa bago, if you wanted to move to that, then it's really up to you.
Going back to that six figure thing that everyone keeps going on and on and on about, have you considered that if you're coming straight from the BPO with your expectation that you're going to be earning six figures in like your first 6 to 10 months, are you in the right frame of mind to be earning that much? Because the people who are making that per month, like regularly per month, they built themselves up to that. Diba? Na parang they're at that point, they've built hindi lang yung pera, because they built the character, they built the accountability, they built that sense of responsibility. Yeah, see you, King. Good luck with that. Thanks so much. See you soon, buddy. So, like, you jumping straight from a BPO, where you're earning, I don't know, 25,000, and then jumping straight into what you think is a freelancer career where you're earning consistently every month six figures. What frame of mind will you be in? Okay,
There is this
because
one. There's this
like
one
Chris,
popular quote.
like Chris Do talked about rich mindset and poor mindset. Like, do you think that you're fully prepared to be earning six figures when people who've been around for like 6 to 10 years, they've actually built their credibility, their reputation, and it's not just their skills that are worth six figures, like Sikochi. It's his soft skills, it's his experience, it's how he handles people. That's what makes him worth six figures a month. So have you maybe considered that? Because if you haven't, maybe you're not the right person yet to be earning that much. Just
There is
saying.
this popular uh, quote that I quote from some people na they always say know your worth, but do you really know your worth? Like, you're here now. You came from this industry, yes. You came from BPO, yes. You have 20 years, even 100 years. You came from there. You spent 100 years in BPO, and then you move to switch to freelancing, and then your expectation is that your 100 years of experience there will be worth something in freelancing. Doesn't work that way. Your 100 years over there is zero in here unless you have acquired enough specialization from your previous BPO experience that you can put to the table right now in freelancing that really puts value to you as a freelancer. Now, if you're just a beginner and then nag-start ka pa lang and then you're searching for a client, di ba? Given, ang hirap makakuha ng client na yan. Now, mamimili ka ngayon ng client, gusto mo yung magbibigay sa'yo agad ng six figures. Like, how are you going to justify yourself asking the client, I want six figures? Can you actually say to the client, I have 11 years experience in BPO, so you have to give me six figures. Who, who, di ba, sinong client in his right mind would actually agree with you on that premise na I worked there for 11 years, so you have to give me this X amount right now. It doesn't, negotiation doesn't happen towards that direction. It's always what have you done as a freelancer that makes you worth this much. That is always, the talk around the table.
Kaya
It
tingnan mo
doesn't
ha,
concern.
like, kami ni Vanilla, like, I don't know how long she was in the BPF. I was there 11 years. 11 years. Okay? Tapos, pagdating sa pagiging VA, bumalik ako sa 375 an hour. See, Vanilla, she started at $3 an hour. Doesn't matter if you are management, if you are whatever, the clients don't care. You need to be willing to go back to to ground zero. And it's the same with me right now, like sa mga voiceovers ko. Do you know how much I'm charging? Like, I am charging the lowest because I'm not a professional. I'm an amateur, right? So yung charge ng iba, like for example, $7,500 for, I don't know, 10,000 words. Like, I can't charge $7,500. That's not me. I have to start at the bottom. And then once I start getting projects and bookings and my portfolio gets bigger, then ire-revise ko yung rates ko as is appropriate. Pero hindi ako pwede mag-start na parang, kasi binigay mo sa kanya ay $7,500. I want to have $7,500. She's a professional, right?
Yeah,
I'm not a professional yet. You have to be willing to start at the bottom. I know next to nothing yet about the industry. So hindi ko pwede sabihin sa voiceover na client, kasi 11 years ako sa call center and 10 years na ako sa VA and I'm making this much, so I expect this much. No. You're starting off in a new field, you know practically nothing. If you're not willing to start from zero and you're going to drag your luggage from the previous background you have and use that as a basis for this field that you know practically nothing about, okay, maybe you shouldn't be here. Maybe you're not the right fit. Savage ka daw, coach.
real talk kasi they have to they have to hear the reality of what this really is. Just like pag nag-apply ka nga sa corporate na lang. You are accountant and then um nag-apply ka into, let's say, higher accountant position with CPA. And if you have the experience, if you have the CPA credential, madali. You have a chance. Malaking chance mo. Because you're moving from one company to another, but within the same, role, higher role, pero within the same niche. Ganon. So, Kapag ikaw naman, accountant, and then you move to another company and nag-a-apply ka as marketing director, let's say, but you don't have experience as a marketing director because you were an accountant for 20 years. Does your 20 years as an accountant actually count something to what you're trying to apply for? No. Hindi, di ba? Regardless if you have 20 years there, your knowledge, your skills from being an accountant doesn't hold much, you know, on being
Doesn't
a
hold much
marketing.
weight. Kasi
Yeah, it,
magkaiba
it
po yung
doesn't.
field. Magkaiba po yung field. So,
That's the
like for
thing.
example, now it depends if, like for example, us, there was this guy who applied and wala siya experience as a VA, but he owned a print shop. So, marunong siyang mag-graphic design, mag-layout.
Yeah.
Yung mga in-edit niya na videos is for mga weddings na sinushoot niya. And he's a PWD, right? Which we don't care about, right? Because it's virtual. But so nagsara yung print shop niya nung pandemic, naganap siya ng ano. We hired him. Bakit? Kasi po applicable yung skills niya in real life sa amin. Because very similar ang niche. Actually, it's the same niche. It's digital marketing. So yung niche na, yung mga skills na nagagamit niya for his clients na nagsushoot siya for mga wedding, locally, tapos yung mga layout na ginagawa sa mga tarpaulin, mga ganyan-ganyan, applicable din siya sa clients namin. He can transfer his skills kasi magka-parehas yung field. Ngayon, if magkaiba yung field, hindi mo pwede i-expect na dadalin mo yung seniority mo or whatever na earn mo with the previous field, even if you're 20, 25 years in that, into the new field na magkaiba. You cannot.
Yeah. It's the same thing with moving from one industry into another, much like from BPO to freelancing. It's two different worlds. So whatever
Very
you are,
different.
even if you're king of the BPO industry, when you get here, you're still a commoner.
Ayun, sabi ni Vanilla, I was a trainer, that's a BPO, but I started $3 as a VA. See? So, ganun talaga. Um, rate yourself based on what you can do. Kaya masyadong masisilaw ibang VA sa six figures na yan. Like, ano bang time frame mo sa six figures mo? Have you asked yung nag-train sa'yo, oh, gaano katagal bago ko ma-achieve yung six figures? Mamaya 10 years yan. Hindi kasi sila nagtatanong. Okay? You gotta have the right attitude to thrive as a VA. Absolutely. Sabi ni Vanilla, don't get us wrong. Pwede naman you can, like, yes, six figures is achievable, but not in your first 4 years, I don't think. Maybe unless, like, you suddenly became another like another Gary Vaynerchuk, diba? Suddenly you write content and you edit videos and make them like Gary Vaynerchuk's, like you broke the market, right? If you become that good, if you are really, really, really that good as Gary V, like that's automatic 7, 8 figures. But how many of us are like that? 1 in 10 million. So hindi na set
If you
ng
are really
maayos.
really lucky.
If you're like really super super good, like see Alex Hormozy, he broke the social media barrier. Okay, like he worked on his plan for a year and wala siyang kinikita. But when he came out with his plan, he like totally broke the social, like all platforms on social media. And if you don't know who Alex Hormozy is, like you have no business being in social media management. So ano talaga, it's either you're super extraordinarily gifted, you become super duper duper good at what you do more than anyone else, or like the rest of us, you work at it.
Ma'am, Shi, tatanong ko ba, pagka digital marketing ang niche mo, tapos, ano yun, hourly rate din ba most likely or project base?
Depende. I saw a job on Upwork na, ano siya, parang magra-run ng marketing agency ni client. So, like, people report to you, right? So that's an hourly. But if yung digital marketing mo is like you're a video editor, like that could be project based, like per project lang. Kasi baka si client does not only has like 5 hours of work for you per week for video editing. He doesn't have that much video editing, you know. But for somebody who's gonna be like the head of his marketing agency, may budget siya na per hour. Yan. Like if you were offered that role, tapos if I remember right, yung budget for that job before was like $16 an hour. So depende. Yeah.
I see.
Because for me, it's like
Where SMM ba yun?
hindi SMM. Ano siya so in digital marketing, there's different fields. There's SMM, there's SEO, there's, paid ads or media buying, like ang daming fields. And then per field, there's like a specialist. So sa media buyer, yung mga specialist ng media buyer, FB ads, yung marun mag-FB ads, mag-TikTok ads, marun mag-Google ads, YouTube ads, mga ganyan, Instagram ads. So per field, there's like a specialist. If you're a specialist in that field, I think I would say maybe 70% of the time, if you're working as a freelancer, you'll get clients project based, right? Ngayon, how do you move up in digital marketing? Yung mga once alam mo yung specialists, mga specializations nila, and you don't have to be an expert. Let's say, for example, graphic design and you can do it in Canva, but most importantly, you know what is a good graphic design or a graphic designer. Or halimbawa, yung website, you don't know how to use WordPress, but you know what makes a good website, right? The next step up is to learn how to manage people like that. So, imbes na ikaw yung isa sa mga specialist, ikaw yung mga specialists all report to you. That's how you up your value. So that would be somebody like marketing director, yan, operations manager, director of operations. So even if under an agency, me. In 2018, I was like sales. I was in sales for my client. 2018. Okay. Tinayo niya yung VA agency niya. It's 2022. I'm his director of operations. I have the highest position dito sa Pinas. So there's like 130 VAs that report to me. Can you move up? Yeah, sure you can. Do I understand? Am I a specialist at media buying and all that stuff? No, I'm not necessarily an expert, but I have technical understanding. Like if somebody does like a Facebook ad, I can actually take a look at that Facebook ad and be like, so the order was to make similar FB ads that these are like nothing similar. And this is not connected to a landing page. And this one's landing page is like, it's static. It's 2D. Like, why are we doing 2D landing pages? Like, is it 1997? I know how to put together, I know how to drive that team towards putting together like a complete marketing package, including website. But it doesn't mean that I need to know how to do WordPress. That's how you become, like, let's say we have 50 specialists. How many of those specialists can do what I do? No one. Nobody can do what I do. That's how you ganyan ka magtatagal in this industry, right? Is you see the opportunity, you move up. Gumawa ka na ng galaw. Okay? Mag-aral ka na. Yung iba nag-aaral na mga UI UX design, Figma, mga ganun. Ikaw nag-aaral ka ng efficiency.
Nag-aaral ka ng productivity. Nag-aaral ka ng reporting. Nag-aaral ka ng, automation, like how to automate your processes for like 7 to 10 processes so that you save money. You only hire one person to, for all those processes instead of five. You're starting to think of the business in terms of ano yung income generating, where can I save money? So that's how, like, you're gonna level up.
My sister was the marketing director now, started as SOCMED manager. See, there is a way for you to
You
move up.
gotta, you gotta, like, medyo advanced ka mag-isip. Like, while everyone else is thinking this, iba na yung iniisip mo, iba na yung inaaral mo.
Like when you are in management now, so you're no longer doing VA work, you're already actually managing business, managing the people. So, hindi pa yon yung, kumbaga hindi pa yon yung um, limit mo. You can still go up as much as you can. Yun nga, sabi nga ni Madam Cindy, you have to continuously learn. Like when you're in the management level, what can you do to up your game? We have what we call Scrum, Agile. It's called Scrum Agile. That's how I call it. But what you can learn them are strategies for project management. So not only you are able to learn how to handle projects efficiently, but you can put a label under your name, like you're a scrum master, and that counts to something when it comes to management. Or you can say agile expert, that counts to something. And at, on top of that, you can still do more learning if you wanted to be a really 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 good uh, when it comes to leadership. You can do Six Sigma, things that you can continuously do for yourself to improve your skills, improve your credibility, improve your um, increase your value. That's what I'm going to say. Increase your value as a freelancer or as a person who is currently in the leadership um, role. So, marami kang pwedeng gawin. So, kahit nasa magandang position ka na now, there is still room for you to improve and may maaabot ka pa. Because I know someone who is ka-work ko siya dati. Pareho kami ng client dito. And she is a really uh, she's really an intelligent person talaga, I would say. And now she's working with Upwork. As in sa Upwork siya nag-work. Remote.
Anong department siya?
Um, risk management siya sa risk and contracts. So, manager siya, naging manager siya doon. And now, she is regional director. You see, there's no limit. Like I said earlier, there is no limit. The only limitation is how small you think you can grow. That's how I would, you know, define it. Your limit is how small you think you can grow.
Ngayon, yung iba, they might ask, why don't you go in business for yourself? And I'm like, I would never put up a VA agency. That's the last kind of business that I would put up. I mean, that's in the works for me, but I'm not gonna put up a VA agency. No.
No, I don't want to further headache. Sorry, but
Sakit
I'm
no?
happy with
Sakit, isa mo sakit sa ulo yung mga VA, sakit sa ulo pa yung mga clients. Like on both sides. Like, gusto mo talaga
unless you
tuluyan
have,
na
di ba?
maloka.
unless you have established a really tight group na pwede mong pagkatiwalaan to work with you. Yes, yeah, you can do that.
I mean, nothing against other people who want to put up a VA agency. Like, you know, good for you and Godspeed and, you know,
Mm.
whatever it is that you do. But for me, no. Because putting up that a VA agency doesn't mean, and my goal is to work less. And that's not working less. That doesn't, it's not in align with that goal. So
Right.
nasa iyo yun. Like, ano bang goal mo? 'Di ba? So,
Kung happy ka na, kung nasan ka ngayon, then continue to be happy. 'Di ba?
yeah,
It's
enjoy your, if you have like good income coming in per month, like enjoy your VA life. Like go out and travel and go out and do shit that you don't normally do that you can afford to do, you know, stuff like that. So, it's really up to you.
lagi nga ako pinapaalalahanan ng mug ko, yung paborito kong mug. Yung ginagamit ko sa video minsan. Ang nakalagay kasi doon, find
Oh,
a job that you love and you don't have to work for the rest of your life.
para sa akin, I don't know if you've heard, I don't know if you know Maya Angelou. So Maya Angelou is a very famous writer. She's a African American woman who is a
Is she the
writer.
actress? Actress ba siya? Si Maya
She's not
Angelou.
an actor. No, she's
Oh,
not.
okay.
She's just a writer. So I think she wrote Yung the color. I don't know if she wrote that. Anyway, she's a famous African American writer who's a woman, and her definition of success is something that I believe. And she said success is liking yourself, it's liking what you do, and it's liking how you do it. And that I
Yeah.
believe. So, like right now, do I like myself with what I do right now? Not all the time. Because you have to make those really super, like, you know, difficult decisions. So, and that you don't always agree with. Kasi syempre, hindi naman ako may-ari ng kumpanya, di ba? So,
Mm.
liking what you do, I don't always like what I do. And then liking how I do it, I don't always like how I do it. So, what is my goal? My goal is to work less and like what I do, like what I'm doing, like myself, and like how I do it and make money at it. So, I don't know. Is that super difficult? Probably, but you know, you work at it. Pag meron kayong pa-training ng digital marketing, baka naman maka-join ako. Ayan. O pwede pala kina Vanilla eh, mag-digital marketing. Trips Baguio. Message mo na lang si Miss Vanilla.
Part din siguro nung nung paano ka magiging masaya sa professional life mo ngayon is yung realistic, you know what's realistic and you know what's impossible, and you can limit yourself between the two, na alam mong imposible to and then pinipilit mo pa din hanggang sa point na pagod ka na. Di ba? Limit your expectations, don't over-expect na pag pumasok ka ng freelancing, oh my God, makakapag-travel na ako anywhere, Maldives tayo every month. Kasi ganito kalaki yung kikitain ko. And set your expectations right, and then, you know, don't over-expect. Ah, out na daw siya.
Okay. Ingat.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Christine. And and here's like a lot of people don't want to hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway, right? Freelancing or being a VA may not be for you. Because it's not like it's for everyone, 'di ba? So hindi naman hindi naman lahat ng trabaho is para sa lahat ng tao. So there's a possibility that maybe you really enjoy being an employee, right? So parang there's a set of rules, you follow that set of rules, and then you get paid, and then you log out and you go home. Maybe that's what makes you happy. If that's what makes you happy, like maybe like being a freelancer may not be for you. That's the hard truth. Like maybe this industry may not be for you.
And then also remember that happiness is subjective. I always say that to everyone na nanghihingi din ng advice. So, happiness is subjective. Happiness is what you make it. So, kung masaya ka na, you know, marami kang client, although nahihirapan ka, then it's up to you. Pero, kung masaya ka na, kung nasa freelancing ka, pero hindi ka masaya kasi hindi mo alam kung anong ginagawa mo, then, yeah, I agree, this is not for you.
Yeah, I mean, happiness is a choice, right? And everyone's version of happiness is very different. My version is like to work less and to like what I do and to like how I'm doing it and to like myself actually doing it. Okay? Ngayon, if your version of happiness is to work with like a gazillion clients and be making 750,000 a month, then that's your version of happiness.
Gusto ko din yun. Baka maging masaya din ako sa 750,000 a month. Pero set your priorities right. Don't overdo it if hindi naman necessary. Para sa'yo, madam, um, in the real world, what is more ideal? More client, um, less client?
So this is the dream for my podcast agency. I want to work with 3 clients, 3 or 4. Because let's say for the services that I'm thinking of offering, let's say for one client, maybe around $2,500 a month. Okay. So if I have 3 clients, that's $7,500 a month. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
But I would probably need more clients. Okay. Because I'm an agency. However, if I'm working with a podcaster on the level of Conan O'Brien, because he spends 10 to 12,000 just on like editing and yung mga post-production sa podcast niya. If he's spending 10 to 12, I only need like 2 of those clients. Like super high quality, high price, but less clients for me is more ideal. Diba? In the second place, like hindi ko kailangan maging bargain basement. Like I don't have to like put my services on sale. Like I want what I have now, where the clients are actually trying to recruit me based on my reputation. They're like, oh, you were recommended by Conan O'Brien. Mga ganyan. And it's Jimmy Kimmel, yung mga ganon. And wala silang pake kung presyo mo is 9,000, 10, 12, 15, because they know that you will take care of them. Like you are really good at what you do. You have integrity and like hindi mo, you know what I mean? Like your business is based on good service, like great taking care of the customers, really like great writing, great storytelling, great editing, and people, they want to work with you if that's what your reputation is built on. So for me, it's ideal, less clients, but really high dollar amounts that will give me freedom.
My
How does
question
that?
though, what niche in VA has the high demand right now?
Okay. So again, anything to do with TikTok, TikTok ads, TikTok video editing, very specific to TikTok, anything to do with TikTok, since it's so hot right now. UI, UX design. Like, if you have experience in that, I can get you hired by a client tomorrow. That's for us. Ewan ko lang sa inyo,
Statistically,
Coachy.
um, statistically, ang tatlo sa pinakamataas right now in terms of demand, social media management, SMM, email marketing, and project management, yung tatlong yon. Sila yung pinakamataas because there is a surge for online presence because of pandemic na din. Everything went online. And then a lot of businesses are transitioning to um, e-commerce just because they saw the potential ng na mag-move online for their business, and that includes the marketing na mas effective online because 78% virtual assistants, 78% ng mga virtual assistants right now are in those three categories: project management, SMM, and email marketing. And then
Oh.
high
Kay
demand,
Vanilla, kina Vanilla naman
ay,
is SEO,
okay.
project management, and e-com websites.
Yep, there, SEO.
So Canva editing for Reels in TikTok is not for us. That doesn't apply. When I say TikTok ads, like you can actually work with a budget, with an ad spend, and you can actually it's like Facebook ads but for TikTok. That's what our clients need. And when I say TikTok video editing, it's using like hindi siya Canva eh. It's using like talagang tunay na video editing software like um Illustrator, Premiere Pro, mga ganon. Kaya mong i-animate, halimbawa, kung kaya mong i-animate yung video, you know how to do things like match cuts, you know how to do, yung, alam mo yung mga, like, all the video editing knowledge, but you can actually apply it to TikTok because you understand the TikTok algorithm, how aggressive it is, and how to use the SEO. So that's what we're looking for.
And TikTok recently implemented SEO sa mga videos dito sa TikTok. Like the the SEO capabilities of TikTok will actually pick whatever you have in the caption, and people can use it to search you on TikTok. Like if you're putting keywords like freelancing, freelance in your captions, and then someone uh, search for freelancing, freelancer on TikTok search, then you have a way to actually appear on top of the search. So they just implemented it recently lang. Kasi before, parang walang masyadong impact yung caption in terms of searchability ng user. So right now, ini-integrate na nila yon. So mas magiging visible ka sa TikTok in terms of search result if consistent ka naglalagay ng keywords doon sa captions mo. I'll try that.
Yeah, so sabi ni Vanilla, Canva is good, but it is basic, just saying. I'm a big fan of Canva. I use it, but we're talking about a specialist role here. So the like a specialist role, like a specialist video editor, I would be looking for somebody with at least 2 years experience, and then marunong gumamit ng ayun, the usual video editing tools, mostly Adobe tools, right? And then alam niya yung mga like yung mga angles, yung mga, you know what I mean? Like and not just like the 9 basic, you know, cuts for video. Like they have experience with, you know, putting intros and outros, and, you know, they have experience with matching the audio to the video, stuff like that. Text animation, mga ganyan, motion graphics. So that would be what I would be looking for, plus specialization with TikTok. So yeah, yung keyword optimization. I don't know if you guys have noticed, like you don't have to use just hashtags anymore. You can actually do hashtags, like do your hashtags, and then do your like topics below, and then separate with a comma. So you can actually do, you know, claim your hashtags, and then below the topics that are discussed in your video, especially if it's a long video, pwede nyo ilagay doon, just separated with a comma. Honestly, for me, what I would really pay good money for, like kung ano yung rate na hinihingi ng tao, is really, really, really good writing. Really good writing. Like somebody who knows how to tell a story. Not somebody who just knows how to put some sentences together and they put it through Grammarly and the English is pretty good. That's not a writer for me. A writer is somebody who knows how to tell a story, who knows how to paint a picture with words, right? They know how to write a trigger. They know how to really write a hook, you know, and that like keeps yung nag-elicit ng reaction, like the way that the really big influencers do, like Gary V. Although hindi ko gusto yung style ni Gary V, but I understand why people follow him. It's because, first of all, the language he uses is super short. And then the hooks that he uses are super quotable, right? Like you remember it. Even Alex Hormozy, like he has that ability to do that. And I like Alex Hormozy better because he's actually really practical. Like there's people who say, you should be reading at least 4 books a week if you want to improve your business. You should be reading the 7 levels of communication. You should be reading this by Robert Kiyosaki. You should be reading this and that and this and that. I don't have time to be reading 4 books a week. Sorry. I'm just saying. And Alex Hormozy is like, I don't have time to be reading 4 books a week. What do?
I don't.
I use audiobooks and podcasts. That's practical for me. Practical yan para sa akin habang nagluluto ako and then I'm listening to a freaking podcast. That makes sense to me. Just saying. Right? It's like you taking a problem that 10 million people have, and that's my problem too, and you actually voice it. You voice it and you voice a solution. And you actually say, I don't have time to read 4 books a week, so I do podcasts and I do this and I do that. That I would pay for. And that is priceless, which I probably couldn't afford. But I'm just saying, like, that is a top skill I don't see at all. And that is what a client would pay top dollar for. No worries. Take care.
Bye.
Gusto ko makakita ng ganon, like somebody who can really tell a story. Like I would love to see that.
Like in writing?
Yeah, yung writing that you can actually put on video or put in a movie. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because it all starts with the story, right? Like, what is it about this story that makes me relate to it, that makes it relatable? If you figure out how to do that, like, you're assured, talagang assured ang career mo as freelancer.
But what if you only have... Ah, naisip ko na naman. Naalala ko na naman. What is it with incoming freelancers that the majority of them are coming from the BPO?
Because there's so many people who enter the BPO industry.
Like, tons of them are coming from the BPO industry and switching to freelancing. I'm not sure what's in the freelancing that really attracts the BPO crowd.
More money. The perception of more money.
I can hear the cats are
Gutom na yung mga pusa mo.
sa labas yun. Ang ingay.
Ah, hindi sa'yo. Okay.
Oo.
Yeah, it's the perception of more money, and that ties in with what you and Vanilla were saying. It's true, right? With yung na-attract sila dahil nga sa social media na ang dami nagpa-post. Can I see your dog again? Ano yun, nasa labas kasi nag-aaway yung dalawa. So yung isa tulog. Yung masungit tulog. Nandito. Permanently nasa ilalim ng table. Masungit ito. Yung babae masungit. Pero champion line yan. Yung lalaki, bigay lang sa akin yan. Yung kanina. But mabait yun, yung lalaki. But it
Anong
was
breed
just
nung
given to
dog
me.
mo?
Beagles. They're beagles.
Oh.
Oo. Pero yung isa, medyo maliit yung tenga. Kaya yung iba, akala nila hindi beagle.
Akala ko nga kanina corgi.
Halit. Yeah, exactly. That's what people, they're like, do you have a corgi? I was like, I don't have a corgi.
Mukha siyang corgi kanina eh.
O yung kulay, di ba? Lima. My golly. Tsaka yung husky. Yung husky yung nagsasalita.
If I were to get a dog, siguro yung big body ng mga dog like
Malaking dog.
oo, like
Wala sa
German Shepherd
Oo,
ganun.
matatalino yung mga yan. Yung
Or a
mga
collie.
Malamute and the husky. A collie?
Oo.
Yeah. Collie is the number one most intelligent dog in the world, right? So
Yeah.
you're gonna have your hands full right there.
Yung husky daw pala sagot.
Oo, nagsasalita yun, yung mga Malamute tsaka yung mga husky. They're so cute. Yung mga beagle kasi, pag may kasabihan sa mga beagle owners, when you get a beagle puppy, okay, you don't get a puppy, you get a velociraptor. And then, pag nag-turn sila ng 1.5 to 2 years old, ano sila? Tamad. Wala na.
Tamad
Tulog na
kumilos.
sila. Like for 2/3 of the day, tulog na sila. And that's the rest of their life. Ganon. So, yung kakulitan nung puppy sila, babawiin nila yon pag tumanda sila sa tulog.
Ang kabaliktaran naman si Golden Retriever naman, it's like owning a puppy na napakalaki.
Oo. Pero masunurin ang Golden Retriever, tsaka mababait sila, di ba?
Yes, very kid-friendly.
Yeah. You
But I
mentioned
don't
your
wanna
daughter is
try.
a VA too. Same. Pinag-VA ko din. Haha. Yung anak ko is not a VA. So she's definitely a freelancer. Yung anak ko. So she has 2 clients through Upwork. Yung unang client niya is OpenAI, which is an AI, which is the AI company owned by Elon Musk but based in China. And then her other client, project based. So she's a gamer, and then hey, good morning, Miss Mika. And then she writes articles for like games that she plays, and then sinasubmit niya dun sa company, and then or sometimes the company sends her like briefs. They'll be like, oh, we need you to do an article. We needed to do a review on this game, blah blah blah. Have you played this game? Yada yada. So, like on Google, I think if you Google her, like you'll see some articles that she's written on games and shit. So, I can't tell my daughter what to do. Okay, Heidi ang anak ko. She knows what she wants. So, yun. So, yung isang client niya, yung OpenAI, she's only required to do, I think, a minimum of 10 hours a week for them. So, if she wants to, she could do like 8 hours a day. Although medyo mabigat sa utak yung trabaho because it's like experimental writing, and they use that as data to program the AI that they're building. So, yan. And Flexi naman yon yung Open AI. And then Flexi din naman yung isang client niya for like article writing and stuff like that. So she's not a VA. She doesn't have like a regular client. She's got 2 clients that basically don't really tell her what to do. you know, parang gano'n. So, yeah. Hoy, Mika, nagbaboxing ka pa ba? Nagamit mo ba yung gloves? Hindi na. Ako rin, friend, 1.5 years na ako hindi nagte-training. I'm so sad. Like my
What
body
stopped you
has
from
turned to
training?
oatmeal. It's contact sport siya. So, you know what I mean?
Hindi
Can't
na
find
kaya
a
ng
gym
katawan.
dito sa LU. I mean, I want to go back. I really want to go back. Like, I super miss it. But, if, for example, ayoko mag-gym na naka-face mask. Like, I can't breathe that way. Pag move ko na dito para beach life. Pero gamit na gamit yung gloves. Are you in Manila? Nasa Manila ka na, Mika? La Union pa rin? Ah, okay. Oo, lumipat ka na sa beach. Ano yan? Beachfront property. Sabihan mo ako pag meron siya. Ako? I'm in Quezon City. Perks of being a VA. Oo. Yan ang
Where
saan
in
pag may
Quezon City, madam?
Fairview.
Oo nga
East
pala, madam.
Fairview. Nasa likod
Fairview.
namin yung La Mesa Eco Park. That's where I used to run almost every day before. And gusto ko na i-start ulit. But I'll finish all my like podcast training and stuff. I'll finish all that and then I'll start all over again. Pero yung magte-train sa gym, habang kailangan pa ng face mask, like I don't think I can train like that. But once okay na walang face mask, then I'll go back. Tara na. Dami ko plans dito sa LU. Maganda mag-train ng mga tao dito for VA. Graveyard shift tips, please. Oh, tips daw
Coffee.
for
Lots
graveyard
of
shift.
coffee.
I can't drink coffee, actually.
Why not?
It it makes my sinus really bad. Sleep, ayan. Matulog ka daw, sabi ni Vanilla Salvae.
Graveyard shift? Sa akin kasi sanayan lang.
Seriously, sleep. Yeah. If you're on graveyard, I think that you have to really like graveyard.
Mm.
Graveyard tip. Even on weekends, rest days, maintain schedule para di masira sleep pattern mo.
That's true. Kahit weekend, walang work, I still stay up all night and then sleep in the day.
Ah,
Kasi,
talaga?
kasi it will destroy my body clock. So if I stay up daytime during the weekend, may hirapan ako ng Monday. Kasi if I stayed up all night Sunday and then I tried to sleep Monday, nahihirapan ako. Or if I stay up daytime on Sunday and then matutulog ako ng gabi ng Sunday, I can't. Hindi ako pwede matulog kasi kinabukasan gising ako ng umaga ng Monday and then matutulog na naman akong gabi. Hindi na pwede kasi may work na nun ng Monday. Kaya maintain ko lang na kailangan kung ano yung schedule ko. Ganun talaga siya the entire time. Pero pag hindi talaga kaya, pag may mga situation na I have to attend to something on daytime, weekend, hindi na ako, galing ako ng Sunday morning, gising ako, tapos until night, ano ba, may walwalan, inuman, gano'n. Gising ako gising ako ng, ay, gising ako ng umaga until night, and then syempre, uh, intoxicated ka ng gabi. Matutulog ako ng gabi. Gising ako kinabukasan ng Monday. Dire-diretso na yun hanggang Monday shift ng gabi. Ang tulog ko na yan, Tuesday na ng morning. Kasi pag natulog pa ako ng Monday, hindi na ako makapasok ng Monday shift.
Correct.
And hindi ko pipilitin yung tulog ko ng 1 to 2 hours. Kasi lalong sumasakit yung ulo ko kapag
Pagkulang.
pagkulang. So I'd rather just stay up na lang.
Pasok. Wait lang. Pasok. Pasok. Pasok ka. Pagkil. Pagkil ka, ha? Hindi ko gusto yan. Lit-lit, ang tapang-tapang. Kala mo may natatakot sa'yo. For a beagle, she's tiny. Like, she's like a dwarf beagle. Pero ang tapang-tapang niya. Tanga.
Pomeranian niya maliit, di ba? Na furry.
Yung mabuhok.
Oo.
Yeah.
Pomeranian. Yun yung ang tapang-tapang sa liit.
Yung mga chihuahua, di ba ang iingay?
Actually, I can have dogs, but I chose not to have one kasi medyo naiingayan ako sa yung sound nila, yung bark, lalo na kapag no apparent reason bigla na lang sila nagtatahol. Medyo maikli pa siya ako sa kaingay.
Gusto mo yung asong madali lang takutin and hindi maingay? Pero, get the teacup poodle. Alam mo yung ganong size? Yung
maliit.
Yung maliit lang. Kasi nagdo-dog sit ako dati. And I dog sat this teacup poodle called Princess. And then she was like 12 years old already. And she barely barked, like barely. Kasi yung may-ari ni Princess, she was super strict when she was bringing her up. Yung mga poodle kasi, yung mga energy nila is they're very nervous. They have a very nervous energy. Madali lang sila takutin. So, madali lang silang turuan. And they're very intelligent. They're like the top 3 most intelligent dog. So, it's like bringing up a child, diba? It's like a toddler. Siyempre, kung hahayaan mo yung toddler mo na mag-iiyak dyan, syempre mag-iiyak yan just to get your attention. Right?
We have a neighbor.
If talagang tinutukan mo siya, like, there's no reason why they would suddenly bark for no reason.
Yung neighbor namin dito sa tapat, may dog sila, and then yung dog nila nasa labas lang. Actually, I don't know why nasa labas lang yung dog kasi sayang, it's
Nakatali.
hotdog siya. Hindi naman nakatali. Hotdog kasi
Adoption.
siya.
Oo.
Tapos, alam mo yung lalabas lang ako ng pinto kasi katapat lang ng bahay. labas ka ng pinto, andun ka sa loob ng gate mo, then tinatahulan niya ako from across the across the street. Kasi ba't mo ko tinatahulan? Wala naman ako dyan malapit sa'yo. Parang gano'n. Tapos minsan, ayun nga, medyo maingay. So, siguro nasanay na lang ako ng, gusto ko ng medyo tahimik kapag nandito sa bahay. Kasi, yun nga, may work sa gabi. So, kailangan medyo peaceful. Tapos sa umaga naman, syempre tulog. So, we can't afford na lagi kaming nagigising because may maingay. And I
Yung
also love
American Bully
cats.
ko, di
Bro.
nag-iingay unless may tao sa labas ng bahay. Well, sa labas ng house pala. Well, put yourself in the position of the Dachshund. He's tied there all day. If they don't take him for a walk, o hindi nagbabago yung scenery niya, like, sobra-sobra yung energy niya, and nakatali lang siya doon. So what do you expect him to do? Anything new that comes within his sight, tatahulan niya yun. Like, he's not happy. You think he's happy with his life? Like, nakatali lang siya
Nakatali.
doon. Right? So, again, it goes back to, it's like raising a child. If tutukan mo yung aso and you train them and you're very strict on, hoy, wag ka tatahol, wag ka. Tingnan mo, lumabas siya, di ba? Tapos, yung turo ko sa kanya, pasok. Pagpasok niya, tahimik na yon. But, by nature kasi, medyo matapang siya. And I understand her because she's just trying to protect us. Okay? For her, like, we are her family. We are all that she's known ever since she came here. So she thinks she's doing her job. She's just protecting her family. Diba? She's protecting her territory. But, and hindi ko na matatanggal yan kasi part talaga ng personality niya. Parang yung isa, by nature talagang mabait. Okay? Except pag malapit na i-serve yung pagkain, talagang ang ingay niya.
Excited.
Kasi yun yung one love niya is yung pagkain. Talagang PG na PG siya. Right? So, but most of the time, hindi siya talaga tumatahol. Ito, tumatahol pag may narinig siya or may nakita siya na parang stranger na lumalapit. Yan, parang yung bully ni Namika. It's up to you, like how you bring up your dog and how you socialize them because you actually do need to socialize them as well. Maganda nga yung parang dalawa yung dog mo para, kahit sila lang may socialization silang dalawa. So, it's like the fact that your neighbor just tied up their dachshund and left it there can you blame the dog? You really
Like,
can't.
the owner could have thought of those things, pero wala naman ginagawa yung owner. So I guess it's boils down to owner responsibility then.
Yeah. Take care, Vanilla. Hope to see you again. Yeah, it's their responsibility. Like, if you buy a dog, you take on the responsibility of walking them, feeding them, picking up their shit, making sure they pee in the right places. As in, ang laking gagastusin mo sa toys nila, sa bedding. Kung medyo maarte ka na owner, malaking gagastusin mo sa mga outfits. I even bought like doggy jewelry, believe it or not. I mean, di siya sobrang mahal. But yung mga, yung parang mga stainless steel na may mga ganun, yung mga sparkly, like, it's an investment, right? Even if magka-baby yung dalawa, and let's say naka-7 sila na baby, it's not gonna cover like what we've spent on them so far. It's like, we want them more for companionship than anything else. So, unless talagang gusto mo maging breeder talaga, but I don't want to be a breeder. So,
If I were to get a dog, I would prefer the bigger breed, like Mastiff yon. Laki niya, di ba?
Ang laki noon.
Yeah, yung ganun yung mga gusto ko.
Workout yun. Iwawalk mo yung workout na yun.
Yung pwede ko ng sakyan, ikaw mag-walk sa akin.
O, diba? And I think there are certain giant dog breeds na medyo bawal. Bawal sa
Dito sa
ibang
Pilipinas?
bansa. Not just dito sa Pilipinas, like sa ibang bansa din. I saw something on YouTube, like there are certain dog breeds because of their history and some because of their size, like bawal sila. Like you have to have a special background to be able to have that kind of dog. Yeah, grabe maintenance ng big dogs. Oh, Diyos ko, sa grooming pa lang, can you imagine magkano? Diba? Yung maganda sa Beagle is malambing sila. Sobrang malambing, except that matigas ang ulo nila. Matalino sila. You can train them, but there's no guarantee that they will do what you say when you say it. Parang meron kang anak na medyo matigas ang ulo, pero lalambingin ka. Pag nilambing ka ng anak, oh mama, I love you. Mga ganun, wala. Bigay ka na. Diba? Parang ganun yung bigay. Mastiff legal naman dito sa PH, pati pit bulls and bullies, yeah. I think yung mga, like, wait what was that dog that I saw on YouTube?
I like the black, Mastiff. Yung Neapolitan.
Actually, a Mastiff is not, like, super,
Gentle
it's
naman
not
siya eh.
it's not a super big dog. Okay, so the English Mastiff is the largest legal dog breed.
I just don't know, baka siya na lang yung buhayin ko. Alam mo yun.
Oh, malamang. And yeah, actually having a dog is like really helpful. Lalo na yung work at home ka. Tapos, if I was single, I would definitely have at least 2 dogs. Para hindi ako malok. Mas malaki bang Mastiff sa Newfoundland? Ay, hindi ko alam. Yung...
Mas patangkad ata ang Newfoundland.
Mas matangkad yung Newfoundland.
Pero yung body type, mas malaki si Mastiff. Pero halos magkamukha lang naman sila.
Gusto ko sana yung yung husky.
I want husky na pure gray.
Gusto ko yung husky na medyo mukhang zombie yung mata. Gusto ko sana yung blue beagle eh, kaso ayaw ng asawa kasi nakakatakot daw yung mata eh. Nakakatakot daw yung mata ng yung mga blue beagle. Grabe tigas ng ulo ng huskies if they don't see you as a pack leader. Hindi ka pakikinggan. I think that's true of most dogs. So you have to be the acknowledged leader, and it's really subtle sometimes. Like itong si Dakdak, she will challenge my authority. Like for example, yung paglagay niya pa lang ng paw, like on my leg na ganun, that's already dominance. So ang kailangan ko gawin is tanggalin yung kamay niya. Ganyan. Like, don't, like, you're not dominant over me. I'm dominant over you. Di ba? Parang ganon.
Parang ang baba ng workload namin ngayon. Walang masyadong activity. Yung mga VA na hinahire nyo sa agency nyo, do you require them to have time trackers?
We put them on our time trackers, so we actually pay for time tracking.
Like for example, they did work outside of the billable time. Do you consider paying it, or it has to be within the time tracker?
So ganito nag-work yung OT sa amin. If a, if a VA, if a VA's client requests OT, hindi nila muna pwedeng tanggapin. Okay? If they want the OT to be paid, kailangan idaan muna sa amin. Like sa management. Because hindi mo, if you tell the client, if the client says, could you stay for another 2 hours? There's something that I need to teach you. And the VA is like, okay, sure. Hindi yun bayad. Okay? Kasi hindi dinaan sa management eh. Ngayon, pag sinabi ng VA, I think you have to contact Jen first. Because if they contact me or somebody in management or somebody in finance, then we can set the expectation of the client na, okay, you're gonna be billed OT because you asked your VA to come in for 2 hours. Ito yung magiging OT na rate, ganyan-ganyan. Agree ka ba? Ngayon, pag agree si client, then Gora. Gora sa OT. Okay, because we really want to prevent this culture of like OT, OTY. Like the only people who really do OTY are me and the VA manager. Dapat. So yung ibang VAs, like their OT should be paid. However, pag hindi dinaan sa amin yung request for OT, it's OTY. That's how it works sa
And the
amin.
VA will not be paid for those hours.
O kasi tinanggap niya na hindi naman dinaan sa amin. Right? You accepted it.
Does it happen na they went overtime tapos hindi nila nasabi because may urgency doon sa task ni client, and then they just told you na after na lang nun?
I mean, before they came in as VAs, they were given a copy of the handbook. And the OT
Okay.
policy is in the handbook. And it's pretty clear, right? And I'm sure at some point either me or the VA manager kind of brought it up. Tsaka pag na-hire sila ng dedicated client, the VA manager does their onboarding, she covers that. So there's no excuse for the VA to say, I want to be paid for the OT, but kasi hindi ko na bring up sa inyo, kasi no. If you didn't bring it up and you did the OT, tinanggap mo kay client, it's OTY. That's as clear as day. Although we've had clients who say that parang may tab sila for OT. So they trust their VAs enough na kapag cut off, titignan lang namin yung tab ni client. Kasi ilalagay lang doon ni VA na, okay, this week I did 5 hours OT. And that's okay with the client. Kasi they have an open tab for OT. Tapos i-report lang ni finance sa client, okay, so you're paying for like 5 hours OT this week for your VA, ganyan-ganyan. Pero hindi lahat ng clients agree sa ganun. Usually yung mga clients na long-term na yung VAs. So they trust them just to report their OT just to put it down, and then they'll just approve it for payment, and then we charge the client, and then it's good. Actually, okay ang policy na yan. Kasi I was surprised sa billing and all expectations are clear. Yeah. Like it's you gotta set the expectations. Like tinanggap mo eh. Tinanggap mo na ikaw lang eh. Did you tell me? No. Did you tell Lori? No. So nobody knew in management. Tinanggap mo lang yung OT. But you know the policy for OT, right? Yes, I do. Okay. So it's OTY. That's it.
Sa bagay dito sa amin, pag sinabi, may gagawin pa tayong ganyan, ganito, ganyan. Wala ko naman nagsasabi sa team na stay for 1 to 2 hours, you have to finish this. Or the VA will ask me if okay lang to do OT. Pero hindi ko i-approve as OT or additional payment. Kailangan may offset yan. Offset mo yan. I will
Parang
not,
makeup hours.
I will not give you extra for the OT. You can spend 2 more hours today, but you have to cut your hours the following day to less than -2 hours. So to make up for what you did today, parang ganun. Offset lang. Pero we do allow them na hindi ka nakapasok today, and syempre may impact yon sa billable hours mo. Mas konti yung magiging earning mo at the end of the week kasi nga hindi ka nakapasok ng one day. I still allow them to spend their weekend. Huwag ka lang lalagpasan 12 ng Sunday Manila time kasi magka-cut off na yung billing for the week. I will allow them to either consume their 1 hour lunch break for the entire week, so that's equivalent to 5 hours, or pasok ka ng Saturday, it's up to you, choice mo yan, you can say yes or no, and make up for the lost hours na hindi mo napasukan nung weekday. So, yun, WL pa din, para buo pa din yung yung earnings mo by the following week. Any difference sa comparing Pinoy na boss sa Amerikano po na boss? Question yan sa'yo, madam.
I don't know if I've ever had a Filipino boss. Maybe like a really, really, really long time ago. For me, all business owners, kasi yung boss mo is basically a business owner. Diba? Unless EA ka, tapos executive yung client mo, whatever. But all the clients that I've had, yung mga naging boss ko, are business owners, and basically business owners for me are all the same. Iisa lang ang ang hangarin nila is syempre to make a profit, right? So once they're not making a profit, lahat ng mga yan para nasisiraan ng bayad. Because negosyante sila eh. Like they're putting out money, they're spending money, they're losing money. Once they start losing money, like none of them are going to be in a very good mood. So, I guess the only difference sa Pinoy na boss is pwede mo siyang Tagalogin, if ever. Right? But for me, if they're a business owner, iisa lang ang iisa lang ang personality niyan.
Well, in my experience, mas prefer ko ang foreigner na boss as, compared sa Filipino na boss. This is speaking from the corporate experience. Kasi in corporate, we have certain bosses na mostly hindi natin gusto. For the reason na sa akin, ang reason ko naman sa kanila, kaya ayaw ko sa kanila, kasi they are overly critical on even the petty things. Na, for example, nanghingi ka ng advice, nanghingi ka ng tulong kasi medyo pangit yung performance mo this month, so you're asking for some help, meron kang hindi naintindihan sa process, and they will make it seem like it's a huge favor and may utang na loob ka sa kanya. And tutulungan ka niya pero ang dami mong naririnig. And then, if it's about accomplishments, so you have accomplished a lot, you know that in yourself that you have given so much, and um, you have created this huge accomplishment for yourself and highly impacting siya dun sa company. You don't hear anything from them. Like, okay. Or at least man lang, uy, congratulations sa achievement mo. Kumbaga, thank you so much for that effort. Ganun. Wala. Like, zero. Like, and then at some point I have encountered na this is my achievement, then my manager was celebrating for it like it was his it was his achievement, like all the credits went to him. So I believe that credits should be given where it's due. So yun yung mga encounters ko dati, kaya ayoko ng Filipino na boss. Yeah, sabi nga ni Thrift Baguio. Unfortunately, they like take all that credits.
I've had clients who take credit too for what I've done, and they're not Pinoy. So
um,
para sa akin, again, it's individual. It's like I really don't want to generalize because I don't like to be generalized, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
may kupal na manager na Pinoy, may kupal na boss and manager na foreigner.
Yeah,
It
meron
just
din
really
naman.
depends. May mababait din na I've had mga Pinoy din na like TL na mababait. Tapos meron din mababait na mga clients or mga boss, right? So it depends.
I encountered
Amen daw sabi ni boyfriend.
may encounter ako na hindi kaganda ang ugali na na foreigner na boss. He's not actually my boss. He is just one step ahead in terms of position, pero they are in a different department pero different group. They are group of managers and they are like
Oh,
very
wait lang ah.
okay.
problema siya sa ano, HBO. Kape-kape para magising. HBO. Activate. He's having so many problems with this. Oh, okay. D8. D8 QT2A. Okay na. What are we talking about? Kape-kape para magising. Yeah, I drink coffee.
Nakakadalawang mason jar na nga ako ng kape. Parang feeling ko nagpa-palpitate na. Hindi, totoo.
Anong
Before
ininom mo?
coffee with, iced coffee na may milk.
Ah,
Pero nakakadalawang mason jar na ako. Yung malaki.
grabe naman.
I even go for a third. Minsan, pag kailangan talaga.
Ano daw coffee mo? Ano daw brand ng coffee mo?
Dalawa kasi yung coffee. May sarili akong coffee maker dito sa bahay. Yung pang-brewed. Espresso machine pala.
Is
I
that
have
a
espresso
Keurig?
machine.
Okay.
Espresso machine, pero minsan ko lang siya gamitin kasi ang daming proseso bago ako makakuha ng isang tasang kape. Natamad ako gamitin. Ang complicated, ang matrabaho para sa isang kape, tas bitin. Ayun, tapos may instant, meron ding yung 3-in-1. So pag sobrang tamad na magtimpla ng kape, 3-in-1 tayo. Pag hindi naman, ang brand ng machine, ano kung brand to? I don't know kung anong brand, pero let me see if I can show you. Lazada tong pang Lazada lang ang kapihan natin. Let me see. Let me show you. So, yan lang siya.
Can't see anything.
Ay, ayan.
Ayan.
Akala ko na ano.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, this
It's
is
like
my
the coffee
little
bean and tea
area.
leaf one.
Yeah. Tapos,
maliit.
French
Yeah,
press
that's
if you
cute.
want French press.
Yeah, for like, if you
Coffee
want it
grounds.
frothy. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So, this is
Completos Ricados.
like my mini coffee bar. Kapag
Oo. Like
I'm
a
a big-
breakfast nook.
big coffee drinker. And then most of the time, it's just yung Nescafe Gold or Great Taste Granules. Yun, yung dalawang brand na yun.
Oo. Yung gold talaga iniinom ng asawa ko rin, tsaka anak ko.
Yung Gold. Maano kasi siya. I don't know. Awa ko
Masarap
ako
siya.
lang, pero masarap siya. Yung automated, I found an automated machine na known yung brand. Nakalimutan ko yung pangalan ng brand. Ito yung mga bagay na as a freelancer, kailangan mo mag-invest. Kailangan mo mag-invest ng pangkape. Yung isang nakita kong brand, it's around 20,000 eh. Parang mahal naman masyado para sa akin.
May Keurig ka rin? Okay. Mahal ng step-down inverter. Yeah, naka-inverter yung sa amin. But we don't use it that much anymore. Not like in the beginning. Kung yung pinagbibili na yung mga K-cups. Ngayon,
I'm
tinamad
actually
na eh.
thinking I was thinking to get um, yung Nespresso. I'm not sure how much yung machine
Mm.
nun. Pero nakukitan kasi ako dun sa mga capsules niya. So, ayun, Nespresso is around 7,000 pinakamura.
Mm.
So, yun. If you're a freelancer, invest in a good coffee machine. Hirap ako dito sa LU Online Pampanga. Ayun, Keurig. Yung isa nakita ko. Yan, nabanggit na yung Keurig. Yeah, around that yung price niya, 7 to 8K.
Oo.
Plus yung capsules pa.
Tapos yung mga K-cups pa.
Mm-mm.
It depends. Minsan makakuha ka ng mga, may mga deal, mga ganyan.
Cold brew kit.
Iniintay ko pa sa Lazada yung cold brew kit ko. Pag-aralan ko paano mag-cold brew.
Ay, totoo, yung K-cups mas mura sa Amazon. For some
Talaga?
reason. Mm-mm. Totoo yan.
Medyo mahal nga sa local sellers, sa totoo.
Minsan napapaisip ako, what's with the locally produced products na mas mahal kumpara sa exported products? I mean, if you're locally produced, why cost so much? Yung local sellers kasi ng K-cups, laki ng patong since wala talaga procured dito. Kaya,
So kinukuha din nila sa labas kasi.
mm.
Probably. That's why. So reseller sila basically. Oh, wait lang. May kamag-anak talaga abroad na nagpapasabay. Okay. Kaya,
So, mas mura nga doon ka nalang bumili directly. Amazon. If reasonable naman yung shipping fee, pero I believe mas mahal kasi I tried. Yung shipping fee ni Amazon, medyo malaki.
Yeah. Minsan you have to really reconsider it kasi mas mahal yung shipping fee kesa dun sa ano,
Sa items.
sa pipilin mo. Diba? But there's
Oo.
no point if that's the case.
Ha? Ha? Nag-message ka?
If you buy a box of 40, mas mura pa din with shipping sa Amazon. Pag tingi-tingi lugi ka. Yeah. But is that like a box with different flavors or is that like a box with only one flavor?
Oh, different flavors.
Benta ako ng mga gamit mamaya. Like, I just have so much crap, yeah. I just need to get rid of some of my crap. Nagbenta ako ng sapatos.
Ito mo na.
May gustong bumili ng sapatos dyan. Post ko
Shoes
mamaya.
for running shoes.
Iba-iba. So I have a lot of like Jordans that I don't really use. So size 9, parang hindi. Parang size 7 lang ata ako. So,
Pambabae.
pambabae. Like, meron akong Jordan Air Force, tapos meron akong Jordan, I forgot it. I have yung, I think the ones, yung black. Like, basic black. And then I have, yung iba na hindi ko na ginagamit, yung mga wedge na, Diyos ko dahil, hindi ko na nagamit halos. Just want to get rid of that crap.
Ano, paggawa mo, yung isang Jordan, palagay mo dun yung wedge.
Saan po kayo magsisell? Teka, papalit muna ako pa. On Carousel and TikTok. So,
Oh, I encountered Carousel. Is that a marketplace for pre-loved items? Or not necessarily?
there's a lot of pre-loved items on there. You can also buy new items on there. So, yung ibang cap ko, that's where I bought. I bought this off Carousel. Isn't that cute? TikTok, look.
Yeah.
Look at that. So cute. Diba?
Ang cute nga niya.
That is
Parang,
really
so
cute.
si Carousel is like the same concept as, I'm not sure if naabutan nyo pa yung sulit.ph.
I think nag-merge si Carousel tsaka si OLX.
Oh, but OLX was used to be sulit.com.
Oh, yun. Yun. So I think they've
Okay.
actually merged. So I have an account on there, and I sold a lot of like crap on there before, and then I'll be selling my shoes on like wherever it goes first, right? And then I'll be selling some, I mean, not expensive jewelry, but like, some jewelry. And then yung Hindi ko alam kung ano sa Instagram yung Instagram ng anak ko yung ano, like the other K-pop stuff. Yeah, I need to sell some of my stuff.
Is it better to sell at carousel than putting up your items in Facebook Marketplace?
Oh, feeling ko parang mas ano, maganda yung mas may quality yung mga mas reliable yung mga nagpupunta sa carousel. Kasi maraming fraudster sa ano, 'di ba, sa marketplace minsan.
Well, actually, some of my pre-loved items na nabibili ko is mostly on Marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, I bought from marketplace as well, but I don't buy like a lot of expensive stuff on marketplace because may mga kakilala ko na parang na-scam na sila doon or the item is not what
Okay.
they said it was, mga ganon. And on carousel, like, I've never had that experience. Like, never ever. I've had one experience where the girl, the seller, kasi I gave her a bad review. Okay? Although yung item niya is maganda, pero Diyos ko dahil, kung paano niya nirap, parang dun sa plastic lang na parang kinainan ng daga na, you know, and I'm like walang kaingat-ingat. And then she was rude, like she was freaking rude on chat. So I gave her a bad review, although the item itself was medyo maganda. Pagdating dito fake na fake, yeah, ang pangit talaga. Like, I mean, her item was okay. But yung kung paano niya binalot, alam mo yung parang plastic na, parang pinunitan lang or ninat-ngat ng daga na hindi maintindihan. And then she was trying to sell me other stuff on chat. And in a very intrusive way. So that's why I gave her a bad review. And then you know what she did? Sinundan niya ako hanggang sa Messenger.
What did you say?
She followed me on Messenger and then she started like trash talking me on Messenger. And then so sabi ko sa kanya, alam mo, kung gusto mo, kung hindi ka talaga masaya, and sabi ko, as far as I'm concerned, I gave you a fair review because that's what I feel. Like, the item wasn't bad, but your attitude and yung pagbalot mo sa item, like, seriously, that's why I gave you a bad review. Sabi ko, kung gusto mo, suntukan na lang tayo. Hinaman ko talaga. Sabi ko, gusto mo, 4 na round tayo sa ring. Gusto mo. Kung gusto mo talaga. Kung gusto mo magkaalaman.
And what did the girl say?
What the girl did was, because she saw my business email, right? So she screenshot our conversation in Messenger and she sent it to my boss, to my client.
Really?
Okay, yeah. And then my client said, like, what is this? Why am I getting this? And I said, that is a seller that I bought some jewelry from, and I gave her a bad review, and she can't accept it. And he was like, oh. Yun lang yung client ko. He's like, oh. And then I was like, just ignore it, right? And you know what I did? Like, I found her on Facebook, and yung job niya was connected to a Facebook page. And so on that Facebook page, I took the screenshot of our conversation in Messenger and our chat in Carousel, and I put it on their Facebook page. And I said, yan ang, ano nyo, I don't know what her job was, parang HR specialist something. Okay, sabi ko, yan ang HR specialist ninyo. Like when she gets a bad review on Carousel, like that's what she does. She comes on Messenger, she follows me on Messenger, and she trash talks me. Sabi ko, you need to control, you need to put a muzzle on your dog. Ginanong ko sila. And then I left it at that.
Did you check for any reply?
Ano na, binlock na niya ako. So, sige, nagreklamo ka sa client ko, and my client was like, oh. But, yung, yung sa'yo, nilagay ko sa Facebook page nyo na public. So that everybody in your company could read it. That's how fucking rude you are. But that's, honestly, on Carousel, that's the only bad experience I've ever had. Like all the other experiences I've had as a seller and as a buyer, like they've been really good. Tsaka ginagamit ko talaga yun, like my reputation. Uh, sa Shopee kahapon, may isang seller, nag-order ako ng wooden jewelry box. Okay? And it's worth over 1,000. So let's say 1, 2, mga ganon. Tapos alam ba sinend sa akin? Face mask. Face mask na 30 pesos worth. And I was like, what the hell is it? Like, syempre, nag-file ako ng refund. Dispute. Nag-dispute ako. Tapos, challenge niya yung dispute. Itong scam na seller na to. Challenge niya yung dispute. Tapos, pinapabalik niya yung item. Sabi ko, sige, sayo, yung putang inang face mask mo. Why would I spend like over 1,000 on a face mask that I could buy for like $30 at my local grocery? What do I look like to you? Tapos, chinat ko siya, hindi siya sumasagot. And then, pinapasend back niya yung item. Tapos, she filed the send back the item on October 5th. And then, pumunta yung rider to pick up the item on October 7th. And then she filed another motion on October 7th na, I haven't received the item. Dapat siya na daw panalo sa dispute. Sabi ko, hello, the rider was only here today. Like, he only picked it up today. So sabi ko, and, in-address ko si Shopee agent, sabi ko, if you look at my history as a buyer, okay, I'm a platinum buyer. And if you look at that person's history as a seller, okay, they have one review. One review. And then gagawin nila sa akin yan. Like yung face mask na pinadala nila, does this look like a wooden jewelry box to you? Hello? Challenge pa talaga ako na, like, sa claim ko. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So, nangyari, na-deny siya sa dispute. So, I got my money back, plus na-ban pa siya on Shopee.
Oh.
Parang feeling ko dahil nga yung mga problema ng Shopee ngayon, dadami yung mga ganyan. So you guys have to be careful because, they're laying off people on Shopee, right? Kasi Shopee Singapore is going through a lot of like financial problems. Feeling
What's
ko parang
with Shopee this time?
parang nami-mismanage yung kumpanya. So now affected since 'di ba Shopee Singapore talaga yung mother company. So now because of what's happening with the main branch, like they had to lay off yung mga nasa bansa na hindi masyadong nagbebenta yung Shopee. So they actually closed some. But dito sa atin, malakas pa rin bumenta. But what's happening is dadami yung mga ganyan, yung mga scammer. Tsaka I think mas malaki na ang kinakain ng Shopee sa mga sellers from their products. Kasi
Yes,
syempre
that's
kailangan
true.
nila bawiin di ba? So that's gonna happen more and more, I think.
It's odd kasi ever since na nauso ang Shopee and then Lazada, I never actually used Shopee even once. Although I
Talaga?
do download it and then I search for an item, I found both in Lazada and Shopee. For some reason, I am still gravitated over Lazada instead of Shopee. So I end up, deleting the app in Shopee. And ever since, kay Lazada na lagi ako nag-order.
Ayan. Ako now, ang ginagawa ko, I take a video of the unopened product and me opening it para kahit na anong dispute, I have proof. Yeah. I still actually have the original wrapping. So, sinendak ko sa kanila. Yung sa Lazada kasi I haven't had very good experiences with Lazada. So, especially their disputes process, like it takes ages yung disputes nila. So, kaya
Mm.
medyo nawalan ako ng amor sa Lazada. So, at the start of the pandemic, my daughter actually recommended Shopee, so I tried Shopee. And for me, it's like it has a lot more choices, mas mura, and then sobrang dali yung with Shopee Pay, like no hold kasi yung pera, 'di ba? So,
Mm.
and I use that a lot so that hindi nawawala yung like as soon as if I know that I received it and the product's in good condition and it works and whatever, then tsaka nila i-release yung pera. And with Lazada, it was just like sobrang they don't pay attention to people who are doing disputes, like it takes a long time to resolve it. Tsaka for some reason, yung ibang listings, when I click on it, it always says out of stock, out of stock, out of stock.
Oo. May mga ganun din talaga.
Like there's a lot, like so many. Like alam mo, and then I finally gave up. I was like, okay, if it's out of stock, then why am I shopping here?
That's the difference nilang dalawa. Mas marami kang makikitang product sa Shopee tsaka kay Lazada. But for some weird reasons, kay Lazada ako nagsha-shopping. Never kay Shopee. I find it odd, but
Baka yung mga binibili mo, mga malalaking mamahalin na items lang.
yes, oo, big ticket
Oh,
items.
see?
Like everything in the house
That's
is
why.
90% Lazada.
Wow.
Even
The
yung
Lazada house.
sofa, oo, sofa, everything na nakadikit sa pader, sofa, Lazada. It's like almost everything. It's from Lazada. Even before, bibili kami ng phone sa Lazada.
Talaga?
Yeah.
Walang delikado dun na. Like, you really get it. You really get the item.
Oo. Ang sini-COD ko lang, yung medyo malalaki yung price. Kasi mostly, ano na siya, paid na siya after I ordered. But, pag medyo malaki yung price, I don't pay it. I rather go for COD. Mawala man yan, at least hindi mawawala yung bayad ko. Kasi, yun nga yung problem kay Lazada. Minsan, medyo mabagal yung process ng dispute. So, I had this dispute once na inabot siya ng 2 weeks bago na-resolve. Although I have evidence na pangit yung na-receive ko product. Sometimes hindi na bumabalik, hindi na ako nire-replyan ni seller or the Lazada. So, ganun na lang siya. Pag small items, yeah, I can pay for it. So, mawala man yan, okay lang yan, maliit na bagay. Pero pag mga big ticket items, hindi ko siya binabayaran. COD talaga siya.
Oh, do you know about wait do you know about this feature on Live? Yung lightning
Which,
Q&A? Have you tried that?
I haven't. Yun yung hinahanap ko nung nakaraan eh, lightning
Let's
Q&A.
try it. Ask me anything. What is one thing you can't live without? O sige, coachy ano.
What is one thing you can't live without? My phone.
What is one thing I can't live without? Arm& and Hammer toothpaste.
Oh.
Yeah. What
Ako
makes you
phone.
happy when you're in a bad mood?
What makes you happy when you're in a bad mood? Coffee.
Ah, talaga?
Yeah. It's like my
Talagang coffee
serotonin.
monster ka. What makes me happy when I'm in a bad mood? If life was back to normal, I would say like a trail run, like a run,
No, that's
like at
nice.
6:30 in the morning. The best talaga. What would you do if time was frozen for 24 hours?
What would I do?
If time was frozen for 24 hours.
Parang hirap niya sagutin for me kasi, for one, I don't do much. Now, if you freeze it for 24 hours, now what will I fucking do with all those time? Kasi, 24 hours, ang dami kong oras. Sa totoo lang, ang dami kong oras. It's just that I chose not to do anything about it. I just spend it however I want it. Kumbaga, I don't restrict myself on certain, um, what do you call that? Yung pattern of activities in a day that I have
Oh,
to follow. I go with whatever comes at my door, and that's it. If nothing comes in, and then I don't have to do anything, then yeah, that's it. Siguro if I have 24 hours, I would spend it on a vacation for
okay.
24 hours on at no end. Yun siguro, I would do that.
Okay. What would I do if my time was frozen for 24 hours? I would go to the bitches that I would get revenge on every bitch that
That's wrong view.
treated me badly. And you know what I would do? I would slash their underwear and their shorts and their let's see. So after 24 hours, pagtingin nila, ay wala na silang ano, wala silang saplot. Joke. Drop one lie you told your ex. Oh. Aminin, Coachy.
Oh my god, it has to be so personal.
Yeah.
Drop one lie. Um, ano ba? There's too many to mention eh. I'll just pick one. Um, I said I was a virgin.
No. How did you convince him?
No, hindi actually. Unfortunately, hindi.
So drop one lie you told your ex. You know, the usual lie that girls say, you know, it's not you, it's me. I've used that so many times there. So that's one lie I've told not just one ex, maybe a couple. What has been your most embarrassing moment?
Most embarrassing moment, when I arranged this um, gathering party, and then I kind of published it on social media, ganyan, that I'm going to have this party. And then I invited people over. And siguro out of 10 that I invited, isa lang yung pumunta. And I was so embarrassed to, to tell everybody, but especially in social media, na hindi ako inatina ng mga taong to. I thought they love me.
I thought you're my friend.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? What has been my most embarrassing moment? Jesus Lord, there's been so many.
Too many to mention them.
Yeah. I was in elementary school and I peed my pants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. If you could try anything new, what would you do? Oh,
If I try something new, I will go skydiving.
oh really?
Yeah. I have some sort of fear of heights. Malulain ako, ganun. But if I would
So
do
ano yan?
something,
Conquering your fear.
yeah, I would go with that. Like, gusto ko siyang i-try. There are two things na pumipigil sa akin. Number one, ang mahal.
Yes,
Ang mahal niya. And then,
it is
number two is,
expensive.
secondly yun, baka hindi ko kaya.
If I could try anything new, what would it be? Triathlon. I really want to do that.
Triathlon.
Nakaplano na nga para sa akin. Like I was doing boxing training and Muay Thai, and I was planning like, okay, 2020, I'm gonna have like my last fight or last two fights, and then so nagsiswimming na ako noon, and then I was running, so kulang na lang yung bike, and I don't know how to bike. Okay, so I was planning 2020 in 2020 I'm gonna learn how to bike, and then 2021 I'm gonna get a triathlon coach, mga ganyan ganyan.
Mm.
Nakaplano siya lahat. So ang nangyari, wala, naudlo. So that's definitely
Sayang.
something that I would really 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 want to try. What annoys you the most? Ayan. Isa lang ah.
Isa
Isa lang.
lang, um, I hate to be contradicted, especially if I know that I'm right.
Ah, okay. Especially if you know that you, you're in the right.
Especially if I really, 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 really know that I'm right. And then you're contradicting me. Yeah. Like, let's go to the courts, bitch. Ganon.
Ah, okay. What annoys me the most is if you lie to me, okay, that's madali ka lang hulihin. Like if you're gonna lie to me, at least do it with some skill. You
At
know,
least
in
be
a
a
way
pro.
that will make me admire. Like do it with some finesse. Hello. Pero yung nagsinungaling ka, tapos wala kang ka-effort, sobrang obvious naman. Parang, like, bitch, please, respect my intelligence if you respect nothing else. What do you spend your money most on? Ayan.
Food.
Akala sa sabihin mo, coffee na naman.
Hindi, food naman. Food.
What do you spend your money most on? Food, yes, but in terms of like yung amount, um,
Mhm.
clothes and jewelry.
Ako food
I'm ashamed to admit.
for some reason then parang nanghihinayang ako bumili ng ganito kamahal pero I am willing to pay a good meal in a restaurant for more than 5K in one sitting. And then dalawa lang kami.
Really? Have
Yeah.
you spent that?
Yeah. Minsan pupunta kami Tagaytay. We have a friend always come over on siguro weekend and then yeah, sa Tagaytay. Oh, let's go there. Let's try this restaurant. Last time we like 2 weeks ago yata yun, or 3 weeks ago. Went there, we tried this restaurant. Super okay siya sa gabi, pero sa umaga mukha siyang lumang bahay.
Huh?
And we
Really?
paid like we paid I paid 5,700 for four people lang. And then it's like
No.
one course lang and then may free dessert. That's it.
Have you tried Moon Garden
Not yet. But
sa Tagaytay?
hindi pa kasi iniisa-isa ko yung mga gusto kong puntahan doon. Yung napuntahan namin last time is called
Hindi yung Casa Maria.
hindi siya yung Casa Maria. Yung oh my god, I forgot the name. It's not Antonio's. I know Antonio's, pero
Filipino food.
puro concha yung lumalabas. I forgot the name. It's a garden restaurant. Balay ako, masyadong maraming tao lagi. I hate it. Kapag
Oh.
ganun kadami laging tao.
Yung Moon
Ano ba
Garden,
yun?
apparently Martha Stewart went there. Apparently. I'm not
Oh.
100%.
Hindi ko pa na-try yun, pero I will. I will.
Parang resort na ewan. Hidden resort. Blah, blah.
Pero it's in Tagaytay?
Yeah. Moon Garden.
Sige, we'll try that.
I'm not sure how much it is, though. Yeah. Do you believe in giving second chances
Yes.
for everything?
Pag pinatay ako, wala nang second chance yun. Exempted yun.
Wala
Exempted
naman.
yun.
Wala
So,
ganon.
second chance, yes, it depends. If if your failure was caused by you then, ikaw yung dahilan kung ba't ka nag-fail. Despite my guidance, despite my advice, and you failed to, you chose not to take my advice or at least hear me about it, and you failed, That's on you. But I would still not give up. I will give you a second chance, but make sure next time matuto ka makinig, parang ganun.
Okay. So when it comes to work, okay, and it's not my policy, but pagdating sa application, if you fail the first application for us, there's no re-app. Okay.
Mm.
Personally, do I give second chances? It depends. If, for example, ginago mo ko on purpose, no, no second chances. But if you made an honest to God mistake, like I'll give you second chances, third chances, like how many chances you need, right? But yung parang gaguhin mo ko and you did it on purpose, like you're crap to me. That nothing.
Yeah.
Sorry. May ganun akong ugali. So, what's your favorite thing to do on a rainy day?
Oh, having coffee. I'm
This is
sorry,
gonna
but
pop up again and again, isn't it?
it's my comfort zone eh.
Okay. What's my favorite thing to do on a rainy day is eat ice cream.
Really?
It
On a
makes
rainy
sense. It's
day?
cold, and then what you're eating is cold. It makes sense to me. I don't know.
Isn't that the opposite?
I don't know. It makes sense to me. It's like, why wouldn't it? Hindi ko alam. Ever since, siguro mga college, high school days ako, I was like, oh, it's raining. I'm gonna buy an ice cream. Parang ganon.
That's new.
So that's my favorite thing to do on a rainy day. What's one job you would never do?
Again, or any job I haven't
Yeah,
done yet.
one job you would never ever do, even if you didn't do it before.
Oh, okay. I don't want to be in a position where I hand out flyers sa kalsada. It's not
Parang
that
mga
I don't respect.
real estate stuff.
Not necessarily kasi may mga ibang line of businesses na kumbaga way of marketing nila yung ganun. Pero it's not that I'm looking down on those kind of job, but I choose not to do it because I hate, hindi naman, I won't say I hate rejection, but I don't take rejections very lightly kapag parating nangyayari. And it so happen na kapag namimigay ka ng flyers sa kalsada, 1 out of 10 lang yung kukuha ng flyer sa'yo. And 9 of them will reject your flyer. Like, kukunin mo lang naman to. Ano bang mahirap doon? Kunin mo na. And then they will reject me for that. No, di ko kaya.
One job I would never do is be on OnlyFans.
Oh, well, I'm considering that job.
Oy, Mika, baka ikaw rin Yeah, no. No, not for me. No, never. When was the last time you cried and why?
Last time I cried, I think that was a month ago. It's not that I actually cried like cry. I shed some tears because in 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 this circle sa friends namin, because we're not straight, so ang circle of friends namin is ganun din. And we have this one friend which is my partner's ex din, because my partner's ex is kinakaibigan ko.
What?
Yeah, they're actually my friends. And
Okay.
he's having a hard time, and I think
Your
he's
partner's
going.
exes.
Yeah, I make friends with them. No any hard feelings about their past, but I do make friends with them without without any consideration sa mga past. So past is past. Past tense is past tense. We can't do anything about it. So ayun, he's going through some tough times, and then I felt for him kasi parang nahihirapan siya mentally. So I gave him advice, kanyan, and I felt that um, I have connected really well doon sa problem na kinukwento niya sa akin, and uh, medyo naluha ako kasi nalulungkot ako para sa kanya. Parang ganun.
Okay. So when was the last time I cried and why? That actually was yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I'm taking that course. I'm still working through that course, The Art of Storytelling by Sun Yi. And it's really difficult because he talks about, and it's in line with wanting to put up a podcast agency. Because
Mm.
I do want to be, like, I want it to, gusto ko quality siya. Hindi siya yung kung ano-ano lang. And in order for me for it to align and become like a really great podcast agency, I realized that I have to be a good storyteller. Okay?
Mm.
And in order for me to become a good storyteller, I have to confront what happened to my sister in 2006 because my sister,
I
yung
see.
sumunod sa akin, so she
Mm.
was a writer, and she was a really good writer. And then she committed suicide on
Mm-hmm.
June 6, 2006. What a date, right?
Yeah.
So actually, after she died, I kind of, and nasa BPO ako nun, I kind of stopped doing anything really creative
Mm. Okay.
because I kind of, that kind of, kasi yung takot ko is like, because she's creative and I don't want to go this down the same path that she did, and if will I go down the same, is that the reason why she killed herself, is because yung mga
She can't
ganon, it's
create
like,
anymore.
it's because, like, is it because she was so creative, is it because she, alam mo yung ganon, parang hindi ko mag-grasp, like, it's like this huge stone in the pit of my stomach that whenever I think about her, I remember that it's there. And
Ah.
in order for me to become the storyteller, and yung course ni Sun Yi, like, to, he forces you to come to terms with your reality, with your story, because everyone has a story. In order for me to tell somebody else's story, what is happening with mine
Yeah.
is the question, right? And in order for me to become the storyteller that I want to be, I have to confront the issues and the emotions around her suicide.
Mm.
Because, in a way, like my sister, she was a storyteller as well, and she was a very good one. So it's like I'm still in the middle and still trying to sort through it. And yung first draft, kailangan i-rewrite ko as
Mm-mm.
per the course. So now, like, I thought I was like done because I'd written the first draft, and he was like, "No, now we're gonna go into character flaw and conflicts, and then now we're gonna go into show don't tell, mga ganyan." And in order to do that, you have to rewrite your story. So now I have to keep revisiting the same frickin' story, right? So,
Yeah.
and it's a very hard truth to face. So every time I have to face it, it's like I have to write my story. I'm going to write it through tears, and I know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to work through it. I'm going to keep writing it and keep writing it through all these tears until it's done. Because if I don't resolve my story, I cannot write anyone else's. Like, I cannot put anyone else's in a podcast and broadcast it to the world.
I see. Well, this is just my opinion on the matter, but it's I can kind of connect to the same scenario because I I I was a writer for quite some time, and then part of my responsibility as a writer, being a freelancer writer, is to be able to write stories the way my client wanted it to be told, whether it's academic, whether it's research, whether it's fiction. So I have to adapt to the certain requirement of the literature to be able to convey what the emotion should look like or should feel like. Um, at some point, I came to a point that suddenly I wake up, tapos I'm not creative anymore. I can't write anything. Like I cannot start even a single sentence. I came to that point that asa na yung creativity ko in writing? Asa na yung creative juices ko, ubus na ba? And I was so frustrated because I invested too much on this piece kasi I researched, I prepared my draft, my materials, and then you woke up one day and it feels like nothing is there. Like you're trying to look for that person inside of you who's helping you being creative and then he's not there. And you felt so lost. And then um, that's one thing I would only assume could have been a cause of frustration, but I can put words in your mouth or in your experiences for that matter. Pero speaking from experience, from a creative experience, dumating din ako sa point na gano'n, na wala na akong maisulat, wala nang lumalabas sa isip ko. And then another cause of that is I was too eager to to be creative and I lost track of what really matters in my piece. So it's all over the place. And then being you as a perfectionist na dapat everything is perfect, everything flows perfectly, plot, everything. It's not nothing's connecting and then you get frustrated again. And then you came to a point that you did a really great piece but you felt like you are emotionally attached to that piece because um, that story came from from a place of experience. And then when you look at that piece, you felt like you're giving out a piece of you to your client because that was your story. And then every time you read it, everything flashes back to you like you are emotionally overwhelmed. So those are sa experience ko yung pinanggagalingan nung ganong um
I think
hindi ko siya ma-describe. Nahirapan din ako.
after she died, I really, on purpose, like I really stopped being creative. So, kasi nasa BPO ako noon. So it was like, I wasn't, like a BPO career is not creative. So, and honestly, I would say I'm a very creative person. Like, I started in music when I was 5, and then I taught myself to play guitar, and I learned piano, and I was like, I played in church, I sang in church, and I went to Conservatory of Music. I took up flute. Like at one point, I was maybe playing 5 different instruments. Like I designed my own clothing. I made my own clothing at a certain point. I would say that I'm a very creative person, but after she died, it was like parang so 11 years ako sa BPO, and my career was like corporate, sterile, non-creative. And then after I became a VA, and sa VA, maraming creative na VAs is like designers and all this kind of stuff. I didn't become one of them. I became, again, like management, corporate, sterile, managing people, yada, yada. So it was like, I really went out of my way to not be creative for 21 years up till now, right? So, and it's only been like recently where you kind of get back into it and you kind of remember what it was like, but you're not fully there yet. Like now I really have a goal. Like I really want to put up a podcast agency. And in order to do that, I have to be creative. I have to be able to write and be able to tell somebody else's story. And if I can't tell my own, like why would I be qualified to tell somebody else's, right? In a way that
Right.
other people will listen. So it's difficult. So, but you go through hard stuff. Like sometimes, you get your face punched in, and sometimes you have to
Yes, that's
consult,
true.
you have to, confront emotions and shit like that. But, nothing's easy. So as long as you're moving forward, that's it.
That's exactly. And speaking of podcasts, are you thinking of actually creating your podcast channel?
Gusto ko kasi, I mean, I want to take on clients as well, but I want to be sure that I can do it for myself. Because
Mm-hmm.
the truth is, the kind of agency I want to offer is not what a lot of people offer locally. Okay,
Mm.
because I actually attended parang seminar for like these local podcasters and stuff like that, and I noticed that there was some similarities, and and one thing that I noticed with them is parang when I asked them, the questions that I was asking didn't seem like the right questions for them. Because I was asking, what about, because you're going to edit, for example, edit the audio. Then sometimes you have to reproduce the audio. So I asked, like, uh, what about the cultural difference and like there is a language barrier. Like for example, nakuha ka ng client who's French. So English may not even be their second language. It could be like their third language. How do you get over that barrier of yung parang cultural differences and then the language differences and then right? So yung lumalabas is like a lot of our local podcast community, a lot of them, not saying all of them, they tend to stick to clients locally and yung mga American. Kasi nga, madali lang intindihin yung the accent and
Mm-mm.
the culture is very similar. It's not difficult to adapt. And when I kind of learned that, I was like, that means there is a whole wide world market out there for me because I am not afraid to work with Australian podcasters, New Zealanders, South
Mm-hmm.
Africans, Europeans. Like, I don't care who it is, right?
Yeah.
And like the services that I want to offer, like co hosting, I don't know that any of them offer co hosting as a service or even voiceovers as a service. So like there's stuff that I want to offer with the kind of podcast agency that I see in my vision. But a lot of them, I feel, haven't really been there before.
It's like creating a
So
new market.
yeah, it's like creating. It's like you have to create your own model and go where people have not gone before. But a lot of the things that they've done, like editing, post production, show notes and stuff, like they're good at that. They've all done that, and yes, I have to go through that as well. But the type of agency that I want is, I just feel like I'm asking the wrong questions when
Ah.
yeah. So it's like I have to find the answers somewhere else or for myself. That's why I feel like I need to do my own podcast and be able to do this for myself first. So I actually have a proof of concept for clients and say, hey, look, I have a podcast. I host it on Apple Podcasts, and this is what I do.
Yeah. It's like creating your own portfolio first.
Yeah, tsaka hindi ko gusto yung parang iisang style lang. Like, there's so many podcasts. There's like descriptive podcasts. There's like podcasts na parang variety show. There's podcasts that are like mystery, mga crime. Like true crime is like the top 3
Mm-hmm.
podcast topic. Okay, and I don't know that any of them works with a client who does like true crime drama. And that is something that I would be so excited to work with, you know. So, yeah, I do plan to do my own, but I want to do it in a way that as a proof of concept. And I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
how
a
much
great
it
plan.
pays, but malamang gagastos muna ako bago ako kumita, di ba?
Yeah. Investment.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, 8 minutes na lang. What's one thing you
Yeah.
bought but never used?
Bought but never used. A lot of stuff that I bought but I'm never using. I got this wooden roller massage from Baguio, but I'm never using it. No, I think that's one example. Another example is, what did, actually madami. Nakatambak lang. Hindi ko ginagamit.
Ilabas mo nga, pakita mo sa...
Uh, I'll take a video. Open ko yung cam.
Ayun,
Ito
no?
yung binili kong massager sa Baguio. Kita mo ba? Ayan siya.
Yeah.
Hindi ko siya ginagamit.
Yes, looks
Kasi
really brand new.
it feels, parang ang sakit niyang gamitin. Pili ko lang.
Kasi gagan... Oh, okay. Because
It
it's
has spikes
manual.
kasi. But I don't know what's that for. But I did try that. Tried to roll it on my back. Pero mas nasaktan lang ako kaysa ma-relax. So I never using it.
What's one thing I've bought but never used? A penis. Sorry for all the penis holders out there. Joke. What's one thing I've bought but never used? A wig. So I bought this wig, right? I think I've used it once. So, because I don't use a lot of wigs. So there's this wig. Okay. Apart from the penis.
What is the wig to be used for? Para saan siya?
Parang costume sana siya.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Where would you like to travel next and why?
In my bucket list, I want to go to Batanes. That's one of my dream destinations, Batanes.
Yeah,
Prior
it's
to,
beautiful there.
yes, and I think na-convince ako dun sa napapanood ko ring mga vlogs about going to Batanes. It feels like when you get there and you get back home, but it feels like you're a different person na.
Really?
Parang, something in you changes pag pumunta ka doon.
Yung pinsan ng asawa ko, actually they live there. So yung mga kwento nila is like, for example, bibili ka sa so medyo malalayo daw yung bahay doon. So if you're gonna buy something at the sari-sari store, halimbawa, sari-sari store, maglalakad ka doon, right? Walang tao sa sari-sari store. Ang gagawin ng mga tao doon, they just leave their money, tapos kukunin nila yung kailangan nila, that's it. Ganun daw ka-honest yung mga tao doon. Oo. And they've lived there. They've, like, yung asawa niya is actually from there. So, and tumira na rin sila sa Visayas, sa Leyte. That's where I met them. And then, I don't know if they went back, but ganun daw yung kultura doon. Like, yung mga tao honest, they go there, they just take what they need, and then they leave their money.
Yeah, that's what I always hear from people who went there. It's life-changing. Something in you will change after pumunta ka doon. So I'm curious what that will be. Or
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a super different culture, so I'm not surprised. So where would I like to travel next and why? I want to go back to the gym. That's where I want to go back to. Right? And why? Because it's been 1.5 years
tagal na nga.
since I last trained. I don't like it. What's the best gift you've ever received?
The best gift. The best gift. Let me see. I mean, I appreciate everything, pero what would be the best? I don't want to be sound cliche, pero the gift of company siguro. Kasi,
Oh?
yeah, yung ito part na to. Kasi, for the longest time, I haven't been true to myself kung